The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 17, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate between her recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today I rise with a great sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the opportunity to serve the People's House. Gratitude for passing my first standalone bill, H.R. 189, the John Lewis National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities Research Endowment Revitalization Act. It passed the House and the Senate, and on a bipartisan basis to boot. The bill is on its way to the President's desk, and on Friday, President Joe Biden will sign it in a White House ceremony that this kid from the harbor area of Los Angeles never dreamed was possible. This is a full circle moment for me, one that made me tear up last night as I sat to reflect how I got here and how my passion on the issue of disparities in health took shape. In 1998, as a young college student, I had the opportunity to work as an intern in the Clinton White House. I worked in the Office of Public Liaison, doing African American outreach, under Ben Johnson and Mignon Moore. It was during my work there that I learned about the issue of racial health disparities. At the time, United States Surgeon General David Satcher highlighted the issue, and it became a passion of mine. A year later, I would continue my work on the issue and in the healthcare space at the NAACP with Hillary Shelton. Ben Johnson and Hillary Shelton mentored and inspired me. They encouraged me to keep up my work on the issue. Today, as a member of Congress, the issue of racial health disparities and the need for us to close the healthcare gap is among my top priorities. In that light, during the 116th Congress, I was in my second term, that an opportunity arose to work with organizations like the Association of Minority Health Profession Schools and others on a bill to help fund research on health disparities at schools of excellence. I remember approaching our friend, the late John Lewis, about the bill. He encouraged me to fight, to get it across the finish line, and it agreed to become an original co-sponsor. In this Congress, the 117th Congress, I renamed the bill in honor of my friend, the late John Lewis. H.R. 189 is now the John Lewis National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities Research Endowment Revitalization Act. I thank the gentleman from Georgia, Rep. Buddy Carter, for being a co-lead on the bill. The Senate bill, S. 320, was introduced and championed by Senators Bill Cassidy and Brian Schatz. I am grateful for their work to get this across the finish line, and Senator Cassidy for being gracious. H.R. 189 will once again allow for current and former NIMHD, or Health Resources and Services Administration Centers of Excellence, to receive research endowment funding, money that is critical in the fight to reduce minority health disparities. The Research Endowment Program at the National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities provides funding to the endowments of academic institutions across the country. Schools like Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science will qualify, Morehouse School of Medicine, the University of Puerto Rico School of Dentistry, Tuskegee University College of Veterinary Medicine, Xavier University of Louisiana College of Pharmacy, and many more will be eligible to receive funding under this bill. The goals of the program include promoting minority health and health disparity research capacity and infrastructure, increasing the diversity and strength of scientific workforce, and enhancing the recruitment and retention of individuals from health disparity populations that are underrepresented in the scientific workforce. On Friday, 24 years after getting my start in politics at the White House, I will be back there again, this time as a member of Congress to see H.R. 189 become law and move us one step closer to ending the disparities in public health facing communities of color. For that, I am grateful. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to rise and address the House.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, when I first became a doctor, I made a promise, and that I would never perform, assist, or support in any abortion or any abortion procedures. All doctors take an oath. They swear to first do no harm. I made a promise that I would never participate in the taking of a human life. At 10 weeks, a baby in the mother's womb has developed a beating heart. At 11 weeks, the baby will have developed elbows, fingers, and toes. And at 27 weeks, a baby inside the womb can hear the mother's voice. It is clear that these children are human, constructed in the image of God, worthy of protection, worthy of love. It is time to protect human life. It is time to protect the unborn. And it is time to end this egregious process of abortion. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the work of Dr. George Haruza. A graduate of New York University, Dr. Haruza went on to complete both a dermatology residency at New York University Medical Center as well as a laser surgery fellowship at Harvard Medical School. Later, Dr. Haruza completed a Mohs and dermatologic surgery fellowship at the University of Wisconsin-Madison with Dr. Fred Mohs. Dr. Fred Mohs developed this revolutionary surgery, a technique that allows for the precise removal and the repair of skin cancer. Throughout his career, Dr. Haruza has proven himself to be a leader in the field of dermatology. His tireless commitment to his patients and their families has undoubtedly saved countless lives. Dr. Haruza has come to Washington and done skin cancer screenings for members of staff and members of Congress, several who might be present here today. As the American Academy of Dermatology's president, Dr. Haruza, relentless in his advocacy for the innovation, has helped to shape the way that skin cancer today is treated in the United States. Skin cancers, which were previously deadly. My own grandfather died from skin cancer, a skin cancer that would be treated today by someone like Dr. Haruza and cured. It is my privilege to call Dr. George Haruza a leader, a colleague, and a friend of the United States Congress. As he continues his work as the United Skin Specialist Missouri Director, I wish Dr. Haruza every continued success. His success in working to treat patients, his success in developing innovation, his success as one of the leaders in dermatology, not just in the United States, but throughout the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. It's now my privilege to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Christopher Morton, for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, as the co-author of the Bipartisan Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act, the largest reform of skills-based education in more than a dozen years, I rise today to celebrate one institution that has become a national exemplar. I'm honored to join Congressman August Pfluger of Texas in recognizing Dr. Gregory Williams at Odessa College. Odessa College has been named a top 10 community college by the Aspen Institute. Dr. Williams has seen both enrollment as well as students with passing grades increase year after year. When we reformed CTE in 2018 and increased federal funding by over 10%, We did so with educators like Dr. Williams in mind. I commend Dr. Williams and Odessa College for their tremendous success. I will continue fighting for robust funding for skills-based and vocational education funding so that programs like Odessa's can flourish in my state, in Illinois, as well as across the country. Thank you so much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. It's my pleasure to yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, many people will be celebrating National AmeriCorps Week. I will not be one of them. AmeriCorps has been around for almost 30 years, and in that time, we've learned never to underestimate the ability of the federal government to muck things up. No one denies that AmeriCorps began with good intentions, and I applaud the philanthropic spirit of those who volunteer out of a genuine desire to help those in need. However, I cannot applaud a bloated bureaucratic organization that is the poster child for fraud and mismanagement. AmeriCorps is entrusted with $1.1 billion taxpayer dollars every single year. And every single year, AmeriCorps proves it's an expert at wasting taxpayer funds. For example, some AmeriCorps programs cost taxpayers 4 to 8 times more money than programs that perform identical services. Even more concerning is the fact that neither Congress, the Inspector General, nor AmeriCorps itself have an idea of how taxpayer dollars are being managed. In fact, AmeriCorps' financial statements are so bad they've not been able to be audited for the past 5 years. According to AmeriCorps' IG, if this occurred at a private organization, there would be a, quote, wholesale resignation or firing of the leadership, and the public would be shorting their stock, end quote. Even more concerning is the lack of oversight AmeriCorps provides over its grantees that are plagued with fraudulent activity. For example, a Hawaiian nonprofit executive was recently sentenced to 46 months in prison for embezzling over $500,000 from AmeriCorps, and a school district in St. Louis was found guilty of encouraging AmeriCorps volunteers to falsely inflate timesheets. The private sector often does the same work as AmeriCorps, but at a fraction of the price and with far less waste, fraud, and mismanagement. It is our job as members of the House of Representatives to ensure that taxpayer funds are protected. The power of the purse is one of our most important constitutional duties. We therefore must stop feeding the black hole that is AmeriCorps and instead empower states and local governments to meet the needs of their residents. The last time AmeriCorps programs were reauthorized was in 2009 with the passage of the Edward M. Kennedy Serve America Act, which was named in honor of the late senator who was the author of the legislation that governs many of AmeriCorps programs. Yet despite the support for national service, Senator Kennedy himself emphasized the importance of proper stewardship of taxpayer dollars, noting during a 1993 floor speech on the establishment of the corporation that, quote, Congress will not and should not fund a program if it is unsuccessful, end quote. I agree with him. AmeriCorps has had 29 years to prove itself, and the only thing it has proven is that it is a drain on taxpayers and a massive disappointment. This is a failed agency that needs to be overhauled completely or just eliminated. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. It's my pleasure now to yield to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate President Biden for the progress our nation has made this past year. In early 2021, the president took office during a global crisis and was determined to get America back on track. He knew we needed a comeback. He knew we needed to focus on building a better America. So what did President Biden do? He invested in the American people, and he invested big. The boom was beginning. In March 2021, the American Rescue Plan was signed into law. In total, a historic $1.9 trillion were put to work for the American people during the severe public health and economic crisis caused by COVID. Since then, the American Rescue Plan has been helping us recover. We're now enjoying one of the strongest periods of economic growth in history, and we're building a better America. If we look at the progress we've made over the past year, Madam Speaker, we can see how successful the American Rescue Plan truly has been. The plan powered historic jobs recovery and produced the largest calendar increase in jobs on record. The unemployment rate dropped at a record pace, but we've also seen the biggest drop in long-term unemployment ever recorded in a 12-month span. Nearly 2.5 million people broke out of the cycle of long-term unemployment. Madam Speaker, this is huge. As the representative of a majority Latino district, I was especially proud to learn there were record drops in Latino and African American unemployment rates. African American unemployment fell by more than 30%. Latino unemployment fell from nearly 9% to 4.4%, the fastest drop ever recorded. These are hardworking Americans going back to work, putting food on the table, and earning good paychecks. This is building a better America. We've seen that when Americans have job opportunities, great things happen, and they do. That is why we also saw the lowest number of home foreclosures ever recorded. We also witnessed a record low number of credit card delinquencies. But the American Rescue Plan isn't only helping working adults. The American Rescue Plan historic child tax credit benefits nearly 40 million families with 65 million children. I'll repeat that. 40 million families with 65 million children. Madam Speaker, in our own home state, the child tax credit directly benefits nearly 7 million children, many in our area of Houston. Madam Speaker, that's a whole lot of children. Most families in Texas will receive several thousand extra dollars because of the increased 2021 child tax credit. Because of these historic tax credits, child poverty rates have been slashed dramatically. In 1 year, unemployment is at a record low, job opportunities are on the rise, and child poverty rates have been reduced. We are building a better America for all. I'm so proud we have a strong leader in the White House who is leading America to full recovery. President Biden got it right, Madam Speaker. He understood that betting on the American people is always a good idea. With the right resources, America will win. We will all win. It's just that simple. Together, we really are building a better America. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. I'd like to now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about the legacy of David Rudd, who is retiring as the president of the University of Memphis. Dr. David Rudd came to the University of Memphis in 2013 as the provost for the university. He had previously served as the Dean of College of Social and Behavioral Science and Scientific Director of the National Center for Veteran Studies at the University of Utah. President Rudd succeeded Dr. Shirley Raines as president and Brad Martin as interim president of the University of Memphis, becoming the University of Memphis president in 2014. The University of Memphis has a student population of around 22,000 students, with 17 bachelor degrees in more than 250 areas of study, master's degrees in 54 subjects, doctoral degrees in 26 disciplines, and graduate certificate programs in 44 areas of study. The University of Memphis also has one of the finest law schools in the Southeast United States. No matter your alma mater, one thing most can agree is that it's extremely challenging leading a school of higher education today, especially in the era of COVID. Now, with that said, the University of Memphis has flourished under David Rudd's tenure as president, and there have been a number of major accomplishments during this time. Maybe the most significant achievement during the David Rudd era is the University of Memphis obtaining the research classification known as R1 by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. For the first time in its history, this puts the University of Memphis in the top tier of research universities across the nation. I asked my friend Doug Edwards, the chairman of the Board of Trustees at the University of Memphis, about David Rudd, and Doug told me, quote, "David Rudd is a transformative leader who has had a profound impact on the University of Memphis. He has elevated the stature of the university to that of the second flagship university in Tennessee and a top research institution," close quote. Now soon, Dr. Rudd will take a well-deserved sabbatical from his leadership and administrative duties. When he comes back to the University of Memphis in the next year, he will return to teaching and research as a distinguished professor of psychology and will run the Rudd Institute for Veteran and Military Suicide Prevention at the University of Memphis. The institution is appropriately named. As a veteran of the Gulf War and a former armored psychologist, David Rudd is one of the nation's leading experts on suicide prevention among our nation's veterans. We wish the utmost best to him and his wife, Dr. Loretta Rudd, herself a distinguished educator and researcher in higher education. On behalf of the many alumni and residents of the 8th Congressional District of Tennessee, Roberta and I congratulate, salute, and honor David Rudd for his remarkable and outstanding tenure as the president of the University of Memphis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair is pleased to recognize the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a true civil rights pioneer, Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth, ahead of what would have been his 100th birthday on Friday, March 18th. Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth was a civil rights activist who led the fight against segregation and other forms of discrimination as a minister in Birmingham, Alabama. He was co-founder of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, initiated and was instrumental in the 1963 Birmingham campaign, also known as Project C for Confrontation, to desegregate the city of Birmingham. Regarded as one of the most courageous civil rights fighters in the South by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Shuttlesworth was a fearless freedom fighter who always stood up for what was right. Shuttlesworth participated in the sit-ins against segregated lunch counters in 1960 and took part in the organization and completion of the Freedom Rides in 1961. Throughout his amazing career, despite experiencing violent intimidation and numerous attempts on his life, Reverend Shuttlesworth remained vigilant in his fight for civil rights. The noted pastor of the Bethel Baptist Church is recognized as the key leader and organizer of the civil rights movement in Birmingham, Alabama. In recognition of his longstanding dedication, President Clinton awarded Reverend Shuttlesworth the Presidential Citizens Medal in 2001. Shortly after, in 2008, the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport was named in his honor. Although Shuttlesworth died at the age of 89 in October 5th of 2011, he adds a long list of accomplishments. And to that, the city of Birmingham is designating this Friday, March 18th, as the Reverend Shuttlesworth Day in honor of the 100th anniversary of his birthday. Madam Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me and the city of Birmingham to pay tribute to the extraordinary life and legacy of Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth as we designate March 18th as the Reverend Shuttlesworth Day. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the remarkable life and legacy of Beatrice Price, a pioneer Army nurse to the Tuskegee Airmen during World War II, who passed away at the age of 98 on March 4th, 2022. Joining the military shortly after completing nursing school, Mrs. Price honorably served alongside the Tuskegee Airmen until her discharge in 1948. A trailblazer and pioneer in the field of nursing, Mrs. Price had a stellar 42-year career in nursing, spending more than 34 years working at the Birmingham VA Medical Center, where she once again cared for our servicemen and women with great distinction until her retirement in January of 1988. On a personal note, Mrs. Price was a source of great inspiration for me and so many young women. She was devoted to her church, her family, and her service to this nation. A woman of tremendous faith, Mrs. Price served honorably during World War II along with the legendary Tuskegee Airmen. As Alabama's first Black Congresswoman, it was my high honor to bestow upon her a Congressional Gold Medal for her courage, bravery, and exemplary service. I was also thrilled to host Mrs. Price in Washington at the State of the Union in 2013. For her many accomplishments, Mrs. Price was always gracious, always compassionate, and always humble. I am eternally grateful for our friendship, mentorship, and special bond. I want to thank her family for sharing her with the world. May we find comfort in knowing that she lived a full and blessed life, and her legacy will live on in the hearts and actions of those she impacted. Rest in peace and power, thy good and faithful servant. On behalf of Alabama's 7th Congressional District, I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing the extraordinary life and legacy of Mrs. Beatrice Price and her tremendous service to this nation. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back her time. It is certainly my privilege to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Agriculture Week, which begins on March 20th, a week dedicated to honoring and acknowledging the efforts and hard works of American farmers and farm families. While farmers, ranchers, producers, foresters, and farm workers should be celebrated year-round, National Agriculture Week shines a bright light on where our nation's food, fiber, and fuel comes from. I've always said every American interacts with agriculture at least 3 times a day, whether they realize it or not, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It's a fundamental part of our lives, and it's the backbone of the American economy. And the celebrated during National Ag Week, National Agriculture Day, began in 1973 as a way to recognize the unique value that farmers, ranchers, and foresters contribute to our society, contributions that have only grown in importance over the past 2 years as the world faced a pandemic, global supply chain disruptions, economic instability, and now war in Europe. Being a farmer has never been an easy job by any means. Feeding and clothing our nation and the entire world is a monumental task. And every day, America's farm families dedicate their minds and bodies to achieving that feat. Unfortunately, many farmers today are facing rising input costs, shrinking profit margins, and unrelenting supply chain issues, much of which has been self-inflicted by leadership in Washington. Yet, they continue to persevere. As Republican leader of the House Agriculture Committee, I'm honored to represent farm families in rural America and to serve as their reliable voice in the halls of Congress. National Agriculture Week encourages every American to understand how food and fiber products are produced, appreciate the role agriculture plays in providing a safe, abundant, and affordable food supply, value the essential role of agriculture in our economy, and acknowledge and consider successful career opportunities in the agriculture industry. As a representative of Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District, I have the great privilege of working firsthand with many farmers and foresters. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we're fortunate to have more than 59,000 farms. These men and women work hard to feed and clothe not just Pennsylvanians, but our nation and overseas. Their hard work results in agriculture being Pennsylvania's #1 industry. Agriculture and its associated industries contribute more than $135 billion, or about 18% of Pennsylvania's economy. The industry employs 500,000 workers, including 280,500 direct jobs. Now, I'll end with one of my favorite quotes about agriculture from President Jefferson. Quote, "Agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will, in the end, contribute most to real wealth, good morals, and happiness," end quote. Now, this sentiment rings just as true today as it did in President Jefferson's letter to George Washington in 1787. Our farm families truly embody the best of the American spirit through their moral integrity, hard work, and an unwavering dedication to their craft. Everyone in this chamber and around the world benefits from the wise pursuit of agriculture, and we owe these patriots a resounding debt of gratitude. I want to applaud the farmers, ranchers, and foresters who continue to devote their lives to American agriculture. Thank you. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. My privilege now to recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espiot, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the House of Representatives heard from Ukrainian President Zelensky as he painted a haunting picture of the pain inflicted on the Ukrainian people and the war crimes being waged on Ukrainians that try to keep themselves and their families safe. It is clear, Madam Speaker, that Vladimir Putin has committed war crimes by violating international norms, including the Geneva Convention, in his violent and bloody war to conquest the Ukraine. I, along with Congressman David Cicilline, have introduced a war crimes resolution, H.R. 964, calling on the global community to hold Vladimir Putin accountable and the Russian government accountable for these war crimes. Russian forces have used explosive weapons with wide-range effects near schools and populated areas, hitting them with missiles, rockets, and heavy artillery. It is clearly a violation of the Geneva Convention to target civilian and cultural sites. On March 1st, a Russian airstrike hit Freedom Square in Kharkiv, killing civilians and injuring dozens of innocent people. On March 1st, a Russian missile hit the location of the Babin Yar Holocaust Memorial Site, a place where thousands of Jewish people were killed between 1941 and 1943. And on March 3rd, 47 civilians were killed when Russia hit 2 schools, apartment buildings, injuring countless others. This is clearly a violation of the Geneva Convention. We've also witnessed the attack of medical units. On March 9th, Russian forces bombed a maternity and children's hospital in the city of Mariupol. The world watched as a pregnant woman was being carried lifeless from the hospital wreckage on a stretcher. Both she and her child passed away. The World Health Organization has also confirmed several attacks on healthcare centers in the Ukraine, causing countless deaths and injuries. It is clearly a violation of the Geneva Convention to target nuclear facilities. On March 3rd, Ukrainian President Zelensky accused Russian forces of nuclear terror as Russian tanks shattered the nuclear blocks at the nuclear power station in the Ukraine. More than 3 million people are now refugees that have fled the Ukraine, Madam Speaker. Each day in the Ukraine, more than 70,000 children have become refugees. That accounts for 55 children fleeing the country every minute. There have been over 2,000 civilian casualties in the country, and thousands upon thousands of people have been injured. And yesterday, the International Court of Justice overwhelmingly found that Russia must immediately suspend its unlawful military invasion of the Ukraine. It is clear, Madam Speaker, that Vladimir Putin and the Russian government have committed war crimes. They've invaded a sovereign nation and attacking the very core of liberty and democracy. We must hold them accountable and do all we can to support the brave Ukrainians fighting for their freedom. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. When America projects weakness on the international stage, everyday Americans suffer. We know this. We're told this daily. But many everyday Americans feel that geopolitics is far removed from their lives. So let's answer the question. What does it cost for America to be weak on the world stage? This cost is manifest at the pumps every day with 42% higher prices. It's shown as food prices soar. Meat, poultry, and eggs are all up over 10%. Our weakness abroad produces hardships at home. If we lose our role as the world reserve currency, your buying power, your savings, and your property value could all sink to historic lows. The preeminence of American currency has dominated the global landscape for decades, providing stability as the international bedrock of financial transactions and arrangements. We are the world's reserve currency. We are the standard. But that great financial heritage is slipping away. Our children may soon call the world reserve currency by another name. Perhaps they will know it as the yuan. The geopolitical ramifications of devalued and discarded American currency would not only signal a shift in financial confidence in the United States, it would dissolve our standing among global superpowers. We are witnessing the death rattle of Pax Americana, meaning the era of American peace we've enjoyed in the world for decades. America could lose a war with China without a single shot ever being fired if our dollar continues to be perpetually devalued. Permanent Washington's decision makers, most of whom are over 30 to 50 years my senior, have clearly either not taken the time to sit and consider the cost of, or worse, simply ignored how hyperinflation is rotting the superiority of our nation's currency and dragging with it young families, blue-collar workers, and the great American middle class. American strength and leadership has been the driving force of peace for the last half-century. Nations unified behind the stability of the U.S. dollar, in large part because we backed our greenbacks with gold, substance, not fluff. We were the manufacturers of the world. The shift from a gold standard to a fiat currency began to starve America's financial preeminence. You cannot inflate gold, but you can print money out of thin air. When a currency is built on nothing but paper, it literally grows on trees. With this dramatic shift, America's leverage on the world stage began to slip away. There can be no globalism when America refuses to relinquish its position as the preeminent currency. Countries also think twice before incurring the wrath of the United States when their own financial stability is tied to the endurance of our monetary system. But instead, our inflated, hollow monetary systems have given way to fantastical foreign policy. We have surrendered our financial security as the superpowers of the world wait eagerly in the wings. Our collapse signals their emergence. Saudi Arabia, which has exclusively sold its oil using US dollars, is now considering selling oil for the Chinese yuan. The Chinese Communist Party has been posturing for years to topple the dollar with their tender. When the US dollar falls, America will no longer remain the dominant on the world stage, and peace will end. It's already happening. Vladimir Putin has illegally and immorally invaded Ukraine. The world is coming unraveled as our tender's resilience plummets. But I'm sure you're asking yourselves at home, does this have to happen? In short, the answer is no. We can reclaim the mantle of financial excellence we once held. We can become the leader of the world again without having to expend the lives of young Americans. Stooping to military interventionism is the goal of the war hawks here in Congress, who are bought and paid for by those who stand to profit from forever wars. If we are wise and shrewd, we can avoid ever needing to put boots on the ground to ensure peace. We can do this by dominating the world's economy. To bring peace without bloodshed is actually quite simple. The key is to immediately reduce gas prices and energy prices by drilling the hell out of the Permian Basin and by granting every lease and incentivizing all necessary infrastructure atop the Bakken Shale. Furthermore, we should aggressively onshore manufacturing back to America, dominate the world market on precious minerals, and stop shipping our jobs overseas. A strong American economy creates a strong U.S. currency. When America sits atop the world, peace will continue. Tyrants of the world like Putin and Xi Jinping will fear us when the only way to buy and sell energy is by using the U.S. dollar. It is our solemn responsibility to pass a peaceful and prosperous nation on to the next generation. We are the leaders of the world. It's time we start acting like it. Drill, baby, drill. America first now, and America first forever. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with the Ukrainian people who are facing a cruel and inhumane war of aggression from a tyrant, Vladimir Putin. I also stand in solidarity with my Ukrainian American constituents whose friends and families are in harm's way. We must address this war with courage, foresight, and humility. I am appalled by the extraordinary cruelty of Putin's war. I am also moved by the courage of the Ukrainians and also by the courage of the anti-war protesters in Russia, risking 15 years in prison for speaking out against Putin's aggression. We must stand unified with the Ukrainian people. But even as we stand with the Ukrainian people, we must avoid the knee-jerk calls to make this conflict even worse. One thing we should have learned throughout our history is that policy decisions we make simply based on fear or rage rarely end well. Increasingly, we are hearing voices calling for the United States and NATO to enter into war with Russia. For the most part, they are not saying this directly. They are using euphemisms like no-fly zone. A no-fly zone is not simply declared. It must be militarily enforced. As the president said, a no-fly zone would mean the United States entering the war. It would mean the beginning of World War III. We must reject this completely. The stakes are incredibly high. There has never been on this earth a war between two or more nuclear powers. And there is a reason for this. Even in the madness of the Cold War, leaders around the world understood that nuclear war would mean the annihilation of humanity. There are voices now that are shockingly casual about the risk of nuclear war. I'm asking the American people, do not believe them. Do not believe them when they tell you to keep it, it's going to be limited. Do not believe them when they tell you nuclear winter isn't real, or it isn't that bad. They don't know that. They can't know that. Aside from the very real risk of nuclear escalation, we have placed the strictest sanctions in history on Russia with no clear off-ramps or criteria for lifting them. What is clear is that broad-based sanctions will be devastating for civilians. What is less clear is that Putin or his inner circle will be hurt or deterred by them. As Secretary Albright told me in a committee in 2019, I quote, "We have learned that comprehensive sanctions hurt the people. Collective punishment is a moral evil, especially when it is authorized with no end in sight. The embargo in Cuba has been in place for over 60 years. It has caused incredible human suffering. It has not produced its intended outcome. Maximum pressure sanctions on Iran and Venezuela have made it hard for people living in those countries to buy food and medicine, but it has done nothing to weaken their governments. We also know that there are a number of countries who depend on Russia and Ukraine for their food supplies. Russia and Ukraine produce 1/3 of the world's wheat. Already, there are reports that countries are refusing to export their own food supplies for fear of shrinking supply. There is a very real chance that this war, our sanctions, could lead to famine in places like Sudan, which imports half of its wheat from Russia. The Russian people did not choose this war, and the Sudanese people certainly did not. Our policies should not punish them. I don't support broad-based sanctions on any country, adversary or ally. They are economic warfare, and we should all oppose them like we oppose military actions. Madam Speaker, this war was sparked by greed, imperialism, and dehumanization. We must lead with humanity. Let us not just stand with the people of Ukraine who are giving their lives fighting off a cruel war of conquest, but also the brave Russian dissidents who are risking their own lives to stand up to Putin. Let's stand for a world where the rule of law
The gentlelady's
is respected,
time has expired.
human rights abusers face justice, and we see each other first and foremost as fellow humans. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Bearden High School Lady Bulldogs basketball team for winning their first Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association title in program history. Bearden won the Class 4A state championship game on March 12th, defeating the Farragut Lady Admirals by a score of 52-34. Both teams reached the state tournament after a season's worth of perseverance and teamwork. The Lady Bulldogs compiled 36 wins during the regular season, while the Lady Admirals won 39 games. In the state tournament, Bearden and Farragut sailed through the quarterfinals and semifinals to set up a clash with each other in the championship game. It was the 5th time these two teams met during the season. This was a historic matchup, Madam Speaker. Neither Bearden nor Farragut had appeared in girls' state championships games before that. It also marked the first time two Knox County schools competed against each other in the state championship game. Regardless of the winner of this game, Knox County would have its first girls basketball state championship team since the Austin East Roadrunners won it all in 2007. As a Bearden High School alumni, I'm excited that my Lady Bulldogs were victorious in the championship, but I represent both these communities in Congress. The Lady Admirals should be proud of what they achieved this year, and I'm happy to recognize Farragut for an incredibly successful season. Both squads did an excellent job representing East Tennessee in the state tournament. Congratulations to the girls and their coaches, and go Bulldogs. And Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the University of Tennessee basketball programs on making their respective 2022 NCAA tournaments. By punching their tickets to the big dance, both the men's and women's teams built on UT's athletics' long history of college basketball success. The University of Tennessee is the only school to qualify for every women's NCAA tournament. The women's program is making its 40th straight, Madam Speaker, NCAA tournament appearance after winning 23 contests during the regular season. Competing as the number 4 seed in the Wichita region, the Lady Volunteers won't need to travel far for their first game of the tournament. Thompson Bowling Arena will host it in Knoxville. This venue will be the first for this year's competition, which is the Lady Volunteers will take on the Buffalo Bulls on March 19th. On the men's side, the Volunteers defeated the Texas A&M Aggies last Saturday to win the 2022 Southeastern Conference Tournament Championship. It's not in my notes, but I do want to note, since Representative Barr might be watching this, that we also defeated Kentucky very handily also. This is the 5th tournament championship in program history and first since 1979. The team earned the number 3 seed in the South region for its regular season performance and faces the Longwood Lancers in the first round this afternoon in Indianapolis, Indiana. I wish the best to Lady Volunteers head coach Kelly Harper and the men's volunteer head coach Rick Barnes, all their players, coaches, and support as they compete in this year's NCAA basketball tournament. I was also an alumni of the University of Tennessee, and I still have 4 years of eligibility left in basketball. Go Vols! Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Buddy's Barbecue, a local favorite in East Tennessee and one of my local favorites as well. My mama and daddy and I used to always eat there after church on Sunday, and it was always delicious. And I ate there with my best friend Chris Haggerty last week, and it was still delicious. And it was very price conscious, I'll say. It's not too expensive. Buddy and Lemuriel Smothers dreamed of opening a restaurant that served quality home-style barbecue with classic Southern hospitality. In 1972, they made that dream a reality by opening the first Buddy's Barbecue in Knoxville, and it quickly became a hit. Crowds packed into the restaurant to enjoy Lemuriel's delicious recipes, which are still on the menu today, and listen to the wonderful bluegrass bands that played on Friday nights. I remember a band called Knoxville Grass used to play there, and I would sing a little bit of the tunes here, but I don't want to run everybody off. or be called out. 10 years later, of course, Buddy's Barbecue was featured at the 1982 World's Fair in Knoxville, where I worked at the always very loud and impressive Video Expo. After appearing at the fair, though, the word spread far and wide that Buddy's Barbecue was outstanding. The restaurant became a barbecue staple in Tennessee and a reputation that it's maintained for the past 40 years. Complementing the outstanding food at Buddy's Barbecue are the restaurant's charitable efforts in our community. The restaurant launched Buddy's Race for the Cure to honor Buddy after he died of cancer in 1992 and supported Alzheimer's Tennessee in honor of the memorial. It also hosts Mission Mondays and supports local schools, regional nonprofits, and the University of Tennessee. Additionally, Buddy's Barbecue will provide catering and support for the Congressional Medal of Honor Society's annual gathering to honor all the living Medal of Honor recipients. This event is again being held in Knoxville this year for the second time. Buddy's will provide classic Southern hospitality. I want to say congratulations to the entire Smothers family, my good friend Anthony and Lisa Edwards, Mark and Jamie Lemoncelli, and everyone involved in making Buddy's Barbecue a wonderful success these past 50 years. And it is good. If y'all ever get to Knoxville, please stop in. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
All right, thank you very much. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Vladimir Putin's horrific war against the Ukrainian people has all of us talking about how to prevent him and other oil-rich autocrats like him from being able to afford to commit these heinous acts in the future. It's also all of a sudden made everybody in this town an energy expert, so I'm here to set the record straight about a few things. One, Russia is a petrostate. Fossil fuels are funding Putin's war crimes against the Ukrainian people. Fossil fuels are funding Putin's assault on democracy. Fossil fuels are funding the demise of post-World War II stability in Europe. Putin's power comes from fossil fuels and our world's dependence on them. Two, you cannot end an addiction by increasing the supply. No amount of increased fossil fuel extraction in the United States, which I should note would take years, can take away Russia's influence on the global energy market. Since fossil fuels are a global commodity, as long as we depend on them, Americans will continue to be subject to wild price fluctuations based on the whims of petro-dictators. Three, when the fossil fuel industry and the conservative politicians they bankroll go on television claiming the solution to the pain you are feeling at the pump today is to drill more in the U.S., they are lying to you. They are lying in a cynical attempt to take advantage of a tragic situation to line their own pocketbooks. You deserve the truth. The truth is that there is only one long-term solution to stop funding oil-rich autocrats and insulate Americans from energy price inflation. Double down on our transition to cleaner, cheaper, domestically produced renewable energy and energy efficiency. The horror that we are seeing in Ukraine makes it abundantly clear that clean energy isn't just necessary to protect against climate devastation. Preventing wars, protecting our national security demands investments in clean energy. American energy independence demands investments in clean energy. Lowering cost demands investments in clean energy. Every day we fail to reach an agreement on the baseline climate investments that were passed in the House is a day that the Americans pay the price at the pumps and oil-rich autocrats profit. That's why I've led nearly 90 of my House colleagues in calling on President Biden to lead a climate restart to reconciliation negotiations, centering the cost-saving clean energy investments as the path forward to deliver tangible results to the American people. This is a code red moment, and it cannot wait any longer. Madam Speaker, sexual assault is common among female students of all ages, races, and ethnicities. On college campuses, 1 in 5 women in college experiences sexual assault. Studies show that students are at the highest risk of sexual assault in the first few months of their first and second semesters in college. This is unacceptable. Every woman everywhere has the right to live free from abuse. This is why it was so important to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act, and I'm proud that we finally passed that reauthorization into law in our omnibus package. But we also have to ensure that women who are at risk have trained, trusted professionals who they can reach out to when they are at risk. That's why I was pleased to introduce and see included in the final package my amendment to ensure that appropriate campus faculty, such as academic advisors or professionals who deal with students on a daily basis, are trained to recognize victims of sexual or domestic violence. We have to ensure that our campuses are equipped with the tools and knowledge to combat violence against women. If you are sexually assaulted, your experience is valid. It's not your fault, and you are not alone. Please know there's a community of people rallying ready and willing to believe you, trust you, and support you. Madam Speaker, there's an iron rule of investing. Unless you are Warren Buffett or have access to insider information, you won't make money trying to outsmart the market. Invest in mutual funds and index funds to build your wealth. And yet, according to a recent New York Times article, members of Congress are not only buying and selling a lot of individual stocks, but we consistently outperform the market. I don't see Warren Buffett here, nor do I see a lot of people with long track records of successful stock picking before they came to Congress. But I do see a lot of people with access to a lot of inside information. Who knows when we're about to change our defense contracts or invest in domestic semiconductor capacity, update our antitrust laws, or buy vaccines, and have the ability to trade on that inside information. Our responsibilities as members of Congress are a trust from the voters. Ethics matters. That's why I don't personally own or trade individual stocks, and I encourage every member of Congress to stop trading stocks immediately. Even the appearance of impropriety by one member cheapens us all. That's why I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Ban Conflicted Trading Act, which would bar members of Congress and senior congressional staff from buying or selling individual stocks and other investments, and from serving on any corporate boards while in office. We owe it to the American people to pass that bill and sign it into law. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to address America's energy crisis and the administration's continued assault on American-made energy that has killed jobs, increased our dependency on foreign oil, and most recently jeopardized our national security. Just 1 year ago, our country was comfortably meeting our energy needs, and we were a net exporter of energy for the first time in 50 years. However, this administration's leadership, or lack thereof, under their leadership or lack thereof, we have dramatically increased our dependence on foreign oil, sent gas prices sky high, and increased heating bills during the winter. Instead of turning America's own energy sector into an industry that can meet our own energy needs and continue to make us independent, this administration is asking countries like Iran and Venezuela to compensate for the ban on Russian imports and ignoring American energy producers. In doing so, the administration is prioritizing oil produced by dictators over American energy producers who support jobs and businesses here at home. I urge the administration to flip the switch and reduce our dependence on foreign energy by increasing production of oil and gas at home. We can do this. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to legislation that I've been working on with Representative Diana DeGette from Colorado called the VALID Act, a bipartisan, bicameral solution to modernize and streamline diagnostic testing through establishing a risk-based framework for review and approval of laboratory-developed tests or in vitro diagnostic tests. Many of you might be thinking, why does this matter? Well, let me tell you. Right now in America, laboratory-developed tests are not regulated for clinical or analytical accuracy. This is a problem. CMS and FDA have both told us that this is so. They do not regulate these tests. Every single day, there's a new story of inaccuracy of these diagnostic tests that can be life-changing and life-altering with severe consequences. As a doctor, it breaks my heart to hear of situations where, for example, a young woman falsely tests positive for a potential risk for cancer, takes preventive action to save her life, potentially, and irreversible action that might prevent her from ever having more children, only to find out the test was falsely positive and inaccurate. A recent article in the New York Times outlined the inaccuracy of some prenatal diagnostic blood tests, which were very inaccurate. This may lead to potential life-changing medical decisions based on these false results. It's absolutely devastating. If passed, the VALID Act would protect patients and save lives by ensuring Americans can rely on the test results they receive, while also allowing leading-edge development and innovation to thrive in our hospitals and laboratories. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in memory of Kathy J. Sackman, a pioneer in the labor movement as well as a registered nurse and founder of the United Nurses Associations of California, Union of Healthcare Professionals. I had the honor of serving with Kathy when I was her political director for a number of years. And she was a nurse's nurse. She was a frontline nurse who worked in critical care units that saw that the diverse treatment and the adverse treatment of nurses led to worse outcome for patients. She started in Pittsburgh and then moved to California, and she was a registered nurse in Fontana. And I asked her simply one day, why did you start the United Nurses Association of California, Union of Healthcare Professionals? And she said simply, I saw that the nurses were being treated very differently than the doctors. We didn't even have dental, and they did. She said it seemed small then, but it was something big because it represented just the fact that nurses, people that work in healthcare, didn't even get the proper benefits that they deserved. They also they decided to organize. That organization now is 32,000 strong, representing not only registered nurses, but also nurse midwives. It is something that she left a living legacy that will continue for years to come. One of the things that we tried to remind people, she told me, is that the wins that we have achieved tend to be forgotten over the years. That the pay for nurses, that the staffing ratio for nurses, that the way nurses are viewed today has always been so. And she said that that was not always the case. And that's why they fought to organize, they fought for their patients. But she also understood that if you don't treat the nurses well, then the patients are not treated well. If you have 10 patients for one nurse, well, there's no way that those patients can get the quality care that they deserve. So she led, as well as other nurses, for the fight for staffing ratios in California that have improved the outcomes for patients across not only Southern California, where she started the nurses union, but throughout the entire state and the country. One of the things that she was always proud of is that she always put members first, nurses first, the community first, the hospital first, because she knew if the hospital did well, that the nurses will do well. If the nurses do well, patients do well. So this is something that was impressive. Quick story, we organized a hospital of nurses at a particular hospital, and when we opened up the hospital's books, they were flat broke. They were every night, a creditor would swipe their bank accounts, take all the money that was owed to them, and they would never have enough money to put into patient care or to keep them whole. So what she made an agreement with the nurses, we're going to help save this hospital. She worked with the parent union of this union called AFSCME International, a Republican member of Congress, a Democratic senator, to get the bridge funding necessary to help that hospital stay afloat. It was a safety net hospital, and told them that you would only, once we get that hospital stabilized, their finances are better, and we can get you a raise, then you will pay more than paid dues. At that point, they were only paying $5 in dues. That's unheard of. But that's because she knew that in the end, you had to get that hospital to a place that was financially stable, that was stable for the patients, and was stable for the people that worked there. In the end, she helped save a hospital that was in a low-income community. It was a working-class community, and a community that I grew up in, Riverside, California. She will always have a lasting legacy as long as we continue to fight for patients, for nurses, and for our communities. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will yield back. Just want to also mention that she is survived by 2 surviving sons, Monty and Michael, and an extended family. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today in recognition of Women's History Month, I rise to honor 3 incredible women from Central Washington. Shannon Polson of the Methow Valley became one of the first women combat pilots in the U.S. military. After graduating from the University of Alaska ROTC, she was commissioned as an Army aviator and was one of the first women to fly the Apache attack helicopter. She served 2 tours as an Apache platoon leader and one as a company commander, deploying to 3 continents. Kathy Bryson of Richland is a Pacific Northwest Disaster Response Coordinator for the United Methodist Church. Kathy has provided the overall leadership for recovery from fire disasters in Okanagan and Whitman counties over the last 2 years, as well as for the wildfire disasters in Oregon and Northern California. Kayla Barron of Richland was not only a member of the first class of women commissioned into the submarine community for the U.S. Navy as a submarine warfare officer, but is currently serving as mission specialist of the NASA SpaceX Crew 3 mission to the International Space Station. In fact, just yesterday morning, she successfully completed a spacewalk. She's accomplished much since graduating from Richland High, and you can bet that we are all rooting for her every step of the way. These women exemplify the very best of Central Washington: service to community, determination, integrity, and grit. They have paved the way for women in our communities and across the world. Their stories are an inspiration for all of us in Central Washington, and it is a privilege to honor them during Women's History Month. Madam Speaker, today I rise to congratulate National Potato Council's newly elected president and fellow Central Washingtonian, Mr. Jared Balcom. Jared is the owner of a 4th-generation potato growing and fresh packing company, Balcom & Moe, based in Pasco, Washington. So he knows firsthand the challenges our Central Washington producers face and how to best address them. I've had the pleasure of working with and getting to know Jared over the years and know that he is well equipped to advocate for the potato farmers who provide so many jobs and boost our local economy. Congratulations, Jared, on this new role. I look forward to continuing to work together to advance our shared goals of modernizing water infrastructure, improving trade agreements, supporting agricultural research, and fixing our agricultural labor crisis. Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor one of Central Washington's veterans, Clifton Malm of Omak. Clifton served our country honorably as a helicopter pilot in Vietnam and risked his life to protect his fellow service members. His courage earned him a Purple Heart, which unfortunately he never received until just now. While it may be just a small piece of metal, it represents what I believe is the gratitude of a truly thankful nation. Clifton, thank you for your service, for your continued dedication to the United States of America. Your story is a reminder to all of us of the sacrifices the men and women in our armed forces make every single day. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Be thou our vision, O Lord of our hearts. Nothing else matters to us save that you are. You are our best thought, by day or by night, waking or sleeping, your presence, our light. Be thou our wisdom, yours our true word. We ever with you and you with us, Lord. You and you always, first in our heart, O King of glory, our treasure thou art. In you, O Lord, is any victory won. Rule in us, reign in us, thy will be done. Heart of our own hearts, whatever befall, still be our vision, O ruler of all. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I wish to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is my honor today to recognize Jewish Family Services and join them in celebrating their 150th anniversary. From their founding in 1872, Jewish Family Services has always adapted to meet the moment time and time again. They helped resettle Holocaust survivors in the wake of World War II, opened a group for individuals with disabilities in the 1980s, and formed an employment services department in 2021. In the last year alone, Jewish Family Services helped over 25,000 individuals stand strong against COVID-19 and even became a temporary Afghan refugee resettlement agency for Afghans looking to start new lives in the Denver metro area. For 150 years, our community has made a better and more inclusive place to live because of the thousands of volunteers who have pulled upon their faith to serve our community and improve the lives of others. I congratulate and thank Jewish Family Services for their service to our community and look forward to what the next 150 years will bring. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move and ask consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During a Monday address to the Ukrainian people, President Vladimir Zelensky made a direct appeal to soldiers of Russia, asking, "Why should you die?" Zelensky said, "We hear that what you really think about this senseless war." Then telling those who surrender, "We will treat you the way the people are supposed to be treated and not how you are being treated in your army." Today, Putin declared war on the Russian people. His call for self-cleansing is a repeat of the murderous Stalinist purges leading to Soviet socialist non-persons who disappeared. Also today, I will be offering legislation for expedited refugee status to America for defecting members of the Duma, diplomatic personnel, and Russian government officials. This reinforces the bipartisan legislation for Russian military defectors for expedited refugee status to America, and the defectors who turn over equipment to Ukraine will receive up to $100,000. I've also placed a bill in Congress for a bus to President Zelensky to be placed in the U.S. Capitol. God bless Ukraine. God save Ukraine. Long live President Vladimir Zelensky.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of George Nettles. A Pittsburgh native, Pittsburgh, Kansas native, and U.S. Army veteran, George attended Pittsburgh High School, graduated from the University of Kansas, had a successful career in the private sector, and went on to serve as the chair of the Kansas Republican Party. At a time when many Americans in their 50s would start to slow down, George was just speeding up. George and his wife Josie lived a full life of travel and adventure and raised a beautiful family. To top it all off, at the age of 84, George joined his grandson Jack in a 10,000-foot tandem jump. Beyond teaching me important lessons about being grateful for those that help you, George has personally inspired me and many others to live a life of service to others. That's what George did, whether it was the community of Pittsburgh, Southeast Kansas, the state of Kansas, or to our great nation. George put the well-being of others before himself. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Rising gas prices and skyrocketing inflation are having major impacts on small businesses. In Hyco, Texas, Mac Chapman of the Chapman Cattle Company said it best: "We see smaller revenue and return on our products when prices of gas increase, and it may be the death of small businesses, ranchers, and farmers as we know it." Chapman Cattle Company is one of the many small businesses that are struggling to keep up with record high gas prices due to President Biden's anti-energy agenda. Democrats continue to ignore Main Street's plea to get gas prices down and inflation under control. Small businesses weathered tough economic conditions throughout the pandemic, only to be met with Biden's Green New Deal agenda that threatens everybody and all communities forever, frankly. I will continue to fight for small businesses and work to get the government out of our lives and let the free market people compete and do great things. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a dedicated leader in the Permian Basin, from Odessa College President and Dr. Gregory Williams. Dr. Williams began his educational career in 1983 as a student at Odessa College, later attending the University of Texas Permian Basin, earning his doctorate in higher education from Baylor University. And in 2007, Dr. Williams returned to the Permian Basin to serve as president of Odessa College. His impressive career has garnered local, state, and national attention as both the chairman of the Texas Association of Community Colleges and as a member of the board of directors and the executive board of the American Association of Community Colleges. He continually dedicates his time for the advocacy of community colleges and underrepresented communities. Thanks to Dr. Williams' stewardship, Odessa College has become one of the most impactful educational institutions in the nation. And not only did his leadership earn Odessa College national recognition as a nationally ranked top community college, but his tenure as president saw enrollment increase by 35% and the number of degrees awarded by an incredible 197%. I'd like to thank my colleague from Illinois for also representing the achievements of Dr. Williams. He's a fierce advocate of community colleges, and I speak for the entire community in sincerely thanking Dr. Williams for his commitment to the Permian Basin and to higher education. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to demand a vote on H.J. Res. 72, a Congressional Review Act resolution that would end the CDC's mask mandate for airlines, trains, buses, and other public transportation hubs. Tuesday night, the Senate voted in a rare bipartisan manner to end these mandates in what even CNN called a bipartisan rebuke of the Biden administration policy. States and cities, big and small, across the country have ended or are in the process of ending their mask mandates at schools, basketball games, and even crowded restaurants. Thousands of fans will pack arenas in the coming days to cheer on their teams during March Madness, for example. And at these games, they rightly won't be required to wear a mask. But as soon as they step onto a plane, a bus, a train, or even a metro, unelected bureaucrats at the direction of President Biden have decreed that masks must be put on and must be worn. So it's past time for this unscientific mask mandate to be ended. I'm calling on Speaker Pelosi to hold a vote on repealing this mask mandate. Americans want their lives back, and it's time to vote. And I yield back.
This is the member from Georgia seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today to address the House to discuss why we need to focus on our country first. We are seeing rapidly rising inflation. It's completely out of control. Now, while in Congress and here in the Washington bubble that's disconnected with the rest of America, all we're hearing is potential war with Russia over the country of Ukraine. Ukraine is not a NATO member ally, and President Biden had told them that we would be only standing with our NATO member allies. All we're hearing on the news is Ukraine, but yet here in America, what real Americans care about is gas prices they can't afford, inflation that goes up and up to where grocery bills are unaffordable, and they're very concerned about our out-of-control open border. Crime is out of control, but yet Washington is completely disconnected and seems to care more about sending our sons and daughters to a potential war where they do not belong. So I would like to urge my colleagues here in Congress, instead of working on a future COVID bill, spending billions of dollars on COVID that doesn't exist, let's care about our border and let's care about working to have energy independence to lower gas prices for Americans. Thank you.
Gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition.
Unanimous consent that I address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the member is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the best college basketball team not in a bracket this weekend. The Bellarmine Knights did what no team has done before, winning a Division I championship just 2 years removed from Division II, a title that should come with a big dance invitation. Instead, this Cinderella story was cut short by an NCAA that, as it often does, played wicked stepmother, upholding a bizarre rule preventing teams elevating too quickly from D2 to championship contender. Who they think they're serving, I don't know, but they cannot take away the Knights' extraordinary achievements or the pride they brought their school and hometown. They entered the season as afterthoughts and finished as ASUN champions and just the 10th team since 2007 to win 20 games against a top 5 schedule. The incredible feat for the players is a triumph for Coach Scotty Davenport, who's won championships in Louisville for 35 years at every level and seems like he could for 35 more. Scotty noted that each season ends with just 2 teams left standing, the NCAA and NIT champs. This year, the season ends with 3. So please join me in honoring the Bellarmine Knights, the first NCAA team to finish this basketball season as champions. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 979, I call up H.R. 963, the Forced Arbitration Injustice Repeal Act, or the FAIR Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 198, H.R. 963, a bill to amend Title IX of the United States Code with respect to arbitration.
Pursuant to House Resolution 979, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-34 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate, it shall be in order to consider the further amendment printed in House Report 117-273 if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be considered read, shall be separately debatable for the same time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, and shall not be subject to demand for a division of the question. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 963.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 963, the Forced Arbitration and Injustice Repeal Act, or the FAIR Act, is critical legislation that would restore access to justice for millions of Americans who are currently locked out of the court system and are forced to settle their disputes against companies in a private system of arbitration that is often skewed in the company's favor over the individual. Private arbitration has been transformed by 40 years of reckless Supreme Court decisions from a voluntary forum for companies to resolve commercial disputes into a legal nightmare for millions of consumers, employees, and others who are forced into arbitration and are unable to enforce certain fundamental rights in court. By burying a forced arbitration clause deep in the fine print of take-it-or-leave-it consumer and employment contracts, companies can evade the court system, where plaintiffs have far greater legal protections, and hide wrongdoing behind the one-sided process that is tilted in their favor. For example, arbitration generally limits discovery, does not adhere to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, can prohibit class actions, which it almost always does, and deny the right of appeal. Worse yet, arbitration allows the proceedings, and often even the results, to stay secret, thereby permitting companies to avoid public scrutiny of potential misconduct. For millions of workers and consumers, the precondition, whether they know it or not, of obtaining a basic service or product, such as a bank account, a cell phone, a credit card, or even a job, is that they must sign a non-negotiable contract that includes a provision requiring all disputes to be resolved in private arbitration. These take-it-or-leave-it contracts, which were once clearly disfavored under the law, now seem to have been blessed by the Supreme Court as standard operating procedure in the corporate world. That means for millions of people, the ability to enforce consumer, labor, antitrust, and civil rights laws are subject to the whims of a private arbitrator, often selected by the companies themselves. These private arbitrators are not required to provide plaintiffs any of the fundamental protections guaranteed in the courts, and their further employment can depend on building a good reputation with the companies that hire them. Unsurprisingly, arbitration has become a virtual get-out-of-jail-free card many companies use to circumvent the basic rights of consumers and workers. The FAIR Act reverses this disastrous trend by prohibiting the enforcement of forced arbitration clauses in consumer, labor, antitrust, and civil rights disputes. Importantly, this legislation does not preclude both parties from agreeing to arbitrate a claim after a dispute arises. It does, however, prevent unsuspecting consumers and employees from being forced to give up their right to seek justice in court. Last month, Congress came together in a bipartisan fashion to prohibit forced arbitration clauses in suits concerning sexual harassment and sexual assault. Watching that legislation be signed into law was a proud moment for many of us in this chamber. This bill simply extends the same basic fairness in that bill to other workers and consumers. That bipartisan bill, which gathered, as I recall, about 130 Republican votes, is exactly the same as this bill, only limited in its application. Every argument for that bill is an argument for this bill. This bill simply extends the same basic fairness in that bill, as I said, to other workers and consumers. I thank the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for his leadership on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this vital legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 963. There's nothing fair about the FAIR Act. The bill will undermine Americans' freedom to contract, will burden the judicial system, both federal and all states in the country, and restrict access to justice. This bill will ban arbitration agreements across nearly all contracts. It outlaws arbitration agreements in employment disputes, consumer disputes, antitrust disputes, and civil rights disputes. It outlaws arbitration agreements with respect to not only big, huge corporations, but the most humble businesses and parties in the country, those that I served in my law practice. Democrats propose that arbitration is bad for Americans, but it has been a fixture of our legal landscape for almost 100 years. They claim that arbitration is forced. Both of their claims are wrong. Arbitration has many benefits. It is more efficient and faster than going to court. The rules are not nearly as arcane. Injured parties get their relief sooner and they spend less money along the way. Plaintiffs in employment and consumer disputes, according to studies, actually win more in arbitration than they do in court. They get more money in arbitration. They win more often in arbitration. Democrats know that arbitration has plenty of benefits. How do you know this? Because in this very bill, Democrats have carved out their union friends from the mandates of this bill. In other words, if the bill becomes law, powerful unions and no one else can still use these valuable agreements vis-a-vis individuals. This carve-out also tells us that Democrats know there is no such thing as forced arbitration. Agreements that are truly forced are already illegal under existing law in every state in the country. People are no more forced to agree to an arbitration provision than they are to agree to any other provision of a contract. The bill instead bans private parties from knowingly and willingly agreeing on a process to resolve future disputes. It tells Americans, no matter how informed or sophisticated they may be, that they can't be trusted to manage their own relationships by agreeing in advance to the means of resolution to be used in the event of a dispute. Our Democrat colleagues seem to believe that Americans can't be trusted to think for themselves. Big government needs to tell them what to do. Their freedom to contract should be restricted by the wisdom from Washington. Democrats argue that this bill is no big deal because parties can still decide to use arbitration after a dispute arises. But that never happens in practice for much the same reason that many disputes go to court and are resolved outside of a jury. About 1% to 2% actually go all the way. The decision to get into a lawsuit is not always purely rational, taken from all points of view, often affected by tempers that are different once the dispute has arisen than when the parties are considering it the position of cool judgment in advance. Their incentives change after a dispute has arisen. And people will pick a strategy to resolve that dispute at that time. They won't necessarily be looking for a process then that's good for both parties, for many reasons. When you're immersed in a dispute, there's also a greater chance that a lawyer that you may have retained would have an incentive to direct you in the direction of litigation rather than arbitration. And those incentives certainly won't necessarily be consistent with a faster and cheaper alternative. Rather than helping the little guy stand up to big companies, This bill will take the option to arbitrate off the table for everybody and put more money in the pockets of trial lawyers, most especially plaintiffs' class action trial lawyers. The bill will force more people into court. They'll pay more and possibly recover less. But it will also force some people out of the justice system altogether. Some people will be unable to pay for an expensive lawsuit, or they may have a claim so small that it is only practicable for them to bring it themselves, which arbitration facilitates. And let's be clear, too. The surge in new lawsuits hurts employment. It hurts businesses, keeps them from being able to afford to hire more people. It will raise their costs at the worst possible time, when they're already dealing with supply chain problems and record inflation caused by failed Democrat policies. And not only by prohibiting the use of arbitration going forward, but by retroactively eliminating it, rendering it null and void in millions of contracts already outstanding right now, at this point in our life of our nation, when we have 8% inflation. Another constraint on the supply chain imposed by Democrat policy. Everyone should be sounding the alarm on this blatant overreach. At the end of the day, this bill curries favor with the plaintiffs' bar and union bosses, and it does so at the expense of hardworking Americans and small businesses especially. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 963, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just want to correct something Mr. Bishop said. This bill does not ban arbitration. It bans forced arbitration. It bans the practice or the enforceability of the practice of having a provision in a contract that you sign to buy anything, or an employment contract, that you're forced, that is there, and that if you try to change it, they won't sell you the car, they won't sell you the cell phone, they won't hire you. So you have no choice. And that forced arbitration removes the constitutional right to trial by jury. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, a member of the Judiciary Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And thank Mr. Nadler for the time. This morning I went to a breakfast where I heard the thoughts of Ms. Sheila Bair. Ms. Bair is a Republican. She describes herself as a Midwest Republican who worked on Senator Dole's staff for 8 years. She's a former Assistant Secretary of the Treasury and a former head of the FDIC under Republican presidents. She said specifically, the problems with inflation in this country are worldwide. They are the supply chain, which is worldwide, caused by the pandemic in China and other problems. They are worldwide. So any more of this rhetoric about Biden and his problems with the supply chain, it's not Biden, it's a worldwide problem. The same thing for the price of oil. Yesterday in Judiciary Committee, we heard someone say it's Biden's fault that the price of oil has gone up. The price of oil is a worldwide market. President Biden's actions do not affect the worldwide market. It's supply and demand. We need to not hear these canards. And the same for this bill. This is, as Mr. Nadler said, forced arbitration. Mr. Johnson has been working on this for years, and I compliment him on his work and his success. This gives consumers a chance to get their cases heard and to get a rightful judgment, not be forced to take an arbitration that is always almost entirely pro-business. This is the difference between Republicans and Democrats. Democrats look out for people who have had injustice done to them and look for a way to correct it and give them equity. Republicans look to business who caused the harm and try to defend them and keep their pockets full. I support the bill. All American consumers would support the bill. I urge its passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The distinguished chairman of the committee offered to correct me by saying that the bill only prohibits forced arbitration. Said that was a correction, as if I misspoke as to facts. Let me read from the language of the bill. Notwithstanding any other provision of this title, no pre-dispute arbitration agreement or pre-dispute joint action waiver shall be valid or enforceable with respect to an employment dispute, consumer dispute, antitrust dispute, or civil rights dispute. The word forced was not in that language, Madam Speaker. It prohibits all pre-dispute arbitration agreements and post-joint action waivers. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my gracious colleague for yielding, though we do not hold the same position on this piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, when our fellow Americans get a cell phone contract, when they get cable, when they get internet, they are subject to forced arbitration. Virtually every single American lives under a forced arbitration provision today, and most do not know it. Do we really think that people have the ability to go negotiate against AT&T or Comcast, or in many cases, big businesses that employ a great deal of Americans? Of course they don't. And so what that means is that we have a two-tier system of dispute resolution. Regular folks got to show up at Article 3 courts that taxpayers fund to resolve their disputes. And meanwhile, oftentimes big business gets a concierge lane to be able to resolve matters in their favor, and oftentimes to preclude the resolution of a matter at all. Think about instances of wage theft, where big businesses could take just a little bit of money and not pay their employees. Well, an individual employee would have a very hard time getting a lawyer and making a case on that, and so they need the class action tool to be able to get redress for their grievances. The forced arbitration provisions that impair so many of our fellow Americans limit that class action tool, and then people end up getting really screwed in the process. I support the legislation. I'm proud to be the Republican lead, and it's my belief that if Article 3 courts funded by the taxpayers are good enough for the rest of us, they ought to be good enough for big business. I thank the gentleman for his indulgence, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Florida. And as I suggested earlier, if the bill were a matter only of big businesses, it would be a very different bill. But just as there's no limitation to forced arbitration agreements in the language of the bill, there is no limitation to arbitration agreements entered into between little guys and big companies. The very first appeal I ever took in a 30-year law practice in 1992 was in a case called Benish versus North Carolina Dance Theater, in which I represented a fledgling, very hard-pressed economically arts group in my hometown that had an employment dispute with a dancer who wanted to litigate. They had an arbitration agreement. It would have destroyed that organization financially to have to engage in extended and expensive litigation. This bill would have made the enforcement of that arbitration agreement unlawful. And it has nothing to do with big business. With that, Madam Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cicilline.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Madam Chair, I rise in strong support of H.R. 963, the FAIR Act, which prohibits the enforcement of forced arbitration clauses in consumer, employment, civil rights, and antitrust disputes. Buried deep within the fine print of almost every contract consumers sign are clauses that deprive hardworking Americans and small businesses of their day in court when they attempt to hold corporations accountable for breaking the law. We heard from lots of small businesses in support of this bill, no one claiming that they were required to have forced arbitration in order to remain successful. Forced arbitration protects systemic wrongdoing. Everyone is always allowed to have arbitration if they want to voluntarily once a dispute arises. This forces people to give up their right to have their claims heard. And most Americans don't even know they've given up that right because they're forced to sign contracts, and the fine print is a provision where you're waiving that right. When you get a phone, when you get cable, when you have internet service. This outrageous practice, as my colleague from Florida just described, is nothing short of a corporate takeover of our nation's system of justice, and it affects almost every single American. This private arbitration that's very expensive, that lasts a very long time, also lacks the procedural safeguards of our justice system. It's not subjected to to oversight. It doesn't have a judge. It doesn't have a jury. It's not bound by laws even passed by Congress or the states in which it occurs. But it's become a requirement of everyday life for tens of millions of consumers and workers who have to surrender their rights to hold wrongdoers accountable. These provisions require people to give up the right to have their claims heard in a court of law and to have that remedy that will prevent the wrongdoer from continuing. Think about someone bringing a family member, a loved one into a nursing home who doesn't have the opportunity to negotiate taking out that provision because someone they love is in desperate need of care. Or someone who, and I'll give you a real example, someone who's defending our country. The case of Lieutenant Commander Kevin Ziber, who testified in support of the FAIR Act in the last Congress. He served in the U.S. Navy Reserves since 2008. He was activated multiple times to serve in Afghanistan and Iraq. On the last day of his employment, they had a party for him, had a cake the shape of a flag. They celebrated him, and moments later, he was fired. And when he said to his employer, "You can't fire me. There's a federal statute that protects me," they said, sorry for you. You agreed to forced arbitration. You waived away your rights in your employment contract. And in the fine print, sure enough, there it was. And he testified at the hearing in 2019 that his case was in arbitration 7 years later. Nothing fast about that. And sadly, he said, and I quote, "This happens every day across America, not only to service members and veterans whose rights are violated, but also to working people and consumers of all backgrounds," end quote. The FAIR Act will ensure that what happened to Lieutenant Ziber and what happens to millions of other hardworking Americans never happens again. Let's restore justice to our justice system by getting rid of these pernicious, horrible, unfair provisions. And as I conclude, I just want to thank Congressman Johnson for his extraordinary leadership. He has been fighting to try to free the hardworking Americans and consumers and people who fight for our country from the bondage of forced arbitration clauses. And finally, we can do that today. Vote yes. Vote for the FAIR Act. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we still haven't heard an explanation for why this legislation deems it appropriate to eliminate arbitration for parties of all sizes. We keep hearing about the little guy versus the massive corporation. And even in that circumstance, of course, what we may be talking about is like the case from 2011, AT&T Mobility versus Concepcion, where the issue was people in California had bought cell phones. They'd been told to offer a free cell phone. But wasn't made clear that they'd have to pay the sales tax. They thought they had so it was a $5 claim per purchaser, and somebody wanted to bring, wealthy plaintiffs, class action lawyers wanted to bring a big lawsuit with tens of thousands of them. They might get a $5 coupon. The lawyers would buy a new jet. But that may be, in some circumstances, even the dispute with the big guy. But leave that aside. We still don't hear any explanation for why you're wiping out arbitration as a means that parties choose even if they're on equal bargaining power. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Madam Chair. And I just want to gently correct my colleague from North Carolina when he cited 8% inflation. On an annualized basis, we're seeing it being measured at 10% here. And I can understand the representative from Tennessee's sensitivity towards Biden inflation. Today we're here because the Democrats want to pass legislation that insults the intelligence of Americans. According to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the only people sophisticated enough to enter into arbitration agreements are unions. So they have exempted them from this bill. Convenient. This legislation prohibits pre-dispute arbitration agreements, which are fair, efficient, and effective way for consumers, workers, and businesses to settle disputes without costly and time-consuming litigation that mainly benefits the trial bar. This bill will also deprive Americans of an effective legal option while costing them more time and money. Pre-dispute arbitration agreements exist in many employment and consumer contracts today and are enforced like any other kind of contract. Arbitration is generally fair, often leads to better outcomes for workers, and does not keep claimants from simultaneously alerting the world to bad actors. Those agreements create a win-win situation for parties to contract in advance on a process for resolving future disputes. Courts accordingly uphold and enforce lawful agreements to arbitrate when disputes arise between parties, an approach consistent with the fundamental principle that arbitration is a matter of contract. This policy of individuals being free to contract has arguably long been a feature of American law. Existing law also permits courts to invalidate agreements under generally applicable contract defenses, such as fraud or duress. Some will argue that arbitration requires confidentiality. This is not true. The parties to the agreement always have a right to disclose details of the proceeding unless they have a separate confidentiality agreement. Nor does current law typically preclude a party from disclosing information obtained in the arbitration process or any resulting award. Arbitration is usually less expensive and faster than litigation.
The gentleman's time has expired.
30 more seconds.
Madam Chairman, I yield an additional minute.
Arbitration is usually less expensive and faster than litigation. It normally minimizes hostility, is less disruptive ongoing future business dealings, and is often more flexible. This legislation does not favor the American consumer. The only ones favored are the unions and the trial bar. This is not right for Americans, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on this unfair act. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee and the sponsor of this bill, Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman for the time today to speak on the FAIR Act, and I ask my fellow colleagues to vote yes on this bill. My colleagues and I on the other side of the aisle will disagree on much, but on one thing we can all agree, and that is the Constitution of the United States of America is a great document. At the beginning of that document is the preamble, and the first 17 words of the preamble read as follows: "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice," and then it goes on. But you can see at the very top, the ideal of the founders was to establish justice in this country. And so they went about the Constitution by giving power to the legislative branch in Article 1, to the executive branch in Article number 2, and to the judicial branch, the court system, to establish justice in Article 3. And then in the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution were the Bill of Rights for we the people, gave us our individual rights with the exception of Amendment 10, which gives the states all powers not reserved to the federal government. So, Bill of Rights, in the 7th Amendment to the Constitution, it guarantees the right to a jury trial, a trial by jury of one's peers, for any civil case where the amount in controversy exceeds $20 or more. That is still the law in this country. That is our Constitution. But the Supreme Court has seen fit to erode our freedoms insofar as a right to a jury trial by allowing corporations, employers to take away that right from people. That's forced arbitration. Gretchen Carlson with Fox News, when she came forward with her claims that she was fired because she resisted the demands of Roger Ailes to have sex with him, and she filed a civil rights action, she was met with the bar of a forced arbitration clause in the employment agreement that she signed. I was so happy, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, to attend a bill signing ceremony a couple of weeks ago at the White House where my colleague Sherry Bustos' legislation, the Ending Forced Arbitration in Sexual Assault and Sexual Harassment Cases Act, was signed into law. We need to go further. We just heard within the last couple of weeks of former coach Brian Flores of the Miami Dolphins, who filed a lawsuit against the Miami Dolphins and a couple of other clubs, alleging that, as well as the NFL, alleging that he had been discriminated against racially. He had been denied hiring opportunities and retention and compensation. He filed a complaint. He's met by the NFL with a arbitration clause. If it's good enough for sexual assault and sexual harassment cases, constitutional rights, those rights, that same ability needs to inure to those who have been aggrieved by racial discrimination and other types of discrimination. And consumers need to be allowed to assert their Seventh Amendment right when it comes to a dispute with a shop owner or shopkeeper. And so, additional 30 seconds.
I'll grant the gentleman an additional minute.
Thank you. And so, what we've seen with the U.S. Supreme Court is they have allowed corporations to have rights under our Constitution. Nowhere in it is there a section for corporations. Let's restore freedom to the people of this country as guaranteed by the Bill of Rights under the Constitution that we all live under. It's a constitutional right that when there is a dispute, a party should be able to take that dispute to court and have a jury trial. And no forced contract should deprive that person of that constitutional right. And that's what the FAIR Act will do. It will render unenforceable, after the act is signed into law, unenforceable any pre-dispute forced arbitration clauses in consumer agreements and in employment agreements, and also in civil rights cases, causes of action, and also antitrust actions. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The distinguished gentleman from Georgia suggests that this bill is about whether or not we're preserving the right to jury trial in the Constitution. But I submit that's not really what's at stake. The question is whether you resolve a dispute through arbitration or you go to the court system. If you go to the court system, there are innumerable paths within the court system that lead to not having your case decided by a jury. In fact, only about 1% to 2% of cases end up proceeding to a determination by a jury. That means 99 or 98 out of 100 cases do not. They might be dismissed on a motion for summary judgment. They might be dismissed for failure to state a claim. There may be settlement processes that come to fruition during the course of a case. But it's almost never true. Think about that a case in court goes to a jury. So this notion that this bill, by eliminating the choice of arbitration, somehow preserves everybody's jury trial right magically is a false choice. And more to that point, the gentleman from Georgia and also the chairman in the inception noted that, noted that we've just had a bill signing of a bill that accepts from enforceable arbitration agreements the category of sexual assault, sexual harassment. The majority of Republicans supported that. The majority of Republicans will not support this bill because it represents a throwing out of the entire mechanism of arbitration, which has been, as I indicated, a feature of the legal landscape used with great utility and utilized throughout the last 100 years almost, since 1925. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to the gentleman from North Carolina. Madam Speaker, I move to recommit H.R. 963 and have my amendment that strikes the retroactivity provision of this bill included in the record. It is wrong, clearly not right, for Congress to step in and retroactively invalidate parts of millions of existing contracts. The parties to those contracts, in good faith, relied on those parts of their contracts when they struck their bargain. But if this bill becomes law, it will rewrite millions of existing contracts which will lead to waves of new litigation. This litigation will place new costs on businesses, consumers, and employees who will be forced to pay more for lawyers, hundreds of dollars per hour, and may get stuck for years in long court battles instead of having available the solution of arbitration. Applying new laws retroactively undermines the rule of law and upends the certainty that parties are trying to create when they negotiate and enter into a contract. My motion would make this bill apply only to agreements entered into after this bill goes into effect. I offered this amendment at the markup in the Judiciary Committee, but the Democrats there rejected it. I offered this amendment to the Rules Committee, but the Democrats there chose not to make it an order. I offered this amendment for a third time here on the floor of this House because this matter is critically important. Retroactively voiding millions upon millions of existing contracts is truly bad policy. By making this bill apply only to future contracts, we can avoid the inherent unfairness of having Congress directly interfere in millions upon millions of existing agreements. I urge my colleagues to support my motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, if we adopt this motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on the Judiciary to consider again my amendments to H.R. 963 to ensure that the Democrats' attempt to eviscerate arbitration will not apply retroactively to the millions upon millions of contractual agreements already in place. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of this amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Thanking the gentleman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just want to point out that this bill does not ban arbitration. If two parties have a dispute and prefer arbitration to going to court, they can have arbitration. This bill bans forced arbitration, meaning arbitration that's entered into contracts that people have no ability to change. That's why it says pre-dispute arbitration agreements are struck by this bill, not post-dispute arbitration agreements. So this bill does not eliminate arbitration agreements if they want to. It does eliminate forced arbitration agreements that the party, usually the employee or the consumer, had no knowledge of probably and no ability to say no to. We used to call them contracts of adhesion, but we don't do that anymore. And I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman very much, and as well, I thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Johnson, Chairman Johnson, Chairman Nadler, Chairman Johnson, for this long overdue legislation that we voted on last year, and as well to acknowledge the forced arbitration legislation that was signed by the White House dealing with sexual assault. Now we come full circle. So let me try to reinforce, because our friends on the other side of the aisle, and I call them friends, not only have it wrong, they have it upside down. It is completely misconstrued as to what this legislation does. And if you go out on the street corner and talk to any American, they'll say, of course I want the FAIR Act. Because forced arbitration says to them that, in essence, you are obligated, you're indentured to the contract that you signed to get a job, to buy a phone, to get that big TV, and that you're not able to pursue your due process rights. Now, this is a constitutional issue. The Fifth Amendment completely indicates that you cannot be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, however you choose your due process of law. We go on to the 14th Amendment, of course, part of the historic 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, and it indicates that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States under this Constitution, which includes a right to a trial by jury, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process again, and that you are guaranteed equal process and justice under the law. So let me factually say, though the signing of any contract or document is voluntary, often large corporations make it impossible to use their product or be employed without agreeing to a contract with a forced arbitration, making signing of the contract or document anything but voluntary, and clearly it has constitutional implications. Something that should alarm all American consumers is that, according to a study commissioned by the University of California Davis Law Review, 81 companies in the Fortune 100, including subsidiaries or relating affiliates, have used arbitration agreements in connection with consumer transaction. Now, let me be very clear. When you have a dispute, we are perfectly happy for you as the individual part of the contract to say to the corporation, I don't care about my rights. I'm going to throw myself on the mercy of arbitration. And in doing so, you may subject yourself to a limited decision, as Brian Flores was finding out. Madam Speaker, let me tell you that American economic supremacy does not stem from the contributions of modern-day oligarchs, billionaires, CEOs, or the wealthy. It comes from the middle class. It comes from those 60 million workers and countless others who put in an honest 8-hour day 5 times a week in the simple pursuit of trying to feed their families and take care of their communities. I oppose the upcoming amendment that
The gentlewoman's
deals
time
in
has
particular.
expired.
I grant the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman for his generosity. The upcoming amendment that talks about not excluding unions. Unions have agreements between individuals. Unions have the power through their persons they represent to vote yea or nay for that contract. So if they vote yea or nay on that contract, their eyes open on the arbitration, it is a union that will be in protecting that individual. They will not be in that process alone. In the instance of an individual and the contracts that are signed, they will be alone. But they will not be alone if the FAIR Act is passed and the Constitution is upheld. That's why I support enthusiastically the FAIR Act and oppose the amendment to be forthcoming. Pass the FAIR Act because justice and the Constitution requires it. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back. Thank you so very much.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the other side of the aisle, we hear repeated references to the defending the Constitution and the American way. I would remind the chamber that our economy, the American economy, is built on contracts. Which contracts under the rule of law are not forced, but enforced. When someone refuses to abide by his or her agreement, that's not force. That's where a contract is enforced. Our courts, our judicial system, and yes, arbitration is the means by which we call people to live by their bargains. And that has been the key to the most successful economy in the history of the world. It has certainly been the state of affairs, as I said, for almost 100 years. Throwing that out, dispensing with a major component of that on the premise that you're pursuing the American system is contrary to fact. It is, as Democrats often seek to do, it is transformational. It seeks to transform America, not to reinforce and persist it. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the gentleman is absolutely right. The bill purports to assert a very important constitutional right, the right to trial by jury in civil actions, but it does so by denying everyone a very important other constitutional right, the freedom of unimpaired contract. The right of two parties to agree to exchange goods and services according to their own best judgment. Now, because of the excesses and expenses and uncertainties that have plagued our civil courts, many consumers and producers and many employees and employers find it advantageous to waive their right to civil jury trials in any disputes between them in favor of a simpler, cheaper, and faster arbitration. Now, the proponents tell us that it's an uneven playing field. This requirement is often imposed in non-negotiable take-it-or-leave-it propositions. Well, this isn't exactly true. Every employee and every consumer, no matter how weak and vulnerable, has an absolute defense against a bad agreement. It's the word no. No, the pay isn't good enough. No, the price is too high. No, I don't like the binding arbitration clause or any other terms, and I'm taking my business elsewhere. Now, even when there aren't good alternatives, the fact is that every provision in a contract is a take-it-or-leave-it proposition if one side or the other insists on it. The question for each side is whether the totality of the contract is beneficial to them or not. It is every grown-up's right to make that decision for themselves without somebody in government making it for them. Remember, the so-called forced arbitration provision forces the company to accept arbitration as well. For example, I'm not a lawyer. I can't afford to hire one to take on a big company to court. For me, binding arbitration helps level the playing field by providing me with an inexpensive alternative that the company must abide by. This bill takes that protection away from me. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, through arbitration, employees prevail 3 times more often, recover twice as much money, and resolve their claims more quickly than they could through litigation. And in most cases, the employer pays the entire cost of arbitration. According to one study, in claims between $10,000 and $75,000, the consumer claimant was charged an average of $219. Now you compare that to the cost of hiring an attorney and taking on an entire corporate legal department. The net result of this bill will be higher prices for products and lower wages for workers as companies factor the high cost of litigation into their business models. And Madam Speaker, that's not fair. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from California, and it causes me to remark, the gentleman from Tennessee said a moment ago that it's Democrats who look out for the interest of the little guy. They look out for the interest of the people. I wonder why it is that looking out for the interests of the people invariably involves restricting their freedom in some way. What a remarkable notion. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
From New York is recognized.
To the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the Forced Arbitration and Justice Repeal Act. Forced arbitration deprives workers of the choice to have their day in court. When companies impose forced arbitration clauses, they choose every aspect of the process. They choose the mediator, they choose the location, and they choose the terms of the relief. This is a lose-lose scenario, and it disproportionately harms workers, particularly women and communities of color, but it imposes enormous consequences for everyone. You sign a contract for car repair, for car rental, for any consumer transaction, and hidden in those contracts, when you need that car rental, and hidden in those contracts is a prohibition from you taking any claim to court. No choice, no notion even for the majority of people that this fundamental right to that choice to sue an unscrupulous corporation is being taken away from you when you sign that contract. So I think of this bill, Madam Speaker, as a bill for the little guy or little woman. Women and people of color forced into arbitration face mostly white male arbitrators in environments that heavily favor corporate interests. When musician Jay-Z entered arbitration without a single black arbitrator in the room, he asked for, quote, neutrals of color, but only 3 suggested alternatives were black, one of whom was a partner at the law firm representing the opposing party. Eliminating forced arbitration would open the courthouse doors for women, for workers of color, for poor folks across this country, advancing social equity and aiding the fight against discrimination. But it's also the right thing for every single consumer to be able to pursue this right to a day in court. Just last week, President Biden signed into law my bill with Representative Sherry Bustos to ban forced arbitration in cases of sexual harassment and sexual assault. That will protect the right of 60 million workers to a fair day in court. And that's just the people that are subject to employment contracts. On top of that, it will apply, and it will apply retroactively, to all of the contracts around sexual assault and sexual harassment. That is huge progress. And what's good enough in cases of sexual assault and sexual harassment, and that bill passed in a bipartisan way, bicamerally, is good enough for all workers. So it's time to take the next step by passing this bill to extend these protections across the board to a fair day in court. And again, we emphasize that if somebody wants arbitration, it doesn't stop that route. but it does say you can't be forced only into this and into denying your day in court. Now, let's also be clear that the FAIR Act is carefully crafted to protect unions. It preserves essential union bargaining power while creating freedoms for non-unionized workers. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have introduced an amendment that would undermine that power. This cannot happen. We cannot allow our Republican colleagues to undermine unions and the foundation of our middle class. I urge my colleagues to pass the FAIR Act, and I thank Congressman Hank Johnson for his leadership. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, excuse me. One of the things that we've heard repeated a number of times, the gentleman from Rhode Island suggested it, the gentlewoman from Washington just said it, that if you go to arbitration, the company picks the arbitrators and that's it. That's not, in fact, correct. Courts police the fundamental fairness of the arbitration process. If there is a process that is fundamentally unfair, the courts will modify it until it is fair. So that's a misconception. Furthermore, it's also been suggested that you never have any opportunity to have it, that it's by the whim of the arbitrator what the result is. That's exactly what Mr. Cicilline, I believe, said. That also is erroneous. If an arbitrator writes an award, a decision that manifests a disregard of the governing law, like the soldier who had been in arbitration for 8 years that he suggested, the courts will vacate, strike down that arbitration award. Yet it's important to know those premises before you decide what you do on this bill. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 963. H.R. 963 undermines freedom of contract as well as consumer choice by banning informed, consenting adults from freely entering into contracts to arbitrate disputes. Arbitration generally works well and is a fair and effective way to resolve disputes. While civil litigation can be long, complex, and costly, arbitration provides a cheaper and efficient process to resolve disputes in a timely manner. Banning pre-dispute arbitration agreements will mean Americans spend more time in court with no guarantee of better outcomes. Banning arbitration agreements during a time of significant inflation and in the middle of a supply chain crisis will effectively lower Americans' income. While larger companies may be able to deal with the expense of a slew of new lawsuits, this change will cause harm to smaller businesses that may not survive lengthy and costly litigation battles. Because post-dispute arbitrations are rare, banning arbitration agreements will flood the court system. For one thing, some claims that are addressed through arbitration now may be individualized, making them unsuitable for class treatment. Even where claims can't be combined, a plaintiff may still be worse off as a class member than he would be with the claim in arbitration. This is because the benefits of arbitration, particularly lower litigation costs, coincide with lower revenue for others, such as trial lawyers. Banning certain pre-dispute arbitration clauses and similar policy will benefit trial lawyers, not necessarily consumers. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise as someone who, in my past life, defended corporations and entities that often had mandatory arbitration clauses in their contracts, and as such, I am uniquely qualified to address the myths that have been perpetuated about the FAIR Act. And by the way, myths is a polite term for lies. One has to consider that if we believe these claims that forced arbitration is cheaper, fairer, and faster, then surely workers and consumers would voluntarily choose it. So there's no harm in restoring Americans' freedom to choose for themselves how to seek justice. First myth, the FAIR Act eliminates arbitration entirely and no one will choose arbitration if it's voluntary. Fact, The FAIR Act doesn't eliminate arbitration, has been said over and over here today. It just prohibits forced arbitration and allows both parties to choose arbitration voluntarily after a worker's rights or a consumer's rights have been violated. If forced arbitration were instead voluntary, the private market would incentivize arbitration providers to treat both parties fairly and equally so that both parties would choose that process because they would feel like they're getting an equal opportunity at justice. Second myth, consumers and workers are more likely to win and get higher awards in forced arbitration than in court. Fact, this is a lie. That is the result of a misleading study which deliberately cherry-picked data by excluding all results for the most common way consumers and workers file their cases in state courts and through class actions. The Chamber of Commerce only examined outcomes of individual cases filed in federal court because it knows that very few consumer and worker cases are filed in federal court. Americans are, in fact, more likely to be struck by lightning than they are to win a monetary award in a forced arbitration. A study based on self-reported data from two of the leading private arbitration providers revealed that, on average, only approximately 382 consumers won a monetary award each year, less than the number of people struck by lightning every year in the United States. While an estimated 60 million workers are subject to forced arbitration clauses, only 82 prevailed in employment forced arbitration claims in 2020. Third myth, forced arbitration is faster and, as we've heard from some people across the aisle, cheaper than litigation. Another completely false claim based on faulty data from a forced arbitration database, which systematically deleted older cases, completely skewing the average length of a case in forced arbitration. Simple data manipulation. And the idea that arbitration would provide consumers a cheaper way to litigate their claims, perhaps suggesting that they would do that without a lawyer, no major company will ever go to arbitration without their highly paid company lawyers, and every individual, whether they're in court or in arbitration, would need representation against a corporation regardless of the forum that they are in. Myth number 4, the court system is overbooked, so forced arbitration provides more flexibility for scheduling. While more powerful defendants have an incentive to drag out resolution of a case, that incentive exists whether they are in court or in arbitration. It is in the best interest of the individual who is filing the claim to seek the fastest possible resolution for his or her claim. And that would be done regardless of which they choose. So, and by the way, corporations often choose courts over arbitration to resolve disputes that they initiate, showing that they do so when it benefits them. Thank you. Myth number 5, the FAIR Act violates the freedom to contract. This is my favorite one. Whose freedom? That of corporations or of Americans? There was a comment that we are in the most successful economy in the history of the world, but for whom? Not necessarily for consumers or workers. Don't Americans have the right to participate in the economy without being forced to forego the rights and protections that are afforded to them under the law? The United States Constitution's 7th Amendment guarantees the right to trial by jury for every American. What if corporations inserted provisions into their contracts that forcing Americans to give up their First or Second Amendment rights to get or keep a job? Would we still be talking about the freedom to contract? And finally, the last myth, that the FAIR Act is retroactive. It is not retroactive. It only applies to cases filed on or after the date of enactment. We need a level playing field between corporations and industries and the people who find themselves aggrieved by them. The arbitration process, make no mistake about it, is a private process. And people bringing their claims need to be able to fairly evaluate the best forum for that claim to be adjudicated. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman is recognized. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Oh, I am recognized. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I rise today in very strong support of ending the use of forced arbitration and to restore the right of millions of Americans to their day in court. And, you know, I think my colleagues have done a really good job on this side of the aisle in explaining why this is so important for basic rights of all Americans. But I want to tell you a couple things that have happened in Illinois. I deal a lot with older Americans in my district, as I'm sure many of you hear from senior citizens. And I have heard these really horrific stories from families who discover that in nursing homes that their loved ones have been neglected or abused or even worse. So these families, you know, want to do something about it. They want to hold these nursing homes accountable. And then they find out that they have quite inadvertently, quite unknowingly, have signed on a forced arbitration agreement. Now, picture these moments. These are people who are often in very emotional situations. They are bringing their loved ones to a nursing home. This is never an easy situation. And the last thing they're thinking about, among all the paperwork that this put before them, that they have signed away their rights. And then they find out that something has happened to their loved one in a nursing home, and they are left without the recourse that they need. So, you know, we have too often seen corporations who are virtually immune from the kind of accountability that they should be held to. I think the time is up right now. If it's good enough for sexual harassment and abuse, it's certainly good enough for people in nursing homes that have been abused, that their families, that they have their
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
And so I support the
I'll yield
Fair
the
Act and
gentlelady
yield
an extra
back.
30 seconds.
The gentleman from New York's time has expired.
I yield back.
My time is expired.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Did I understand you said the gentleman from New York's time has expired?
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was intrigued by the situation we just had on the floor. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, I think she said, represented corporations, represented big corporations, and yet she spoke to the fundamental unfairness of arbitration. It's ironic, perhaps. I spent almost 30 years, 29 years in the practice of law as a litigator, representing people in court and in arbitration equally. I represented plaintiffs and defendants, both. Frequently individuals, sometimes, often businesses, always small and medium-sized businesses, and occasionally a local government or two. Never a big company. And I've had clients who didn't want to have arbitration agreements enforced, and sometimes I could defeat them or have them modified or change the results of them because the arbitrator had manifested disregard for the law. Sometimes I had clients who wanted to enforce those agreements. It depends on the circumstances, but I can tell you it is not a tool that is uniformly bad. And although I voted for accepting from enforceable arbitration agreements arbitration clauses involving sexual harassment, sexual assault cases, I do not believe that throwing the baby out with the bathwater is a good idea. It is a terrible idea. But let me let America in on the inside scoop. Here's what this is about. For the past roughly decade, there have been a series of cases in the United States Supreme Court in which, through various efforts and methods, plaintiffs, class action lawyers for big class litigation where they make millions and millions in fees, have tried various approaches to get the United States Supreme Court to allow class actions to be pursued through arbitration, and they failed. And that's why this bill is here. The bill is to reverse the result of that decade of litigation in the Supreme Court in order for class action lawyers to be able to have a field day and to make a lot of money. This bill protects and seeks the fortune of plaintiffs' class action lawyers, and of course it protects the patronage of big unions, both at the same time. That's what the bill is about. And for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for the debate on the bill has expired. This is the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I rise to offer amendment number 1.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 117-273, offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 979, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. Instead of setting one standard and having everyone play by the same rules, the Democrats have singled out the unions for favorable treatment. This legislation bans pre-dispute arbitration for non-union employees while preserving these benefits for union employees. This discrepancy makes no sense, and unfortunately, I think smacks of political favoritism. Arbitration offers a faster and cheaper path to resolution of a dispute. Taking this path away from non-union employees leaves these workers to the mercy of, like we said earlier, the high-priced trial lawyers. While union workers maintain the benefit of arbitration, my amendment would remove this carve-out for union employees and restore parity between union and non-union workers. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle already shut down my amendment to limit attorneys' fees to a reasonable amount so that consumers are protected. I'm disappointed by that. They also rejected my amendment to reduce the cost of this bill by exempting contracts for critical supplies that have been affected by the Biden administration's supply chain crisis. I urge all my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to protect workers, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which would significantly weaken this legislation and damage the collective bargaining process for tens of millions of working Americans. We have said it over and over again today. This bill is not designed to eliminate arbitration. While my Republican colleagues would like you to believe the FAIR Act will end arbitration entirely, that is simply not true. The FAIR Act would put an end to forced arbitration, arbitration that is not willingly agreed to by both sides, which is a predatory, one-sided practice created by and for huge corporations to allow them to get away with abusive conduct. It's a system that can exist only when these companies can take advantage of a stark power imbalance between themselves and workers, consumers, and small businesses. Labor unions correct that power imbalance. The collective bargaining process provides real protections that are unavailable to non-union workers by forcing big businesses to compromise with skilled negotiators focused on improving terms for their workers. Collective bargaining guarantees other important protections in the arbitration process, such as truly neutral arbitrators, better procedures, transparent decision-making, and the option to appeal decisions. It creates a system that can actually resolve disputes quickly, efficiently, and most important, fairly for all parties involved. That is not forced arbitration precisely because it is truly voluntary. Arbitration only works when two parties of equal bargaining power can negotiate terms that work for everyone involved, which is exactly what happens when a labor union and a corporation establish a collective bargaining agreement. This is completely different from forced arbitration of non-union employment disputes, when an employee is forced to accept an arbitration clause that is buried deep inside the fine print of a stack of confusing paperwork on a take-it-or-leave-it basis that they must sign to get a job. But the big corporations love this system because it forces their workers, it forces employees, it forces the purchasers of products to go to forced arbitration. And that's an inherently skewed process, and that is why the employee loses 98% of the forced arbitrations. The employer wins 98% of the forced arbitrations. And that's not a fair process. Moreover, as my colleague, Congressman Perlmutter, made it clear during the Rules Committee meeting on this bill, nothing in the FAIR Act prevents individual workers from deciding to vindicate their rights before a jury. As the plain language of the bill states, no collectively bargained arbitration provision, quote, shall have the effect of waiving the right of a worker to seek judicial enforcement of a right arising under a provision of the Constitution of the United States, a state constitution, or a federal or state statute, or other public policy arising therefrom, close quote. In other words, this amendment is a solution in search of a problem that could upend the rights of millions of workers today. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, to vote for the bill, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would inform the gentleman from New York that we have no further speakers.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of the FAIR Act. I've heard some of the debate in this chamber today, and as a litigator, I disagree. The FAIR Act is about restoring justice for the American people. It is for consumers, it is for workers, it is for small business people, it is for people whose civil rights have been violated, it is for millions of Americans who are denied their right to seek justice and accountability because of forced arbitration. There's certainly a role for arbitration of disputes and other forms of alternative dispute resolution in our system of justice. I know this from my own experience representing individuals and organizations in the courts and before arbitrators. But the FAIR Act is important because it recognizes the role arbitration can play in resolving disputes, and it also recognizes that it can play that in disputes between willing parties, while it recognizes the fundamental rights of people who've been subjected to arbitration agreements without their true consent. The FAIR Act protects the freedom to contract, the freedom of choice, and the freedom granted in our Constitution, including the 7th Amendment. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we would also reserve.
We're prepared to close.
Madam Speaker,
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would simply urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of our time.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, there are over 60 million workers, a majority of non-union private sector employees, who are subject to forced arbitration clauses. According to the Economic Policy Institute, that number will be over 80 million by 2024. Those employees are told that if they want to get a job or keep their current job, they must sign away their right to their day in court and submit to a forced arbitration agreement. In most cases, they do not have a choice. And when these workers seek to hold their employers to account for wage theft, civil rights abuses, or racial discrimination, they're shoved into a secretive arbitration process designed by corporations with almost unlimited resources, and they lose 98% of the time. That is what the FAIR Act will fix. This legislation will restore these workers' access to our justice system and guarantee their constitutional rights by ending forced arbitration. This amendment would do nothing to protect workers while undermining this important legislation. I urge my colleagues to oppose this unnecessary and harmful amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to the rule, the previous questions ordered on the bill and on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The gentleman from Wisconsin is
I would
recognized.
request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 963 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 888 as amended, a resolution condemning the violence of Bloody Sunday and calling on all parties to take meaningful steps toward peace and reconciliation.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 888.
The clerk will suspend. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 888, resolution expressing the hope for justice for the victims of Bloody Sunday on the most tragic days during the Troubles, on its 50th anniversary, as well as acknowledging the progress made in fostering peace in Northern Ireland and on the island of Ireland in recent decades.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on House Resolution 888 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my resolution expressing hope for justice for the victims of Bloody Sunday, one of the most tragic days of the Troubles, a violent time which lasted 30 years from approximately 1968 to 1998. This resolution acknowledges the progress made in fostering peace on the island of Ireland in recent decades and calls on all parties to come together to ensure full implementation of the Good Friday Agreement. This resolution comes in an important time during the 50th year anniversary of the massacre and on St. Patrick's Day, a day where people of Irish descent around the world remember our roots and celebrate our history. I'm proud the resolution is moving forward on this day of all days. First, I'd like to thank many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their sponsorship of this resolution. To original co-sponsors, Representative Richie Neal, Mike Kelly, Brian Fitzpatrick, David Cicilline, Jim McGovern, Nicole Meliotakis, Jerry Conley, Juan Vargas, and Tom Swazi, and almost 40 other co-sponsors. I'm grateful for their support and for their long-lasting work on this issue. I'd also like to express my deepest gratitude to Chair Meeks, Ranking Member McCall, Leader Hoyer, and House Foreign Affairs Committee staff for their support of this resolution. As a member, as a former chair of the Europe Subcommittee himself, Chair Meeks understands firsthand the importance of peace and stability on the island of Ireland. I introduced this resolution to honor the lives lost during Bloody Sunday, a singular day amidst a long period of struggle that exacerbated the conflict in Northern Ireland. On January 30th, 1972, I was a college student in Boston, a city known for its deep connection to the Irish-American culture. I vividly recall the images and displays of unbridled violence during a peaceful protest in Derry that reverberated throughout the world. Even today, I remain deeply affected by the actions of British soldiers that led to the wounding of 26 unarmed civilians and the death of 14 individuals. On January 30th, 2022, as 50 years has passed, I expressed to the families of the victims my firm belief that Bloody Sunday represents one of the deadliest injustices to take place during the Troubles. I underline that as we continue to mourn the loss of those who perished that day, we must also advocate for justice while taking the necessary steps to build a more peaceful future. And as I expressed to the families, accountability and justice for the events of Bloody Sunday must be achieved to ensure long-lasting peace on the island of Ireland. While it's long been acknowledged that British soldiers were directly responsible for the murder of civilians on Bloody Sunday, those who suffered under this unlawful use of force continue to be denied an honest assessment of the events that took place in 1972, and to date, not one of the individuals involved has been held accountable for their actions. I want to state clearly, amnesty proposals by the government of the United Kingdom are disrespectful and deny the due process of Bloody Sunday's victims and their families. They run counter to the spirit of remarks by then Prime Minister David Cameron, who termed the events as unjustifiable and wrong. The evidence is clear. The individuals responsible for the violence that took place on that fateful day must be brought to justice. Along with the avoidance of a hard border, these legacy issues remain as threats to and unfinished business of the Good Friday Agreement, an agreement few thought would ever occur. Both sides compromised. Its improbable success, the success of diplomacy over violence, inspires us today as Europe and the world faces its greatest conflict in 80 years. On St. Patrick's Day, we take pride in the indispensable role of the United States in forging the Good Friday Agreement. The Clinton administration and congressional leaders worked tirelessly over 2 decades ago to implement the Good Friday Agreement and achieve peace through diplomacy. I admire the efforts of American leaders like Tip O'Neill, Ted Kennedy, George Mitchell, and my colleague Richie Neal, who were all instrumental in negotiating a long-lasting peace. I firmly believe the agreement, accompanied by the efforts of community activists and leaders willing to work for peace and commit to political framework, was and remains essential to creating stability in the region. We must continue to support the ongoing efforts to promote integration, reconciliation, and address the impacts of intergenerational trauma. Leaders like Monica McWilliams and Jane Morris, as well as countless others working on these issues today, recognize that peace does not belong and end only on Good Friday. The work they do and the work of others heal divided communities and should and must go on. This resolution not only remembers those who lost their lives during the Trouble, but also recognizes challenges and opportunities of maintaining the hard-fought peace that followed. Let Bloody Sunday serve as a reminder of the hard work and pain to achieve harmony, and I urge all my colleagues to support this resolution. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Keating, wish him a happy St. Patrick's Day, as well as thank him for bringing this resolution to the floor today. Madam Speaker, happy St. Patrick's Day. This past January, marked the 50th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, when British troops in Derry, Northern Ireland, shot at a crowd of protesters, innocent protesters, killing 14 people. This unjustified act of violence marks a low point in the difficult history of Ireland in the 20th century. In fact, Bloody Sunday was just one of many tragic episodes during the Troubles, which lasted 33 years and resulted in as many as 3,000 deaths. This bipartisan resolution we are considering today commemorates this solemn anniversary. It also serves to remind the world that there is still work to be done to achieve full reconciliation and safeguard a lasting peace for all Irish people. With the support of the United States, the 1998 Good Friday Agreement brought an end to the violence that characterized the Troubles and began a process to establish peace in Northern Ireland. Stories about atrocities, violence, and repression began to recede from the headlines. Today, Northern Ireland's story is one of prosperity, freedom, and peace. Issues remain. However, in the United States and the U.S. Congress must continue to engage strongly in the pursuit of an enduring peaceful future for Northern Ireland. The Good Friday Agreement, signed in 1998, is the best framework to achieve this noble end. While post-Brexit arrangements for Northern Ireland have posed challenges to this historic agreement, both sides have worked in good faith to resolve them. This resolution also encourages both the European Union and Great Britain to continue acting in good faith negotiations to implement Brexit's Northern Ireland Protocol. I support the transatlantic allies' efforts to find a more workable solution for trade, not only at the North-South Irish land border, but also the Irish Sea border between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. I as well urge my colleagues to continue the U.S. legacy of supporting a lasting peace in Northern Ireland by joining me in supporting this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for his support, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and for his bipartisan efforts at healing and moving forward. At that, I yield 3 minutes to a friend of Ireland, a friend of mine, a champion of civil rights causes, the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my good friend from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, as well as my fellow Pennsylvanian, another great Commonwealth, although you know which one I'm partial toward. Madam Speaker, I want to not just thank Chairman Keating for his leadership in pushing this resolution, but for the eloquent words that he just spoke. He laid out the situation quite clearly. I would like to just briefly elaborate. Former British Prime Minister David Cameron, I think to his great credit, said these words about a decade ago, quote, "There is no doubt, there is nothing equivocal, there are no ambiguities. What happened on Bloody Sunday was both unjustified and unjustifiable. It was wrong." He further went on to say, quote, "I am deeply sorry on behalf of the British government." Now, despite those truly admirable words, and despite the findings and acknowledgement made by successive British governments, shamefully, none of the individuals involved in the murder of 14 innocent civilians on Bloody Sunday have ever been held accountable. This resolution says, quote, "The lack of accountability and justice provided to those who perish from the unlawful use of force on Bloody Sunday is both shameful and dangerous." So, Madam Speaker, we remember those who perished. We also recognize the family members of those who were harmed and killed on Bloody Sunday, who fought for decades and decades to finally get justice. But we must go further than that. A few weeks ago, I led a bipartisan letter, and again, this whole effort has been bipartisan, which is always the case when it comes to the issue of peace in Ireland, here in the United States. I led a bipartisan letter to object to the British government's latest plan to institute an amnesty a blanket amnesty. And I want to quote from this resolution, which is similar to the letter that we sent. Quote, we call upon the involved parties, we oppose any attempt by the British government to implement amnesty or a statute of limitation laws that would end or inhibit investigations and prosecutions of crimes committed during the Troubles, including on Bloody Sunday. The resolution further goes on to talk about today and, quote, calls upon the involved parties to fully implement the Northern Ireland Protocol as agreed upon in the interest of maintaining peace and stability on the island of Ireland. So, Madam Speaker, today in the United States and around the world, as we celebrate St. Patrick's Day, all of us, whether like me of Irish descent or not, let us also make sure that we don't lose sight of this
The gentleman's time has expired.
important civil rights issue. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve the balance as well.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to a champion of the Good Friday Agreement, a person who I mentioned in my remarks was there at the time working to make it successful. Ireland and the Good Friday Agreement have no greater leader and supporter than my colleague from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal. I yield 5 minutes to Mr. Neal.
Let me thank the gentleman from Massachusetts and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, both friends of ours. And on this very important day, St. Patrick's Day, we are acknowledging a very important anniversary. And anybody who knows much about Irish history, you know that anniversaries are very important. The acknowledgement of certain events that occurred throughout the sometimes perilous history of this small country of 6 million people, north and south, are reminded of just how grim Bloody Sunday was. I knew those families. And I recall that when the former Prime Minister of the UK, David Cameron, acknowledged years after, in a public statement and a speech that he made on the floor of the House of Commons, the then Prime Minister acknowledged that Bloody Sunday had victimized innocent bystanders. For a long time, the argument had been made that these were paramilitaries on both sides. It was only the test of history that fully acknowledged the truth of what happened on that day. Their civil rights movement in the North was modeled in some measure upon the civil rights movement here in America. I knew John Hume very well. He was a great man at a great moment. I've known Jerry Adams and others who participated in these very difficult events. But out of this tumultuous time came something else, and that was the Good Friday Agreement. We are now coming upon the 25th anniversary of that agreement, and America is a guarantor of the Good Friday Agreement. Successive presidents of the United States, Democrat and Republican, have all embraced the Good Friday Agreement as the way forward, the path. Understanding as well that the success of the Good Friday Agreement came about because everybody had to give up something. So the Republic of Ireland gave up Articles 2 and 3 of its Constitution, which laid claim to the 6 counties of the North, and the United Kingdom gave up the border, which was a huge issue. Strand 2 of the Good Friday Agreement reinforced the idea of a growing relationship between Dublin and Belfast. So let me lay this out in perspective, the time I have remaining. 30 years ago, in the north of Ireland, there were 30,000 British soldiers in an area geographically the size of the state of Connecticut. You couldn't go anyplace. It was a militarized zone. And the Friends of Ireland, which is 40 years old, always Democrat and Republican. We made sure of it. The success of the Good Friday Agreement came about because of the goodwill of men and women who live on that island. We should be celebrating the outcome of the Good Friday Agreement, but part of it is also acknowledging these perilous moments in Irish history. And I suspect that we will be discussing for years to come Americans' dimension to bringing about the Good Friday Agreement. Just think of it. 2 generations of children have now grown up in this 6 small county area, not knowing anything about the violence. And it was the reach and the role of the United States, an honest broker, that helped bring about that agreement, which, even with bumps, people have fully acknowledged it's worked. So the template is there, and I would say this as we celebrate the ancient culture of Patrick's Day. There's something else that for people of subjugation, occupation, Agatamor, as the Great Famine is known, or civil wars, risings, and revolutions, that indomitable spirit on that tiny island, which we just celebrated, Republican, Democrat, with the President of the United States, and last evening with the Taoiseach, the Prime Minister of Ireland, it tells about the lasting bond between the two countries. I hope that people will use the example of what the gentleman from Massachusetts and the gentleman from Pennsylvania have done today, because they've acknowledged this very important moment. What happened on Bloody Sunday, the world had a chance to witness, and it helped shape world opinion. So thank you both for doing this today. I think there's not a better way to honor St. Patrick than what you two have laid out today. So thank you all very much.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to a champion of civil rights here in this country, a civil rights movement in this country that helped inspire the Good Friday Agreement, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
For 2 minutes.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts for his leadership. How honored I am to be on the floor with Richie Neal, who had a major and forceful engagement in bringing about the recognition of those who were murdered in 1972. Thank my friend and colleague on the other side of the aisle for joining in this bipartisan effort. And I reinforce Chairman Neal's comments about the bipartisan celebration of this great day and the great people of Ireland. I want to be on the floor on St. Patrick's Day, and I wish all of my constituents and friends across the nation of the Great Green to say Happy St. Patrick's Day. But I come to make sure that this day, this Bloody Sunday, is certainly not forgotten. And I'm so glad that Chairman Neal indicated its inspiration came from the toil and the soldiers on the battlefield, Madam Speaker, our beloved friend John Lewis, in the civil rights movement, and those who are willing to sacrifice for their belief and justice. And I'm so glad that we ultimately found the truth to recognize John, Jackie, Duckley, Duddy, Patrick, Patty, DeBerti, Bernard, Barney, McGeehan, Hugh, Gilmore, Kevin, Michael, John, William Nash, Michael, James, Gerald, and Gerald again, McKinty, William McKinney, and John Johnston, who tragically lost their lives. And as this resolution indicates, British soldiers came and shot them down. They did not understand their seeking of dignity and the rights that they had. So Bloody Sunday almost tracked some of the terrible issues that we had, but these people died and they were injured, and many families for decades were denied truth. So I think it is very important that we stand on the floor today in a bipartisan way to honor that and to applaud Prime Minister David Cameron, who went to the House of Commons and apologized and said that the events that took place on Bloody Sunday were unjustified, unjustifiable, and wrong. How much it means for us to be able to...
I yield the lady 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. How sad and maybe even criminal it was to ignore this for so many years. How grateful we would be when those who died for their rights, for justice, for equality, the very same tenets that we all adhere to in the United States. Let me draw in now and conclude my remarks by joining in the resolution that urges the European Union, including the Republic of Ireland and the United Kingdom, to act in good faith with regard to negotiations around Brexit and the implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. But more importantly, let me emphasize the importance of the relationship between the United Kingdom, the United States, and Ireland. Let me track the fact that we believe in justice, we believe in civil rights, we believe in the idea of the speech of empowerment and the speech of democracy. let us not resort to bloody and to bloodiness and the killing of those who simply seek to speak for the justice for them and their families. Today, commemoration of Bloody Sunday, never again, and to everyone, a blessed
Expired.
St. Patrick's Day. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to thank my colleagues for their articulate and eloquent and important words. Chairman Neal, my friend Representative Boyle, Chairman Keating, and Representative Jackson. Madam Speaker, in closing, I would like to again thank Chairman Keating for his work on this bipartisan resolution to commemorate the anniversary of a tragic time in Northern Ireland. It is fitting we are considering this resolution on St. Patrick's Day, a day when many Americans proudly display their Irish heritage, including my own family. My mother, formerly Maeve McMenemy, her father, my grandfather, was Philip McMenemy, with descendancy direct from Ireland. As a matter of fact, my mother's mother was from the Ukraine. So as you can imagine, we know how to get our Irish up in our family and enjoy St. Patrick's Day and also reflect on the important history in Ireland, as well as the very unwarranted and deadly and destructive events taking place in the Ukraine currently. But today, we can also say that we are at peace, perhaps proud. The scenes of violence from the past years in Ireland have subsided and that have reigned for more than 20 years. I was sorry to hear that the Irish Prime Minister tested positive for COVID yesterday, so we all wish him, I'm sure, a speedy recovery. I do look forward to the United States and Ireland continuing to build on our strong relationship and advance our shared interest. This resolution is important right now because we have had, Madam Speaker, far too many Bloody Sundays, including in the United States. March 7, 1965 was a terrible Bloody Sunday in Selma, Alabama. The last several Sundays in the Ukraine have been as well, with unnecessary bloodshed without justification. In the words of a good Irishman, Bono of the band U2, no more, no more. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. It is critical that the U.S. Congress speaks with one voice towards promoting lasting peace and reconciliation in Northern Ireland. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Muser, and for your very eloquent remarks and your bipartisan support and leadership on this important issue for Ireland. And I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to record and reflect upon the people lost during these tragic events marked by Bloody Sunday. They are John Jack Duddy, Patrick Paddy Doherty, Bernard Barney McGuigan, Hugh Gilmore, Kevin McEhaney, Michael Kelly, John Young, William Nash, Michael McDade, James Ray, Gerald Donaghy, Gerald McKinney, William McKinney, and John Johnston. We need to remember and memorialize these people, young and old, who stood peacefully and in defiance in their support for their values. While many, and rightfully so, have been commended for their work to bring peace to the island of Ireland, the victims of Bloody Sunday's massacre made the ultimate sacrifice, fighting against repression and demanding peace. To the victims of Bloody Sunday, all victims of the Troubles, including the disappeared, the families of the victims, and to the people of Ireland and Northern Ireland, I say this directly to you. We in Congress remember. We in Congress stand with you. We in Congress know there is much more work still to be done. I introduce this resolution to demonstrate our solidarity with you, and I urge passage to signal that we will continue to fight for peace and stability on the island of Ireland. With that spirit, I wish you all a happy St. Patrick's Day, and I urge all my colleagues to join us by voting in the affirmative on this important resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution 888 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion is to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7108, the Suspending Normal Trade Relations with Russia and Belarus Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
108, a bill to suspend normal trade relations treatment for the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, yesterday morning, the Congress heard directly from Ukrainian President Zelensky. He showed us the absolute horrors that Russia is inflicting on the Ukrainian people in full view of the world. And he pleaded for us to do more. With the legislation that stands before us at this hour, we intend to answer his call. Ranking Member Brady and I have been united in our desire to end permanent normal trade relations with Russia. And I must say that Mr. Brady has been very consistent as we've discussed this legislation. With the House passage of H.R. 7108 today, we will take that impactful step and place even greater economic pressure on Putin and his brutal regime. We must do everything in our power to hold Russia accountable for the atrocities it is committing hourly in the nation of Ukraine. This is an unprovoked horror that the world is seeing. Our partners and allies are joining with us in this effort, taking similar steps to further isolate Putin and his regime from the rest of the civilized world. I urge every single one of our colleagues today to support the Ukrainian people, punish Russia for its ruthless aggression, and vote to advance this measure. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, yesterday President Zelensky made a passionate plea to the United States and to all free nations to stand with the brave people of Ukraine against Putin's deadly ambitions and heartbreaking genocide. After showing gut-wrenching footage of Ukrainian cities torn apart by missiles and machine guns, he said, "To be the leader of the world means to be the leader of peace." Today, Madam Speaker, we have the opportunity to lead, and I thank Chairman Neal for his great leadership and work on this bipartisan provision. After bipartisan public pressure from lawmakers in Congress in both parties, President Biden announced his support for suspending Russia's special trade status. We are taking that action with today's bill. I was proud to have helped lead this bipartisan effort of the House Ways and Means and Senate Finance Committees. Both parties in Congress came together quickly, working in good faith on a bipartisan bicameral agreement to immediately ban purchases of Russian energy and suspend our trading relationship with Russia and Belarus. We don't take these steps lightly, but Russia's aggression requires this approach. Russia will no longer enjoy the same special trade status with America as the country it is invading, so it will no longer be able to sell made-in-Russia products in the United States at lower tariffs. Combined with the energy import ban Congress passed last week, which targets 60% of what Russia sells us, this provision targets the remaining 40%, hurting Russia's economy and cutting off funding for its war effort. Said another way, American dollars will no longer fund Russia's war machine. This is another step in the right direction and includes further incentives for Russia to end its aggression. This bill includes tough conditions to be met for restoring Russia's trade status, including Russian action to end hostilities, protecting the freedom and sovereignty of Ukraine, and ensuring the end of Russia's aggression. The same tough conditions apply if the President seeks to end the energy import ban, and I plan to work with colleagues in the Senate to achieve that. Going forward, we must continue to work closely with our allies to increase pressure on Russia and ensure this is an effective global effort. Neighboring Canada has also taken serious action to do both of these, and other nations have announced their intention to do the same. Unfortunately, the administration's executive orders and the bill we're voting on today both failed to soften the impact of the oil ban by replacing Russian oil with made-in-America energy. We've seen the highest year-over-year increase on wholesale prices ever recorded. Nearly half the price increases in goods come from the rise price of gasoline over the past year. Nothing in this bill creates access to more American-made energy, on or offshore, nor does it approve American pipelines that could easily replace Russian oil with U.S. Canadian energy, or accelerate approval for delayed permits for American export facilities to help the world wean themselves from the grip of dirty Russian energy. There is still yet more Congress can do. I'd like to see Congress sanction Russian energy companies so they can't continue to profit and fuel the war machine. It's also time for Congress to unleash America's own ability to be energy independent, replace the Russian oil with American sources, and use our energy strengths to wean the world from Russian energy. Finally, I want to make it clear to my colleagues, this bipartisan bicameral agreement applies only to the suspension of normal trade relations with Russia. I do not support the inclusion of the Democrats' Foreign Affairs Committee's Global Magnitsky Act in this bill, which includes changes to the original statute that I believe is unnecessarily vague and could lead to future abuses. I understand this expanded language may have been included in a temporary executive order by the previous administration to address human rights, but I don't believe it's warranted in a permanent expansion of this law. I'm confident there are senators who share my concerns, and I strongly urge them to remove that provision for future vetting. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts
Thank
is
you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. Let me yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Congressman Blumenauer, the chairman of the Trade Subcommittee, who has been a real leader on this issue.
I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy.
The gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy. It's great to see you come together with a ranking member. Congressman Doggett and I introduced legislation 3 weeks ago that this completes what we had. I am sorry that we were unable to move forward, but I'm pleased that the White House now feels comfortable moving forward with this legislation. And it is important that we are moving in concert with our allies. But I think we need that sense of urgency based on what we heard again yesterday from President Zelensky. What we have done in Congress with the administration has damaged the Russian economy for decades. Watching what has happened in terms of the collapse of the ruble, the cratering of their stock market, raising the cost of living for ordinary Russians, not just chasing the yachts of the oligarchs. We have a quarter of the WTO that accounts for about 58% of the global domestic product moving to suspend this MFN standing. It means their economy will face higher tariff rates, export bans, investment restrictions, export licensing requirements, customs hurdles, restrictions on cross-border services, unequal treatment for intellectual property, and rules of origin. All of these further cripple the Russian economy. This is another tightening of that noose, sending the signal. I hope there's more that we can do economically in terms of weapons, maybe even some way to find a way to get MiGs to the Ukrainians without starting World War III. But in the meantime, this is critical to move forward, to finish the job we started 3 weeks ago. I'm pleased to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from West Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Suspending Russia's normal trade relation status with the United States is the right and absolutely necessary thing to do. I've got to note, Madam Speaker, that our president continues to take an incremental and piecemeal response to Vladimir Putin and this unprovoked attack on Ukraine. It's wholly inadequate. And not only will it not deter this tyrant, I fear it will embolden other adversaries to follow suit. Madam Speaker, we've got to stop assaulting oil and gas. This has to be an early warning to the United States and the lawmakers. We can steward the environment. We should. But we have to understand the geopolitical importance to energy independence. We can do both. This is America. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues, all of my colleagues, Republican and Democrats, to support this suspension, but I urge my president, be more resolute, act with a sense of urgency, provide the war machines and weaponry that the Ukrainians need to fight for their freedom and independence. God bless America, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts
Thank
is
you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. Let me yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Doggett, who has been a real leader on this issue as well.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The day after Russia invaded Ukraine, I introduced the centerpiece of today's legislation with Congressman Blumenauer. It denied Russia preferential trade treatment and would expel it from the World Trade Organization. At that time, 3 weeks ago, there was hope that economic sanctions like this might limit the extent of Putin's brutal aggression. Now we've seen that economic sanctions are having no immediate impact to limit the slaughter from Putin's war of annihilation against Ukraine. Uniting the world to isolate Russia has weakened the ruble, certainly, but it has not stopped Putin from reducing so much of Ukraine to rubble. While I favor excluding every possible Russian import, this bill will grant President Biden appropriate authority to raise tariffs significantly on any Russian import that is permitted, and the same for Belarus. This is largely the same bill which I sought action on last week until President Biden requested a delay. Surprisingly, this bill does not include the ban on Russian energy imports that this House approved overwhelmingly last week on the bill that we considered then, and I hope that that will be restored in further work on the legislation. Though important to finally approve this bill as another way to isolate Russia, we should recognize there is no substitute for getting Ukrainians all of the weaponry that they have requested, including jet fighters, to stop the mass murder we observe daily. The financial pain imposed won't immediately ease the pain of Ukrainian families. They are paying in blood while we pay in dollars, but it is one way for us to hold Putin accountable and to act in solidarity with them. To those who ask that we adopt further sanctions or more weapons if Russia does something more, I say, what more barbaric butchery need we see before doing everything we possibly can short of sending troops into Ukraine? The time to do everything is now. The time to provide for Ukrainian refugees to enter our country is now. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the Republican leader of the Trade Subcommittee, Mr. Smith of Nebraska.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support the long overdue legislation to hold Russia accountable for its invasion of Ukraine. It is unfortunate it took so long to get to this point, but I'm glad we have finally reached a consensus. This bill, as you know, revokes permanent normal trade relations for Russia and normal trade relations for Belarus, putting them in the same trade category as North Korea and Cuba, and appropriately so. The U.S. must take lead in showing the real economic consequences of violent acts against NATO members and partners, and this bill is a key element of that. We were all moved by President Zelensky's address earlier this week, and I'm glad we're finally answering his call for additional assistance. We can and should do more, especially when it comes to banning energy imports from Russia. As Republican leader of the Trade Subcommittee, I'm glad this bill is finally seeing a vote on the House floor. I support this bill and certainly urge my colleagues to do the same so we can use the trade tools at our disposal to hold Vladimir Putin accountable. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, who has had a long-standing interest in human rights.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Putin regime requires every strategy and every action that we can muster to put a stop to Russia and restore sanity to our world order. Russia's aggressive and brutal behavior, brutal action towards Ukraine is beyond what I call the pale. We have no other choice but to step in and put a stop. I strongly support this resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, please yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7108. Everyone here on the floor with me today can agree that Russia's aggression in Ukraine with Belarusian support is reprehensible and wrong. And while I strongly believe that this next round of sanctions will continue to hold Russia and Belarus accountable, we also can't ignore soaring fertilizer costs already propelled by global supply chain issues. Russia and Belarus, unfortunately, are major exporters of fertilizer, and these sanctions may drive costs even higher. But skyrocketing fertilizer costs won't affect my support for this bill. Peace must be achieved by all available measures. I will turn my focus now to solutions to drive fertilizer costs back down. From temporarily or completely eliminating barriers for fertilizer trade from other nations to input subsidies for our producers to offset input costs. Must be willing to put all available solutions on the table. I've always argued that food security is national security, and I will continue to work with my colleagues to alleviate fertilizer costs to our farmers in order to grow our food for ourselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A champion of human rights everywhere is the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, who I now yield 2 minutes to.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank our chairman. Madam Speaker, the world right now, not just Ukraine, but indeed the world, is engaged in a fight between democracy and autocracy. That is what is at stake on what is now the battlefields of Ukraine. I was in Brussels 3 weeks ago at NATO, and I'm proud to say I have never seen the West and the transatlantic alliance this united, certainly not since the days of the Cold War. Now, Madam Speaker, our trade policy must work in sync with our foreign policy. That is what we are doing here today by revoking this status on Russia as well as Belarus. I strongly support it. I am proud of the fact that the United States and other countries have acted so quickly in just a matter of few weeks to put the strongest sanctions on Russia in American history. We must do this, and we must even do more. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 3 minutes to the first Ukrainian-born member of the United States Congress, the gentlelady from Indiana, Mrs. Sparks.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Suspended Normal Trade Relations with Russia and Belarus Act. And it's very important to highlight here that we do include Belarus in this act. Unfortunately, under leadership of President Lukashenko, Belarus allowed Russians to place ballistic rockets and shell fellow Slavs, Orthodox Christians in Ukraine for weeks. People of Belarus need to understand that their leader is part of what is happening in this genocide in Ukraine. And we cannot create a loophole where Putin is going to use Belarus to funnel money through them. That is a very important legislation also to send a message to Putin and his allies that the West is serious. It's not a temporary thing. They cannot just go kill a bunch of people, destroy cities, kill women and children, and then go back and have business as usual. Congress is sending a very strong message. If they want to have peace, it better be soon, and they better get to the table and stop this insanity and killing of the Ukrainian people. I also want to share some of the concerns that Congressman shared regarding the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act. I think I concur with him that these definitions have to be tightened, and brought in this definition was given too much power to executive branch. It's not what Congress should do, because every time we give too much power, we are not able to have effectively our oversight functions. So I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, but also work with the Senate to make sure that we can fix some concern. And I am very appreciative that we're able to come on a bipartisan basis and send very strong message. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, whose entire career has been consistently based upon the advancement of human rights everywhere. Speaker Pelosi.
Thank you. I thank
the Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I congratulate him on his leadership. The connection between human rights and economics is a connection that many of us have seen for a while. When it comes to some countries, for example, China, when I was trying to get an adjustment in trade with China based on human rights, I was told, but I said then, and I'll say now of Russia, if we do not speak out for human rights because of commercial interest, we lose all moral authority to speak out for human rights. Any small country in the world, if these big countries are left off the hook. Madam Speaker, as we convene today, war rages in Ukraine. Yesterday, the Congress had the great honor and privilege of receiving a virtual address by President Zelensky, whose heroic leadership has rallied his nation and inspired the world. Our members were very moved by his powerful remarks, as well as the heart-wrenching footage he shared showing the terror and brutality Putin has unleashed in Ukraine, including committing war crimes against children. So it is with great respect for the President's leadership, Zelensky's leadership, and with an unwavering support for the people of Ukraine, that the House today takes another strong step to punish Russia for its war crimes. It is my hope that this legislation receives strong bipartisan support, and I thank the chairman, Mr. Neal, and the ranking member, Mr. Brady, for working together to make that a reality. Because it is a recognition and that is worthy of the valor and courage of the people of Ukraine. The unimaginable courage, resilience, and determination that they have had on full display as Ukrainians fight to not only protect their homeland, but to defend democracy itself. The assault that Putin is making on Ukraine is an assault on democracy writ large. He can't stand, he's so cowardly and so insecure, he can't stand to see a democracy across the way from Russia, for fear that the Russian people will see a better way instead of his autocracy. And so the Ukrainians are fighting for democracy writ large. Yet tragically, Putin has repeatedly responded by accelerating brutality, indiscriminately bombing major cities, attacking civilians, attempting to evacuate the violence, and even murdering mothers and babies in a maternity hospital. Russia's cruel and unprovoked invasion has already forced nearly 3 million Ukrainians to flee their homes, creating what the United Nations has called the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. Because Putin shows no sign of ceasing his horrible aggression, the Congress today will take another step in lockstep with many of our allies, as is the Biden administration, to tighten our stranglehold on the Russian economy. The legislation the House will pass today represents an intense action to further isolate Russia and decimate its economy. Thank you, Mr. Brady. Thank you, Mr. Neal, for giving us this opportunity. With this bill, the United States will suspend permanent normal trade relations with Russia, which means they will no longer enjoy preferential tariff treatment. Take steps to review Russia's access to the World Trade Organization, and reauthorizes and strengthens the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act so that we can impose even further individual sanctions. In doing so, we will make it as difficult as possible for Russia to do business with the United States and our allies, and we will also suspend normal trade relations with Belarus for its shameful complicity in Russia's aggression. Congress and the country salute the Ways and Means Chairman Richie Neal, Ranking Member Kevin Brady, who led the way to steer this legislation to the floor and garner strong bipartisan support for its passage. And let's also thank Congressman Lloyd Doggett and Congressman Earl Blumenauer for their relentless leadership, ensuring that the House was ready with this legislation so that we could act quickly and decisively and have the improving touches that Mr. Brady and Mr. Neal added to it. The legislation we passed today builds on swift, devastating sanctions already being imposed on Russia by America and our allies. We take this step with extraordinary unity, not only within Congress on a bipartisan, bicameral basis, but also between the Congress and the administration. And we do so with historic coordination with our neighbors abroad, as the members of the G7 and European Union have all agreed to revoke most favored nation status from Russia. On behalf of the Congress, I salute President Biden for unifying our allies so that we could move together with this crushing blow. And we will continue working together to put Putin and make him accountable for his despicable crimes as he violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. What Putin is doing in Ukraine, bombing civilians, targeting children, is outside, Madam Speaker, it's outside the circle of civilized human behavior. He is committing war crimes, and he must be held accountable. With that, again, I urge a strong bipartisan aye vote. Thank Mr. Neal and Mr. Brady, and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the United States is the greatest market in the world to do business with. Our consumer spending is double that of the European Union and more than triple that of China. Every country on earth wants to do business with America. As we deal with the unjust invasion of Ukraine by Russia and continue to modernize our nation's trade deals like we did with the USMCA, we must keep in mind that the American marketplace is not something that is a right. It is a privilege for those that uphold international order. For far too long, many have overlooked repeated abuses by certain trading partners. For whatever reason, they decided it was okay for the United States to do business with those that lie, cheat, and steal in violation of international law. This has been a terrible mistake. Trade, when done right, is a critical boost to the economy and our families. When done poorly, it enriches our adversaries at the expense of those who do uphold international system. It's clear that the unjust invasion of Ukraine by Russia cannot stand. Congress must make clear to the world that normal trade relations with the United States must be reserved for honest brokers that adhere to international order. This is the moment when irresponsible trade with the United States without consequence comes to an end. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Florida, Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, who has had a long history as a champion of human rights.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today to put the full force of the American people and this Congress behind dismantling the savage Kremlin war machine. This legislation shows President Zelensky, Ukrainians, and the world that America will boldly confront Russia's savage attacks on the Ukrainian people. This bill also holds Belarus to account for its complicity in Russia's murderous aggression. They each will learn what every tyrant must. If you invade another nation, normal trade within our global economy is over. While President Biden marshals the free world to fiscally cripple Putin and his oligarchs, this Congress will also move to crush Russia's militarized economic might. So this legislation also reviews Russia's and Belarus's access to the World Trade Organization, and it extends and strengthens the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, both of which will further clip Russia's economic wings. The grisly, heartbreaking images President Zelensky showed us yesterday make clear that Russia must be punished. And with this legislation, the people of Ukraine and every global democracy can count on America to help make that happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the Republican leader of the Oversight Subcommittee, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, on February 8th, President Biden said that if Russia invaded Ukraine, America would impose crippling sanctions. On February 24th, President Putin kept to his word and invaded Ukraine. President Biden has since then slow-walked the sanctions that he promised, those crippling sanctions that he promised. Today, 3 weeks after the invasion, as we've watched on the news, as Ukrainians have bravely fought, outmanned and outgunned, and yet they hold on tenaciously to their property at horrific cost. Their cities are being destroyed, innocent civilians are being shot, women and children are being attacked on the streets. And yet the United States has been slow to move. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of this long overdue bill to suspend permanent normal trade relations with the Russian Federation and Belarus. I'm a co-sponsor of this legislation and would like to thank Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady for their hard work on this issue. Last week, the House took the much-needed step of blocking oil and gas imports from Russia. When we debated that bill last week, I said we should have gone much further and should not have taken the watered-down approach. The United States must stop projecting weakness to Putin and his allies. President Biden must live up to his word. Today, we are finally taking a decisive step to punish Russia for their criminal aggression in Ukraine by ending their special treatment as a most favored nation. Can you imagine that we have continued to recognize them as a most favored nation for 3 weeks in light of the horrific war crimes that they're committing every day? This is an action that only Congress can take. And we held off last week at the request of the administration. Passing this bill will place significant tariffs on most of Russia's
The gentleman's
exports
time
to the
has
United
expired.
States.
I yield additional 15 seconds.
Without objection.
Further defunding Putin's war machine. The bill also gives proclamation authority to the USTR to further raise tariffs on Russian goods so that American purchasers will stop funding Putin's war crimes. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, who has been a consistent champion of human rights.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman as well, and I thank Congressman Doggett and Blumenauer from Oregon and Texas for this important statement. Slaughter is not a sufficient definition of what Putin and Putin's war is doing to the innocent Ukraine people. I rise in strong support of totally removing from them normal trade relations, as just a few weeks ago I was on the border of Lithuania and Belarus, where the 30 to 40,000 Russian troops were poised, ready to move and to slaughter. How outrageous when babies are killed, when hospitals with pregnant women, when a mother who lost her life because her pelvis was crushed, her baby and herself died because of Putin. They continue to slaughter. They continue to destroy historic places. They continue to destroy hospitals and government buildings, and they are not fighting. They're not ceasing. So glory to Ukraine. We must stand with them and realize that their fight is our fight. As we in the civil rights movement experienced the idea of a lack of justice, we know that this does not even equate to the violence that Russia is putting forward. I support this legislation, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, please to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Well, suspending normal trade relations with Russia is important. It is my belief 20 years from now, the part of this bill that will most be remembered is a change in the Magnitsky Act, which is normally used to sanction foreign elected officials. Right now, the Magnitsky Act can be used only for defined crimes, extrajudicial killings, torture, prolonged detention without trial. We are now opening up that act to unlimited human rights, however defined, including sanctioning people, for example, not following the LGBTQ agenda or not being sufficiently pro-abortion. We have heard before this country weighing in on countries like the Dominican Republic, Hungary, African, Latin American countries, using our economic might to punish them when they don't adapt our view or I'd say the liberal view of Christianity. It is with great disappointment that people held out and risked, whether this bill would go ahead or not, on changing the Magnitsky Act. So thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, again, whose work on human rights is well known.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. As a member of the co-chairman of the Helsinki Commission, I want to compliment Mr. Cardin and Mr. Wicker in their work on this bill, bipartisan from the Senate. What Russia has done with Ukraine is immoral, it is illegal, it is against the word, the acts, the intentions of every godly character ever. God would not have approved. WWJD. What Russia has done deserves entire condemnation of the world, and everything we can do to condemn them and put them out of organized, civilized society is appropriate because of not acting as a civilized member of society. I support this bill. I think there's not too much we can do to Russia. There's not too much that they have done to Ukraine and continue to do in killing children and disabled and orphans. They deserve all of the might of the United States that we can put on them and take away from them. We need to punish them with all we have. I support the bill entirely. Glory to Ukraine. I yield back the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, our distinguished majority leader, who's been a consistent champion of human rights.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, for yielding. I thank the gentleman from Texas for joining in this effort to ensure that America speaks with a strong and certain voice. Madam Speaker, yesterday we heard from President Zelensky, an historic address that moved us all. He spoke at an hour of peril for democracy in his country and at a turning point for democracy around the world. We here we were and remain awed by the courage mirrored by that individual who leads Ukraine and of the people he leads, who in light of an overwhelming force said, "No, we will not yield. We will stand and we will fight, and we will speak out for our country." Contrary to the premise of the war criminal who leads Russia, saying that they would welcome the Russian troops with open arms. That was a lie to the Russian people, a lie to the Russian conscripts, and a lie to the world. Vladimir Putin's criminal and unprovoked invasion of the sovereign nation of Ukraine has only grown more brutal, Madam Chair, through the days and weeks. We've seen his forces target civilian areas, bomb hospitals, and disappear Ukrainian elected officials in areas they occupy. This House is being asked today whether to repeal Russia's permanent, normal trade relations status. The question ought to be, is Russia behaving like a normal, law-abiding nation? And of course, the resounding answer of the world has been no. Indeed, there is nothing normal about its behavior or about Putin's choices. He has violated every norm that has been in place since the end of the Second World War. He is testing the resolve of the democratic free world. And thankfully, we are meeting that test with unity, with resolve, and with strength. The revocation of Russia's normal trade status with the United States, as well as that of its ally, Belarus, is just the latest tool, Madam Speaker, being employed to isolate Russia economically and prevent the replenishment of its military assets being depleted in the invasion of Ukraine. Putin clearly should have envisioned the pain that his invasion would be bringing down on his own country. That's a shame, because it's clear that a large segment of the Russian people do not want this war. And in fact, thousands of them are in jail because they have publicly made that clear. They don't want to see their children being sent off to kill, maim, and terrorize the people of a friendly neighbor that caused them no threat, whose citizens maintain close people-to-people relations with the Russian people. And they do not want to lose access to the global marketplaces in which many Russian entrepreneurs and innovators have been participating and finding opportunities. But no, the murderer of Moscow determined that he wanted to see the Russian Empire restored. Not because he was threatened, not because Russia was threatened, but because it would serve his ego and concept of empire. As Russia continues to grow more and more isolated, as the vice tightens around its media, as the last few flickers of freedom for its people are extinguished, its people need only to look to the Kremlin for answers. So I urge my colleagues, Madam Speaker, to vote yes. Vote yes for the heroic people of Ukraine. Vote yes for a leader who has shown us courage and commitment to freedom and to democracy. Vote yes to tell Vladimir Putin that norms still matter, and we will not stand by as he seeks to break them. No, normal relations are not warranted. Vote yes. Vote for democracy. Vote for freedom. Vote for a courageous people. Vote for a free Ukraine. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am prepared to close at this time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may commit. As the Bible tells us of him who much is given, much is required. And any American hearing and watching President Zelensky yesterday had to understand so much more is required of us to end this war in Ukraine and to aid the Ukrainian people in their victory over Russia. This bill takes an important step to defund American revenue that would fund the Russian war machine. It takes an important bipartisan step forward to make sure that Russian products don't enter into the U.S. with the same treatment that the invaded country, Ukraine's products, come into the United States. I'm proud to have worked with Chairman Neal and our Democrat colleagues in the House and Senate on this measure. I know the more must be done to provide lethal aid to Ukraine, to continue to expand and strengthen economic sanctions, to bring our allies together, to make sure, in my view, that America takes the necessary steps to replace Russian oil with the cleanest made in American energy, oil and gas here in the United States as well. But as Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, a Ukrainian-born member of Congress, said, this bill today, this step today, is crucial in our defense of Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, and democracy in the world. I urge a vote yes on this bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I close, I want to thank Mr. Brady for his partnership in this effort to hold Putin accountable and his support for the Ukrainian people. I also was moved by the gentlelady from Indiana's testimony just a few minutes ago about Ukraine when she said this is not normal behavior. This is not the regularization, we hope, of normal behavior, a return to the old Soviet empire. I also think we should applaud the terrific work of the Ways and Means Committee trade staff, particularly Alexandra Whitaker, Katie White, Sophia Ferber. Their expertise and dedication made this legislation possible, and I thank them for their contributions. I think in the many years that I've been in this House, one of the most moving moments occurred yesterday when we heard the President of Ukraine, Zelensky, duly elected, incidentally, talk about the pain and anguish, but also the courage of the Ukrainian people. To witness the bombardment and the murder and killing of innocent children by this Russian dictator, I hope all the world, like this Congress today, will abhor. But it's not enough just to applaud and to talk about the challenges that Russia has presented to the civilized world. We have to do something about it. This, coming on the heels of the oil embargo, will also receive, I believe today, broad bipartisan support. And it will swiftly move from Congress to President Biden's desk. There is no time to waste. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge our colleagues to support H.R. 7108, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7108? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is
On that,
passed.
Madam Speaker, I'd request the yeas
The
and
gentleman
nays.
from Texas is recognized.
On that, I request the yeas and nays, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as a member designated by Mr. Tim Ryan and Marcy Kaptur, both of Ohio representing the great Midwest, I want to inform the House that these members will be voting yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Albio Ceres, Mr. Peter Welch, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Andy Kim, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote yay on H.R. 7108.
Florida. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on H.R. 7108. And, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will also vote yea on H.R. 7108.
Did we all look?
So, no one's here. Yeah. So we have like vote reps. Not a bad idea. We have timers, and I have. What does it say though? It's mostly you just want to. And so. Yeah, I don't see phrases. But generally, like, the job, so you guys are yeah, you're welcome. And then it's interesting to kind of monitor, like, and then also who's missing. It's harder to do. You just have no idea. Yeah, floor staff and result. They're very good. How are you? Good. All right.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, nicknamed the Silver State, but which leads the nation in gold production, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on H.R. 7108. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, the state from which the world's first scheduled passenger flight took off from St. Petersburg and landed in Tampa in 1914, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member, the following members, Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Rush of Illinois, Mr. Horser of Nevada, they vote yes for H.R. 7108.
Okay, thanks.
How are you?
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by
Congressmember Garamendi, Congressmember Cuellar. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Hakeem Jeffries, I inform the House that Mr. Jeffries from New York will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut and Mr. Golden of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
Oh, yeah. For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, Representative Zoe Lofgren, Representative Chantel Brown, and Representative Kim Schreier, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Resolution 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, Mr. Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote yea on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yea on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bowman of New York, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fortenberry of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Fortenberry will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House Ms. Wagner will vote aye on H.R. 7108.
Good. For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mrs. Kathy McMorris Rogers, I inform the House that Ms. Rogers will vote yea on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Karen Bass, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Garbarino from New York, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yea.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Dean, I inform the House that Ms. Dean will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw and Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that they will both be voting yay on House Resolution 7108. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote aye on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Upton from Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yea on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Ms. Lesko will vote yes on H.R. 7108, the Suspending of Normal Trade Relations with Russia and Belarus Act.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carnes, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on H.R. 7108.
Don Byers is... For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated Mr. Harder of California, Mr. DeSaulnier of California, Mr. Swazi of New York, and Mr. Trone of Maryland, I inform the House that these four members will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Connolly, Frankel, and Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7108.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yea on H.R. 7108.
On this vote, the yeas are 424, the nays are 8. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I'm done. Oh, here she comes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I think that members now know that we lost yesterday a wonderful, decent, extraordinary member, former member of this body. Madam Speaker, as you know, he was from your state. His name was Vic Fazio. Some of you served with him. Most of you did not. He retired in 1998 to a very successful career. Many of us in this House who served with him and who remember him fondly are grieving the loss of Vic Fazio. He was, until my dear friend Ben Cardin came to the Congress, my best friend, and they were the two of my best friends, and Vic and I were very, very close. And many others in the Congress of the United States would say the same thing, who served with him, that they were close to him. Vic Fazio had an extraordinarily successful life. He was 79 years of age. He was a leader and was a cardinal in the Appropriations Committee from his first year on the Appropriations Committee. And he and an extraordinary Republican who died just 8 months ago, who we remembered on this floor, another dear friend of mine, Jerry Lewis, also from California, co-chaired the Legislative Appropriations Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee. They did so in a way that enhanced the sense of importance of this institution and of the collegiality that was possible in this institution. We said that when Jerry Lewis died. It is true when his partner now of that era has passed away. It is an era that we ought to remember and hopefully replicate. Vic Fazio was a member's member. He was an institutionalist. He cared about each and every one of us, irrespective of the letter next to our name. He cared about process. He cared about substance. He cared about the integrity of members. He cared about their well-being and how they were treated as members. In fact, it was Vic Fazio who in 1989 led the effort to reform the pay and benefits of members. And in that process, at that point in time, members could make about $25,000 to $30,000 in what was called honoraria. It was a payment from private sector interests to members for giving a speech. Vic and the colleagues with whom he worked together to eliminate honoraria, and to make sure, however, that members could live decently in this town, an expensive town in which to live, with a salary that was appropriate. All of you who get your paychecks can thank Vic Fazio that they are substantially above what they otherwise would have been, but for his and other reformers' actions were. Vic Fazio lost his wife Judy, and I lost my wife Judy. Our wives knew one another. I lost mine 25 years ago, and he lost his some years ago, and the sadness of his life that he lost a daughter very early in life, and he never got over that. There was a deep, deep scar in his heart. The good news is that after the death of Judy, he married a woman whose name was Kathy, is Kathy. I don't know whether Kathy is watching today, but if she is, we send her our love and our sympathy and our thanks for the life of Vic Fazio and the contribution he made to his country, to his state, and to our nation, and to this institution, to give us an example of wisdom, of acceptance of others, of lifting others up, irrespective of that small letter next to their name, because he knew that all of us were Americans, chosen by our neighbors, which is the only way you can get here, to serve them, to represent their views in this body, and to make weighty decisions on their behalf that will have consequence for them, and as we do today, consequences for all the world. For 20 years, Vic Fazio was the voice of Sacramento and Yolo County in the Congress. One of Vic's lasting legacies was the designation of 3,700 acres protected wetlands in Yolo County. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, we can name that territory after Vic Fazio. He was effective because he reached across the aisle and worked closely with Republicans and, as I mentioned, Jerry Lewis. When the legislative appropriation bill came to the floor, we were all proud because it was not a partisan bill. It was a bill for the institution and for the people. So we remember a man of intellect, of integrity, and a warm and genial nature who was proud of his service, proud of the Congress, and proud of his colleagues. Madam Speaker, I would ask all of us to rise for a moment of silence to remember a great, great American and great member of this House, Vic Fazio.
The chair asks all members in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the Honorable Victor Fazio, Jr. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 963 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 198, H.R. 963, a bill to amend Title IX of the United States Code with respect to arbitration.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business and the question on the amendment of number 1 printed in the House Report 117273, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which will be the yeas and the nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 117-273, offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
By Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote yes on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Harder of California, and Mr. DeSanya of California, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote no on the Fitzgerald amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following members: Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Rush of Illinois, Mr. Hoyer of Nevada, they all vote nay on H.R. 963.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Ms. Lesko will vote yes on the Fitzgerald amendment of H.R. 963.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut and Mr. Golden of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Fitzgerald amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote yea on the amendment. As member designated by Ms. Salazar from Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, I inform the House that she will vote no on the Fitzgerald amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Porter, Frankel, and Connolly, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor and Mr. Dan Crenshaw, I'd like to inform the House that they will both be voting yay on the amendment. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bernice Johnson, Ms. Schreier, Ms. Chantel Brown, and Ms. Lofgren, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yay on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Dean, I inform the House that Ms. Dean will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kathy McMorris Rogers, I inform the House that Ms. Rogers will vote yay on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bowman of New York, I inform the House that he will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yay on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote no on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote yay on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Marcy Kaptur, I inform the House that she will vote no on the Fitzpatrick Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Garbarino from New York, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yay.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fortenberry of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Fortenberry will vote yes on the amendment.
Rhode Island. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Cuellar, Congress members Garamendi, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Garbarino from New York, inform the House that Mr. Garbarino wants to vote nay on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Madam Chair. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
It does say not, so make sure.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Peter Welch, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Andy Kim, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
Rhode Island. Is that? For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, one of only 6 states not to have a lottery, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote no on the amendment. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, home to the Everglades, the only place in the world where alligators and crocodiles coexist in the same ecosystem, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment. That's a
California. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Karen Bass, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote no on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote yes on the present amendments.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote yea on the amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida and Ms. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that both members will vote nay on the Fitzgerald Amendment.
Gentleman from North Carolina seek
As a member designated
recognition.
by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote aye on this amendment.
I would tell him. On this vote, the yeas are 184, the nays are 246. The amendment is not adopted. The question is on engrossment in the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Title IX of the United States Code with respect to arbitration.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Bentz of Oregon moves to recommit the bill H.R. 963 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B on Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Madam Speaker,
The gentleman from Oregon is
request the yeas
recognized.
and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. I missed you all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Peter Welch, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Andy Kim, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek
Mr. Speaker, I actually would like to amend the record. Ms. Wagner from Missouri would like to inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Marcy Kaptur of the Great Midwest, I inform the House that she will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kathy McMorris Rogers, I inform the House that Ms. Rogers will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the following members, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Rush of Illinois, and Mr. Hofer of Nevada, all vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Ms. Lesko will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, I inform the House that she will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Dean, I inform the House that Ms. Dean will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that both of them will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bowman of New York, I inform the House that he will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut and Mr. Golden of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Dan Crenshaw and Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that both members will be voting yay on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Garbarino from New York, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yay for the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Cuellar, Garamendi, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maloney of New York and Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that both members will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Hello, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado's 7th Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Karen Bass, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Harder and Mr. DeSanti of California, Mr. Trone of Maryland, and Mr. Suozzi of New York, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by members Connolly, Frankel, and Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fortenberry of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Fortenberry will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the small state of Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member from the Ocean State, one of America's original 13 colonies, you asked for it, home to the oldest synagogue in North America, home to the First Baptist Church in North America, birthplace of religious freedom, I'd like now to provide some proxy votes. As a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, the state which is home to the most visited and biggest resort in the world, Walt Disney World, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, the state with 300 mountain ranges, more than any other state in America, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chantal Brown, Kim Schreier, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Zoe Lofgren, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 222. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
What's that?
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor and Mr. Dan Crenshaw, I'd like to inform the House that they will both be voting no on H.R. 963. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by members Connolly, Frankel, and Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 963.
Party at the CH.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier and Mr. Harder of California, Mr. Trone of Maryland, and Mr. Suozzi of New York, I inform the House that these four members will vote yes on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote nay on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote no on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Karen Bass, I inform the House that Representative Bass will vote yes on H.R. 963.
Purpose does the gentlelady from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Ms. Lesko will vote no on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chantal Brown, Kim Schreier, Zoe Lofgren, and Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Resolution 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fortenberry of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Fortenberry will vote no on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from the great state of New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Peter Welch, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Andy Kim, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Garbarino from New York State will inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote nay on 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bowman of New York, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I inform the House that Ms. Kathy McMorris Rogers will vote nay on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida and Ms. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Dean, I inform the House that Ms. Dean will vote yes on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House Ms. Wagner will vote no on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Marcy Kaptur of the Great Midwest, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Upton from Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote no on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island, the state that needs no introduction, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that both of these members will vote yes on H.R. 963.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following members, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Rush of Illinois, Mr. Horford of Nevada, all vote yes on H.R. 963.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Cuellar, Congressmember Garamendi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 963.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut and Jared Golden of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 963.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 963.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, on roll call number 77 in the second session of the 117th Congress on H.R. 6434, I was unavoidably detained. Had I been present, I would have voted yes. I ask unanimous consent that this statement appear in the congressional record following the announcement of the vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Hello, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on H.R. 963.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote nay on H.R. 963. I'll walk with you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote no on H.R. 963.
For what purpose does the quarterback from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis and Ms. Salazar will vote nay on H.R. 963.
On this vote, the yeas are 222 and the nays are 209. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on roll call number 77 in the second session of the 117th Congress on H.R. 6434, I was unavoidably detained. Had I been present, I would have voted aye. I ask unanimous consent that this statement appear in the congressional record.
Without objection, the gentlelady's statement will appear in the record.
Thank you.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 3076, a bill to provide stability to and enhance the services of the United States Postal Service and for other purposes.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because my constituents, like all Americans, are paying far too much at the pump. They're angry, and so am I. Now, in response to Vladimir Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, President Biden rightly imposed crippling sanctions on Russia to bankrupt Putin's war machine and sever Russia's ties to the global economy. That was the right move, and Russia is feeling the punishment from those sanctions. But unfortunately, now the American people. The American people are willing to do their part in support of Ukraine, who are fighting for their survival, fighting for their independence. But the fact is that we are too dependent on foreign autocrats for their oil and gas. It leaves us vulnerable to supply chain constraints and gives tyrants like Putin too much power over our way of life. But with transformative investments in clean energy and electric vehicles, we can take back control, lower energy costs, and protect our national security. That's why we need substantial tax credits so that all families can afford electric vehicles. And to power them, we must bolster our clean energy production from solar, wind, and other renewable sources. These investments will shake our reliance on fossil fuels, create good-paying jobs, and shield us from energy price shocks like we're feeling right now. We simply have no time to waste. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
And is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, higher prices at the gas pump directly result from President Biden's actions. On his first days in office, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline, he ended new oil and gas leases on federal lands, and he is attempting to regulate the industry out of existence by way of executive orders. But don't worry, President Biden's administration has offered some words of encouragement for Americans struggling to pay outrageous prices at the pump. Last week, the Secretary of Transportation said to those Americans upset about paying outrageous gas prices that, quote, communities can all benefit from the gas savings of driving electric vehicles, close quote. Did someone forget to mention to the Secretary that the average cost of an electric vehicle is $50,000, which frankly is far more than the yearly household income of many Middle Tennesseans? Even Elon Musk, the founder of the electric car vehicle maker Tesla, understands that electric vehicles cannot solve this immediate crisis. Maybe he should lead the Department of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, there is only one solution to President Biden's energy crisis. Reverse these disastrous executive orders and unleash America's energy independence. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks later.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to speak today in support of Black and brown migrants around the world. Putin's invasion of Ukraine is horrific. And my heart is with the millions of families who have been displaced and those who have lost their lives. But I must highlight the refugee crisis caused by the war that has exposed the double standard. Black and brown migrants fleeing Ukraine are being forced to the back of the line and turned away at European borders. This reminds me of what happened in past September at our own border when the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol used excessive force and life-threatening tactics in a racially charged manner against unarmed Haitians. Simply put, we must demand better. President Biden and the administration must raise this issue with European leaders at every opportunity and act to ensure that everyone, regardless of their color, of their skin, their faith, their ethnicity, can find safety from this violent conflict. Thank you so much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize March as National Red Cross Month. Since 1943, March has been recognized as Red Cross Month. The Red Cross was founded by Clara Barton in 1881 with the noble mission of preventing and easing human suffering. Since its inception, the Red Cross has grown to one of the largest organizations in the country. Their efforts span from disaster relief, life-saving blood collections, international services, and assistance with military families and veterans. In our current state of the world, the Red Cross is actively assisting with humanitarian efforts in Ukraine. The Red Cross is able to carry out their mission because of their vast and strong network of volunteers, donors, and partners. Whether help is needed in big cities or the smallest towns, the Red Cross is always ready to provide assistance. Mr. Speaker, during the American Red Cross Month, let's renew our commitment to the timeless ideals of caring for one another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
It's recognized for 1 minute.
Earlier today, during the debate dealing with removing the normal trade relations from Russia and Belarus, I indicated that slaughter is too nice a word to describe the actions of Vladimir Putin against the innocent people of Ukraine. I insist on that definition. One member rose and said it was genocide. Certainly, it is near that devastating and deadly system that we've seen used elsewhere. As Russian soldiers come home in body bags, as Russian mothers begin to mourn, I make this plea to the Russian people. This is an illegal war. Putin is a war criminal. We can only now count on you. The Western world has done every single thing that they can do to stop the pillage, the violence, the killing of pregnant women, the slaughtering of babies in the street. Now it is time for the Russian people to unleash the shackles around your mind and your hands, to be able to stand up and say to Putin, who is now leading your country into an end that you'll never, never, never forget or be forgiven for. Why don't you stand up and speak eloquently to stop this violence and this war, to ask for peace, to get to the peace table, and make a difference in Russia, saving lives, and for the people of Ukraine. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, gas prices have hit an all-time high, averaging over $4 nationally for the first time since 2008. The rising price of fuel, groceries, and just about everything are an assault on the pocketbooks of working families, and it's all a direct result of President Biden's failed energy policies. Under the Trump administration, we were energy independent for the first time in my lifetime. But within just his first few days in office, President Biden reversed all the progress that we made. Yesterday, we heard from President Zelensky, who urged President Biden to do more to support Ukraine as they defend themselves from Russia. While banning Russian oil imports is a vital first step, another way to support Ukraine is by unleashing American energy so we can help make the world less reliant on Putin and dictators who use the profits from oil exports to fund their malign activities. President Biden would rather pay dictators than Americans, all in the name of climate change. What happened to Made in America? For the sake of our nation, our European allies who could use an alternative to Russian fuel, I hope he listens to the American people. Let's make American energy independent again, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, March 23rd marks 1 year since the tragic passing of my constituent, Jared Lloyd, whose memory I wish to honor today. Mr. Lloyd was a volunteer firefighter with the Hillcrest Fire Department in the village of Spring Valley, New York, where I grew up. On March 23rd of last year, Jared Lloyd died a hero. He sacrificed his life to rescue residents of the Evergreen Court Home for Adults from a horrific fire. Jared's colleagues have said that he saved as many as 30 lives that day. I know that I speak on behalf of the people of Rockland County when I say that I cannot express how incredibly proud I am of him for his bravery and his selflessness, and how sad I am over his loss. Jared Lloyd was 35 years old. He was a son, a companion, and a loving father of 2 wonderful children, Logan and Darius. Jared was a schoolmate of mine, a graduate of Spring Valley High School. He had so much life left to live. He will never be forgotten, and today he is remembered in the House of Representatives for his heroic actions. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
You can sit up
You sit where?
right over there. I would thank you so much for the recognition and the time, and I would yield 5 minutes to Representative Stansberry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening as a proud daughter of New Mexico to discuss the transformative impacts of the American Rescue Plan for our state on this beautiful St. Patrick's Day during Women's History Month, to highlight the impacts the Rescue Plan has had for our working families, our kids, and for our entire nation. It's been a difficult year, a difficult several years, as our communities have experienced the impacts of the pandemic and the economic struggles that have come with it. When we think back to even a year ago, last year at this time, we were unable to gather safely, unemployment was at an all-time high, and so many of our families were struggling and businesses closed. 1 year ago, this body passed the American Rescue Plan. 1 year later, people are still struggling in our country, and supply chains and our economy are still recovering, but so much has changed. Our economy is growing at a faster rate than at any point since the 1980s. More jobs have been created in 1 year than ever in our nation's history. Wages are up, and more small businesses are opening up across the country than ever before. Because the American Rescue Plan changed the way in which families put food on the table, provide for their families, and so that our parents and women in particular can return to work, and have helped our schools stay open and our families and small businesses stay afloat. So let's get to the heart of the matter today, which is how this particular piece of legislation has transformed the lives of so many New Mexicans, and how our communities have benefited from these historic policies. The people of New Mexico, and especially our women, are strong, resilient, the centers of our families and the roots of our communities. Our women carry us, nurture us, and work hard every day so that we can succeed, like the women in my own life, my own mother, my sister, and the trailblazing women who came before us and support us every day in our communities. But the challenges and burdens of this pandemic and the past 2 years have fallen unequally and disproportionately on women who have exited the workforce at unprecedented numbers, and on our kids who are resilient yet still struggling. As families struggle to make ends meet, keep a roof over their heads, and put food on the table, women have had to dig deep and find creative solutions. And these burdens have fallen disproportionately, in particular, on our Latina and Hispano women, on our Indigenous women, our Black women, and women struggling economically every day to make ends meet. There are countless stories of struggle and resilience and survival in our communities and the impacts of the American Rescue Plan. One from New Mexico's 1st Congressional District is that of April Trujillo and her 4 boys in Albuquerque. After losing her husband in September of 2020, Derek Trujillo, a small business owner who owned a small carpet cleaning business, their family struggled in a way that they had never done so before. But they were ultimately able to keep a roof over their heads and keep food on the table because of the transformative impacts of the child tax credit and rental assistance programs provided by the American Rescue Plan. It is by no means a stretch to say that these programs helped to catch this family as they face potentially becoming homeless at one of the most difficult moments in their life. And that is exactly what this American Rescue Plan was designed to do, and why we must put these transformational investments in child care, in the child tax credit, in housing, in food assistance, in our community well-being, and continue them into the future. Because they catch families like the Trujillo family when they need it most, and will help to lift up millions of Americans who are facing economic struggles and create opportunities for families for generations to come. So as we celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the American Rescue Plan and celebrate the passage of a historic infrastructure package a few months ago and crucial budget legislation just this last week, these bills have had a transformational impact on our economy, on jobs, and families across the country. But we acknowledge that the work is not over. We must extend the child tax credit. We must expand programs to tackle housing and hunger. We must invest in a universal child care system and caring for our elders. We must tackle drought and climate change, and we must stand with Ukraine and global democracy. This is the work ahead, and we stand together, united, to get it done. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I've been taught and told from an African proverb that when a tall tree falls in the forest, it makes a lot of noise. It gathers a lot of attention. Everybody in every entity in the forest knows that something has happened. A few days ago, a tall tree fell in the Chicagoland community where I live. The gentleman, Mr. Purvis Spann, spent the last day of his life. And Purvis Spann, to all of us, is known as the blues man because he was a great artist who projected, promoted, and entertained us for years. Purvis was born in Ida Bena, Mississippi, and like many other African Americans who were born in Ida Bena, Mississippi, and any place else in Mississippi, individuals migrated to other places. And thousands and thousands and thousands of them made their way to Chicago, Illinois. As a matter of fact, we finally say that the only place where there are more Mississippians than there are in Chicago is in Mississippi itself. Many of the individuals left the Delta area. So did Purvis Spann. Went to Michigan, worked in Gary, Indiana, joined the military, but eventually made his way to Chicago. And he came to Chicago and used his GI Bill to go to broadcasting school. And he got to be very good at it, not only as a broadcaster, but also as a promoter. Ultimately, the Stack brothers bought a radio station, and they named that station WVON. Eventually, Mr. Purvis Spann, Vernon Jarrett, Wesley South, and a woman named Gwen Hayes, they ended up acquiring the station. Spann was the blues part of it. As a matter of fact, he entertained and promoted. The station also became a pioneer in talk radio. As a matter of fact, before there was talk radio, Wesley South, one of the partners, had a talk radio program called On Target. And this was years and years and years ago. On Target. And it's hard to believe that talk now dominates in many places. So WVON was a pioneer of talk radio. It also has become the powerhouse of communication in the Chicagoland area, especially for African Americans. Talk all day long. Whatever is going on in the community, whatever is going on in Chicago, whatever is going on in the world, WVON. As a matter of fact, many of my neighbors and friends wait to wake up in the morning so that they can listen to WVON, especially beginning at 6 o'clock in the morning. But not only was Purvis Spann a tremendous promoter, but he also was a tremendous businessman, period. And ultimately, the station became in the hands of his daughter, Melody Spann Cooper, who has taken it to new heights. If it's not heard on VON, it did not happen. If it was not part of the discussion on WVON. So it's much more than an entertainment. It is the community's town hall, all day long, every day, whatever it is, WVON leads the way. So I simply wanted to express condolences to his family on his passing, and also let his family know how much Purvis Spann has meant to Chicago, how much it has meant to the socialization of the community, how much it has meant to the business promotion of the community, how much it has meant to the spirituality at the community. On Sunday afternoons, it's kind of a gospel, political atmosphere created that some people can hardly wait to get home from church so they can turn on VON, so they can listen to the gospel, the Pam Morris show. So, Purvis, you may have been the blues man. You may have entertained all the greats. Purvis Spann was noted and known as the person who named Aretha Franklin the Queen of Soul. He gave her that designation, and it stuck. So, Melody, carry on in the tradition of your father, as VON is the voice not just of the Negro. That was what the VON, but the voice of the nation. WVON, Purvis Spann. Of course, this month is Women's History Month, and we celebrate Women's History Month. We do so because of the tremendous progress that has been made. I'm always reminded that when a group of men sat in the room and stated that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And they didn't really mean all men. They meant some men. They meant the men that they felt had enough knowledge, enough resources, enough interest to make decisions for the country. Therefore, all men were not in the room. As a matter of fact, African American men who were enslaved states were not even considered as a full man. African American slaves were considered as 3/5. They had something called the 3/5 compromise, which meant that they would only count African American slaves as 3/5 of a person when they were counting up for the census. Not all men. No women. As a matter of fact, women didn't get the right to vote in this country until a little more than 100 years ago. And yet, as a result of suffrage, protests, struggle, changes, now a woman is the Vice President of the United States. And so there has been movement, not nearly enough, not nearly what there has to be. And so the struggle will continue so that ultimately there will be levels of equity in this country for women, blacks, and other citizens who don't have it and have not had it. The woman that I chose to mention at this time is the woman Mary D., who was an icon in broadcasting and philanthropy. Mary D. was born in Chicago in 1936, the youngest of 6 children. She was only 2 years old when her mother died. Her father ultimately became sick, and she was then, of course, he had remarried, and she was adopted by her stepmother. And she maintained that life was pretty rough for her until she got 5th grade and met a wonderful teacher who helped change her life. She stated in an interview that this teacher, Mrs. Robinson, told her that she would be great. And she believed in that teacher, and then she went on and became great. She graduated from Inglewood High School, went back to New Orleans, enrolled in Xavier University, where she studied business administration. She, of course, dropped out and took a job at IBM to help her other brothers and sisters. Because she then worked got married, got divorced, had a daughter, got a good job, and she just felt that she was spending too much time away from her job and from her child. So she quit that job, and somebody told her, so, you know, you got a gift for gab. And she decided to study broadcasting and journalism. She did. And she got so good at it, eventually she got her first show, radio show, did that for a bit, and then she got a television show, became excellent at it, and became one of the top female broadcasters in the United States. As a matter of fact, she was so good, she did that. Then she ran into a little difficulty. As a matter of fact, she and one of her guests were kidnapped, leaving the show, robbed, shot, left for dead, and with 2 bullets in her head, she crawled up to the highway where someone picked her up, took her to the hospital, and she stayed hospitalized for a year. As a matter of fact, she was told that she wouldn't make it and had 2 last rites given to her, one by the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who was indeed a friend of hers. But she prevailed and lived and was in the hospital for a year. Came back, got hired by WGN Television, and she became an anchor, evening anchor, and she did that for 11 years. Then they asked her to take the job as Director of Community Relations and Public Affairs and their children's charities, and she did. And she generated $31 million for the charitable, for the philanthropic work, and through that work. And she just kept doing it. I've never known anybody who was more open and more giving. I must have gone to at least hundreds of charitable events over the years that Mary D. was the announcer. She was the facilitator. She was the person making it happen. And so when we design and define what greatness is, Mary D., obviously a great woman, a great broadcaster, a tremendous communicator, a person who could stir audiences and groups and convince people to give thousands of dollars for needy causes. So Mary D., I salute you, I revere you, and I know that if people go up that way, that you're up there walking among the angels and putting on events and activities and waiting for other people to come. And finally, I will mention, although it's Women's History Month, but I will mention now an African-American male who was a transformative figure in the life, especially of a big city that was the 3rd largest city in the United States of America. A gentleman named Harold Washington, who became the first African-American mayor of the city of Chicago. And oftentimes Harold would have been, if he was alive now, he'd be celebrating his 100th birthday. He would be 100 years old. But Harold was a transformative figure in the political life of Chicago. Chicago was known as the city of the big shoulders, known as many things, but it was a patronage-laden city. Patronage guided the politics of Chicago. And for a long time, it had a tradition. If somebody went to City Hall, or to state government, or county government to get a job, the saying was, don't bring nobody did nobody sin. Basically meaning that unless you had a letter from a ward boss or from some elected official who was part of the system, even if it was a job that you had 10 times the qualifications for, you wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it because you didn't have the hookup. You didn't have the connection. Harold Washington, we actually convinced Harold Washington, I'm sure, to run for mayor. He had become a member of Congress. He had been the Democratic lead on the voting rights bill. And of course, in the mid-60s and 70s, that was still hot, just as it is hot today. And it is amazing that we can't get the voting rights extension granted, especially when all politicians in this country basically suggest that they believe in democracy, that they believe in democratic principles. They believe that everybody should have a right to participate and express themselves. And then we go through this process of wrangling to make it happen. But somehow or another, there seems to be a block. I don't know, maybe people have changed their minds from what they learned in grammar school or in high school, or what they read in the Constitution and all of that. It seems that way. But nevertheless, Harold Washington was convinced by people like Lou Palmer, people like Vernon Jarrett, people like myself and others, to run for mayor of the city of Chicago. And he said, well, if you guys really want me to run for mayor, you got to show it. If you don't show it, I won't do it. You got to get some people registered to vote, and you got to raise some money. And I remember sitting in the room in Lou Palmer's basement, eating watermelon, as a matter of fact, about 10 or 12 of us. And we then said to Harold Washington, well, Harold, you can go on to your next meeting. And we set out to generate the conditions and meet the conditions that he had set. But Harold was so astute, such a charmer, such an intellectual, but he also liked to walk the streets and talk to people in the alley and talk to people who other people would probably, I never will forget that I had set up a meeting with a bunch of motorcycle riders for Harold to go to, and some of his campaign people didn't want him to come. Motorcycle riders, the born losers, and buzzing bees, and dragons, and Harold said, well, I'll be there. And of course he came and everybody had on their leather jackets and all those things. And after he got elected, we ended up with some plaques that the motorcycle riders gave to Harold and to myself. I don't know what happened to his. Mine is still around. But Harold, when he got elected, City Council organized against him. And there were 29 people on the other side, and 21 of us. We called it the 29-21. And ultimately, we ended up with a 25-25 split. And so every item that came up, there would be 25 votes for it and 25 votes against it. And then, of course, Harold would get a chance to break the tie. But he had such a sense of fairness that he went all over the city, assuring every community that they would be treated the same as every other community, that they would get a part of the infrastructure money, that their schools would be prepared, that their sidewalks would be repaired and fixed. So he became bigger than life. As a matter of fact, when Harold died, people celebrated in the streets and spent days walking through to pay reverence. And that is because he helped people understand that government belonged to them, and they did not necessarily belong to government. And so when people ask what was the transformation was that the patronage system was seriously diminished. The transformation was the greatest participation in terms of turnout in elections would occur because the people felt that they had somebody in the highest office who respected and recognized what they had to say. Harold would stop on the street and have a town hall, and 15, 20 people would gather around. Now, it wasn't his intent to stop on the street. He just stopped and would spend time. Someone asked me what was one of my fondest memories, stories about Harold Washington. And I told him it was the fact that I drove a car for 19 years. And in 19 years, the car had sort of rusted in the floor. And I put a plank there. So we were someplace and Harold wanted to ride to tell me something or ask me something. So he told his guys to go ahead. And he was going to ride to the next stop with me. When he got in the car, the plank had shifted. And he looked down and said, "What the?" I said, "Mr. Mayor, don't worry about that. Just push that plank back over, and you won't even know that there's no floor." He says, "Why don't you buy yourself a car?" Well, I didn't get one right then. Eventually, I did. But Harold Washington transformed the politics of Chicago. Harold Washington gave being an elected official in Chicago a new meaning, that it was not just about glad-handing and backslapping. It was about trying to serve and serving the people. So Harold, you did your job. You did it well, and we pay tribute to you even on Women's History Month. And Mr. Speaker, as I prepare to close, I can't help but be reminded that I represent a community in Chicago that we fondly call Ukrainian Village. And that's because most of the people there are of Ukrainian heritage. And we reaffirm, of course, we have a rally every week. We have everything that you can possibly have with the hope and with the faith that our president that our country will stay on the course, and we have no doubt that we will continue to protect Ukraine as a part of the humanity that this country, my country 'tis of thee, need to express. Because we know that so goes Ukraine, so goes the other countries nearby, and ultimately, so will go the United States of America. Ukraine is a part of us. We are a part of Ukraine. And together, I think we will beat back the murderous, cowardly pact, and we'll be pressed to the wall. But always, as Claude McKay would say, always, always fighting back. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader. And if I mispronounce your name, I apologize proactively.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Actually, you did terrific, and I have family members who can't pronounce my last name, so you did good there. Yeah, try putting Schweikert on a political sign. It just goes on forever. And to the Speaker, I want to apologize right now because, A, I've had a lot of coffee, and I'm just cranky today. I'm just cranky, so I also apologize to those who have to try to keep track. I will, on occasion, try to slow down. I torment them on occasion by talking too fast. Started to do part of this a week ago and only wanted to do a little part, but we have a 10 o'clock shutdown rule, so I got up against the clock and had to stop. So God forbid they let me have the entire hour, which means I brought a whole bunch of boards. And a week ago, I pitched to some of our friends here a really mean, difficult, and absolutely honest question. Tell me something good that's been done in the last year of absolute control of Congress, of the White House, of functionally the levers of our government. Tell us something good that's been done policy-wise, legislative-wise, that has passed here for working men and women, for the future of my 6-year-old daughter, for people's retirement security. What has actually happened here? And then I'm going to walk through a whole bunch of things where the words, the virtue signaling, the discussion had great language, warm and fuzzy and caring, and it's actually been devastating to poor people, to the working poor. I don't think they meant to, but the fact of the matter is at some point, my brothers and sisters on the left have to have a brutally honest conversations with themselves of what their policies are doing. So we're going to start with being from a border state, immigration. But it's not immigration. It's opening up the border. What has the Democrats' policy, what has this president's policy on functionally ignoring the border done to my community in Arizona and to the country? First, let's also get our heads around the scale of the numbers. When you start seeing that border encounters increase 278% functionally in a year, when you start seeing numbers over 1.7 million crossings, when you start seeing numbers that are in the millions, okay. But you remember all the speechifying it was here a year ago? You remember how mean the last president was? We're going to be compassionate and loving. Does anyone here understand the economic concept of first degree, second degree, third degree effects, what you've done to my communities in Phoenix, what you've done to the communities in this country. So let's actually show the actual math. Now, I also have an economic premise, and we've done this presentation multiple times. A decade ago, and they were written by liberal economists that talked about the two things you do to make working poor poorer. Number one was inflation. Well, congratulations, we're going to talk about that. And number two actually was open borders. And it was a very simple concept. If you look at the profile of our brothers and sisters who we would categorize, and I hate these categories, but we do them for policy purposes, who are considered the working poor, they're often our brothers and sisters who did not graduate high school, who sell their labor. That's their income. And you open up the border and you import millions of individuals who their economic contribution will be to sell their labor. One of these economic papers written a decade ago says you've just taken the working poor in the country and made them poor for another decade. And one of them actually talks about that their income at the end of the decade will be at least 6% lower. So for all those folks that like to preach about compassion, where's the compassion for those who are just grinding it out trying to survive here? Do you understand, at some point, the math always wins. So let's have a little fun here. Here's my premise, and I'm going to try to do this on a number of these boards. You open up the border. We're going to talk about how many of our brothers and sisters and the families and the kids in my community and across this country are now dying of fentanyl. I did a ride-along a month ago with one of my neighbors who happens to be a police sergeant in a portion of north central Phoenix. And he's telling me that a year ago, and I'm not going to get these numbers exactly right, it was like $70 to $100 for that addict to get high, and now it might be $12. Remember your basic economics classes. When a price crashes, what does that mean? The availability has skyrocketed. We're also going to talk a little bit about, I have zip codes in my community where the social workers, the charities, some of my churches are telling me homelessness has doubled in 1 year. Have you seen the crime numbers? Got to deal with the reality. And then we probably should have an interesting conversation. What makes poor communities poor? If you've made drugs available, if you've actually flooded the communities with homelessness, if now you've also increased crime, and do you see the death numbers of our brothers and sisters who are dying of drugs? Are we willing to actually have a basic understanding when you make a really crappy decision? We're not going to enforce the border because it's more compassionate. Do you understand the cascade of misery that the left has brought to many of their own constituencies? The fact of the matter is, a lot of these neighborhoods that are suffering this aren't the ones voting for me. But damn it, I care. Because their misery should be all of ours, except it's not politically expedient around here because it basically proves the rhetoric. Let's defund the police. Let's defund ICE. Well, great job, guys. Look what you did to your neighborhoods. Look what you did to our communities. Look at the misery. Look at the death you've brought. And the math will always win. When you actually, I want for every member and staffer who may be on one of the televisions around this campus, if you're watching, I want you to have the experience I've had where you have to pick up the phone and talk to a mother who had their child die because they thought they were taking some party drug and it turned out to have fentanyl in it. That's the misery. That's and you're on that phone, and the tears are running down, and you're terrified, because I have a 6.5-year-old. Greatest gift God has ever given me. And I'm terrified that this is the society that you get when you put the left in charge. Did they mean this? The rhetoric doesn't say so, but damn it, will they actually stop and take a look at the outcome of their decisions? When you see 133% increase, people in our communities dying. They come behind these microphones and tell us how they're the ones that care. Fine. Maybe you should be on the next phone call with me when you're talking to that mother. And you can explain to them that it was compassion to open up the border and make it so drug prices crash, so now fentanyl comes screaming into my community and their child gets to die. There are consequences to really bad policy. It may have been great rhetoric when you had a different president, but the misery has been foisted on our neighborhoods, our suburbs, our communities, and particularly the communities that the Democrats claim they care about. You know, if you actually look at what's going on the drug overdoses, and oh, by the way, I brought this because there are, believe it or not, for anyone watching, there's rules where I can't reach over here and write on this. So we did something sort of silly. We had to print it and put some tape on it. There's your number for 2021, and that's only as October. We don't actually have the final data. So congratulations, Democrats. Over 100,000 of our brothers and sisters are dead, of our children, of our next generation. And there's still a couple more months to be added into that math. I don't believe it's purposeful. But I believe there's an embarrassment of saying, oh God, what have we done? The number of times around this place, you make a policy decision, you campaign on it, it's on your brochures, you've given speeches, and then you find out it crashes and burns and creates more misery. And that willingness to get up behind a microphone and say, I'm wrong. And I've had a couple of those where I thought I understood the math. I thought I understood the societal implications. I'm waiting. Now, we did actually hear a little bit of it. I was optimistic. The president got behind that microphone up ahead of me and said, let's fund the police. And you could hear the grumbling of a number of our brothers and sisters on this side because they had campaigned on something very, very different for years. So, now let's actually talk about other levels of crime. And this is not my area of specialty. I do Medicare finance. I do trade. I do taxes. I love working on the geeky stuff. And yes, it doesn't get you on television. It doesn't get you, you don't raise lots of money because you said something crazy. But it's important. It's what keeps the economy going. It's what keeps prosperity. And I believe economic growth is moral. But we've been working on a side project on the Joint Economic Committee. And here's our outline. What makes people poor? Well, you get people and say, oh, education, racism. Well, actually, you start looking at the data sets and truly grinding in, and then things we could actually do something about. And you start seeing things that pop off the data if you're willing to open your eyes and own a calculator. Diabetes actually pops off as one of the top things when you see the concentrations of our brothers and sisters with diabetes. When you actually see, and this is one that almost is never talked about here, crime. Communities often that have the most economic misery, is it a chicken and the egg? It's a little hard to get ahead in life when people keep stealing stuff or killing your family members. Maybe it's time, Reagan back in the 1980 election had something called the misery index. It was functionally inflation, unemployment. Maybe it's time we could do something much more effective, and create the Biden Democrat control misery index, and we just lay out how many of our brothers and sisters are ODing, how many of our brothers and sisters are dying, how many of our brothers and sisters are victims of crime, how many of our brothers and sisters are sicker today, how many of our brothers and sisters now have mental health issues because they spent a couple years locked up, how many of our kids are almost afraid to take their masks off now. Think about the sort of psychodrama that this place has foisted on the citizens of this country. And the hits keep coming. And look, I put this one here more just as a, and I know I'm being a bit snarky, but I got to get it off my chest. The number of get-togethers I had a year ago, during 2020, and fussing and screaming, why aren't you doing more about COVID? If we had Democrats in charge, people would be healthier, we'd solve the problem. Do you remember President Biden's campaign promises? Do you remember the Democrat leadership's promises here? Put us in charge, we'll take care of it. Okay, so a time when there were therapeutics, a time where there were vaccines. Did a great job, guys. Great job. Because you see the math? Hell of a lot more of our brothers and sisters died in a time where we actually had the tools. What happened? My argument is rhetoric sure does sound a lot better than actually explaining competence. So now let's actually talk about, in my 8 minutes I had last week, it was basically trying to have a conversation of what the Democrats have done, making the environment worse. And you go, huh? The fact of the matter, and I'll show you the slide here in a moment, as soon as the Biden administration took over, but it even goes back to 2018 when the Democrats won the House, they basically set off a campaign, a jihad, whatever colloquialism you want to use. And it wasn't, hey, we're just going to cancel pipelines. Hey, what was it? In 2020, President Biden, in a debate with Bernie Sanders, said there will be no more permitting. No more permitting of pipelines, no more permitting of wells. It was an absolute promise. Well, to his credit, he kept his promise. But did anyone stop for a moment to think about what they were going to do? So functionally, what is ESG? I can give you the quote, or we can just do something really simple. It's when you basically add such a risk premium to investing in any type of hydrocarbons. So you're a pension system. You're our pension systems. You're the California teachers. You're a mutual fund. You're an index fund. You're going to now have to, with all the threats and things coming through the administration, this isn't votes. This isn't a proclamation from the president. This is the infrastructure of our society and our financial markets basically raising a risk premium for investing in natural gas, for investing in the infrastructure of hydrocarbons. Well, what happens? What happens when you do that? Because remember, it wasn't the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Go back to last September and October when natural gas prices shot off the charts. And there were people here coming, and people on the left, attacking hydrocarbon and natural gas companies. But the fact of the matter is, we were talking about how miserable this winter was going to be, what was happening to your fuel prices. And look, I have never actually seen heating oil. I'm from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life. I've seen pictures of it. And then you see people saying it's 2, 3, 4 times more expensive for these people to heat their homes. And then you also realize the zip codes they live in and who they vote for. They voted for it. But the reality of it is, there's a punchline here. When Democrat policy drove up the price of natural gas so high that power generation all across North America converted back to coal, you realize the United States burnt 23% more coal last year. I mean, did anyone just do the basic math? Okay, you're going to engage in policies that make natural gas dramatically more expensive. The next least expensive fuel all of a sudden became coal. Congratulations. Now, during President Trump's time, the use of coal, and this was a guy who claimed to be a coal supporter, went down dramatically because natural gas crashed in price. Remember, the last 15 years, the movement we had to become dramatically less carbon-centric, greenhouse gas formula, heading towards, for those who cared about the math on the Paris Accords, was almost exclusively the use of natural gas. Because remember, we took off so much baseload nuclear. We took off more baseload nuclear in the United States in the previous 15 years than we actually did produce new photovoltaic and wind. So if someone says, oh, it's because of all the clean energy generation, no. It's actually because of natural gas displacing coal. I mean, the math is math. This one, we need to share. Anyone notice, if you were here, and this is even for the poor staff here, please don't move your eyes or anything because someone will take a shot at you for. So a couple weeks ago, before the State of the Union, we came to the floor here, we had to wear masks. Then we all hear about polling being done by the White House and the Democrat leadership, and all of a sudden we find out, hey, turns out the public is over it. Even Democrat-based voters are pretty much over the enforcement of mask mandates. And did you notice, pretty much a little bit after the impact research poll that the Democrats did, 48 hours later after the poll is published, guess what happened? I don't have to wear a mask on the floor anymore. Policy by virtue signaling. Instead of a calculator, it's theater. Welcome to how this Congress has been run. It happened. It happened, and I'm not the only one to point this out. Even a number of leftist publications said, isn't it just amazing? As soon as the Democrats got a poll that it no longer was popular, even with their base, all the masks come off. Even the experience of a couple of the Democrat matriarchs that fussed at me not to get into an elevator with them because I wasn't wearing a mask in the hallway, which I was very respectful, I didn't. 48 hours later, didn't care that I was in the elevator with them without a mask because the polling said it was okay. I'm happy to know we now make public health policy on the Democrat side with polling. But it's real, it happened. So let's actually have a little bit more fun here. The absurdity of Democrat policy. Guess when statutorily the Democrats passed this about 3 weeks ago? They set a date. They set a date when the pandemic will be over, not based on science, not based on even on their polling. They set a date. Congratulations, it's September 30th, 2025. Two years ago, when we were actually working together on this, we had a collective understanding. We were worried emergency rooms, hospitals were going to be just packed. We wouldn't have enough ventilators. We were racing for vaccines. We didn't have antivirals. But there was, I thought, a collective societal that we declare a pandemic. Do you remember? 15 days to stop the spread. We'll all stay home for 15 days. Stop the spread. And here we are a couple years later. We have antivirals, we have vaccines, we have therapeutics. We understand the virus. And the policy set is to make September 30th, 2025. Now, we should actually let whoever's watching know the joke. It's about the money. This place is always about the money. there's lots and lots and lots of special spending line items that come with the declaration of pandemic. And this pretty much locks in saying, hey, this person may hate vaccine passports or hate masks or this and that, but wink, wink, nod, nod. We made sure the declaration of the pandemic is till 2025 so we can keep getting the largesse of the spiffs on the cash. If that's what it is, tell the truth. Saying, look, we buy our elections by handouts through, our policies here. Okay, but tell the truth. So I have a personal fixation on diabetes. And I've done speech after presentation on this, and I want to walk through why. And look, we'll come back to this 2 or 3 times. In the next, and this slide, the numbers are much higher now, because this slide is from a year ago, just CBO, Congressional Budget Office, hasn't given us an update. But 29 years from now, we're scheduled to have $112 trillion of borrowing. And that's in today's dollars, so adjusted for inflation. Functionally, 75% of that spending is Medicare. 31% of all Medicare spending is diabetes. 33% of all healthcare spending in the United States is diabetic related. I represent, I believe, the second highest percentage of population, one of my tribal communities that I represent. I love them dearly, but they're number 2 in, we think, the world in the percentage of their members who have diabetes. And their sister tribe is number 1. Come to my community sometime. I'll take you out in the community, introduce you to some of the families I've known my whole life, and grandma has her foot cut off. So the president did something a lot of people cheered for. Hey, insulin is outrageously expensive. We're going to subsidize it. Okay, fine, fine. Does anyone in the Democrat side actually read any of the healthcare, the pharmaceutical, the science journals? The facility is almost up and running where it's a co-op. If they actually cared about crashing the price of insulin, someone would have paid attention that it's already here. This stuff is about to roll out. A number of the pharmacies and hospitals got together and said, screw this. We're going to use a market. We're going to go around it. We're going to make it ourselves. And we're going to do direct sales. And they're talking about no more than $30 per vial, $55 per box. It's not requiring government subsidies, regulations, because you know how efficiently we'll subsidize it, but the cost of the bureaucracy to do it will be a nightmare. But does anyone pay attention? I was here about 3 weeks ago talking about if the left really wants to be compassionate, and I can get my brothers and sisters on the right to be loving and compassionate, we know how to cure type 1. At least that's what the science journals are saying. We've figured out how to take a stem cell and direct it to become and I always mispronounce it, islet cell that produces insulin. There's now a even new version where they're taking that cell and adjusting it with CRISPR so the body doesn't see it as foreign, so you can actually have a constant line. Wouldn't it be miraculous if you actually had some thinking people here that said, screw this. Instead of patching up people's misery, we're going to subsidize insulin so you can live in misery, just cheaper. And back to my previous comments that we've been working on a model that what creates income inequality, what creates poverty. We're actually seeing health and crime and these things. Well, hold it. We know diabetes is actually, for our brothers, urban poor, my tribal poor, rural poor, is truly everywhere. If you cared, wouldn't you throw everything you have at this concept of, okay, we know how to cure type 1. The articles, if you read through them, and some of it's thick, is, yeah, the same concept. You could take someone with type 2 and get their body to produce insulin again, but you'd actually have to have them engage in much healthier life practices. Would we be willing to have the really brutal conversation here of we're going to change how the Farm Bill works, we're going to change how nutrition support works, and those who would actually like to see a future where their diabetes type 2 is cured, would they be willing to work with their community to eat different? Would we be willing to work on that? Would we be willing to deliver, have Lyft deliver food boxes to the home and say, we are loving, caring about your future and your health, and we don't want you to be like the grandma who's a friend of mine who's had her foot cut off. And if you'll do this, the societal trade will be, we'll do the stem cell to islet cell to get your body back to producing insulin. And oh, by the way, diabetes is the single biggest contributor to U.S. sovereign debt. So for those who are fiscal hawks, great. For those who actually give a darn about people, wonderful. And instead, our solution coming from our president standing right there is, I'm going to subsidize insulin. I'm not going to cure the misery, I'm just going to make it cheaper. Where's the vision here? So now let's actually go back to the previous. The two things you do most to make the working poor poor. Okay, we talked about opening the border and making them compete with others with similar skill sets. And my numbers are already out of date because it keeps getting worse. You also crush them by making everything they buy. Because if you are poor, if you're that working middle class, if you're just hardworking middle class, the amount of your income it goes to food, the amount of your income it goes to rent, the amount of your income it goes to driving is substantially more than the vast majority of the people in this body. The income we're paid, we're in the top quartile. And then we also have some of the richest people you can imagine that are here. And it's always funny hearing them talk about, when they're worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. But to the family that's struggling out there, this has been a really crappy year. And I'll point it out, I'm going to do it a couple times. Guess which community had the highest inflation rate in the United States? Mine. I had 10.9% in my neighborhoods. You want to talk about kicking people in the head? That's year over year. This is what unified Democrat government has brought you. You are poorer today than the day Joe Biden took office. And then the hallmark here used to be, well, the gap between the rich and poor, income inequality. Well, guess what? That gap, particularly in 2018, 2019, was the greatest shrinkage in modern economic times. 2018, 2019, the fastest movement of the poor getting less poor, the fastest movement of food insecurity shrinking. Congratulations, Democrats. You've done a great job. Turns out income inequality really started to expand last year. Inflation crushing people, except if you own lots of assets. If you're one of the rich people here and you have multiple houses, you have lots of stocks and bonds, you have other things, you got richer. Or at least your assets went up in value. Does anyone else see the cruelty going on here, or does it just not fit? Because you have a pasty white guy here giving the speech, but the math is the math. I mean, at some point, the math will always win. And my brothers and sisters in the Phoenix area. Now, Phoenix is a big community. Remember, Maricopa County is the fourth most populous. I still think we're catching up with Harris County, but fourth most populous county in the country. It's functioning almost 7 congressional districts. And my brothers and sisters in the Phoenix area had a 10.9% inflation year over year. Go talk to those families and explain to them how, isn't this been a great year for you? Aren't you happy you voted for this? And then you start to look at some of the other data. And though I gotta give the left credit, they've done one thing that I didn't think could happen. I'm seeing some polling coming out of my community where, not by a little bit, but by almost double digit, Hispanic voters are now going to vote for Republicans. And then you see this and you start to understand why. Look what's happened, particularly to African American Latino voter or populations. What's happened to their rents? 28% increases. They may have thought Democrats were their protectors, but Democrats have basically been their tormentors because the policies have been so badly designed. And when they were voting for these, we stood here and explained, do you understand what you're about to set off? And the arrogance. Well, in a weird way, thank you. Looks like now the Hispanic vote may actually be Republican. And is it because we're so wonderful, or their policies have been so brutal to those communities? So let's have the hits keep going. United States, you've heard this over and over, and lots of other people have come here and talked about this, but it's worth saying again. What happens when a nation has the ability to be secure in its energy? What happens to a nation when you're Germany, when you're basically beholden to someone else's hydrocarbons? And there's one here, and I'm going to do this a little bit out of order because I find it absolutely fascinating. Let's see. We should do this one 2 or 3 times. Now we understand that a decade and a half ago, the protests in Germany, and now we find out much of the activism here. The researchers, the reporters, the journalists actually do investigative. Hey, this stuff may have been financed by countries that sell hydrocarbons. You know, can't imagine who that would be. But we now know the stories in Germany of, you've seen the stories of the suitcases of cash going to their green movement to shut down their baseload nuclear. And Germany today is dramatically dirtier in greenhouse gases than they were 10, 15 years ago because they're living on Russian hydrocarbons and coal. And I think they're out of the 20-plus nuclear facilities, and yes, I know I mispronounced nuclear. I'm trying to get it right. I think they have one facility, and they're scrambling to find out, can they put them back into service? Turns out, same concept here. I would love for our brothers and sisters on the left to help us actually do an investigation of who's been financing the shut down the pipelines, shut down much of the, particularly natural gas, which I have a great fondness for natural gas because of its miracle on reducing greenhouse gases. But looks like much of that part of the green movement may have been financed by countries that could care less about the world, global warming, but it was more about market constraints so they could sell more of their product. And once again, we'd become energy independent. We had become an exporter. Biden administration takes over. And all of a sudden, the extortion games begin, the threat games begin. You start to find out you're going to be investigated by the Securities and Exchange Commission because you may not have disclosed your global warming impact on your investments. And then you wonder why it was actually months ago that natural gas prices went through the ceiling. I was going to say exploded, but that's a really bad pun. It's in the charts. It wasn't an invasion of Ukraine. It was the election of Democrats really, really screwing up policy. And now, we don't actually have a complete answer on this. I'm hoping it's purely for technical reasons because a couple weeks ago I did a couple charts here showing how much baseload nuclear is coming offline. And the fact of the matter is, when that comes offline, even with the adoption of all the clean energy, all the photovoltaic, all the wind, we actually are upside down. We will have to actually use more hydrocarbons. And then you hear the story this week that the feds have rescinded license for a Florida facility that's under construction, which I understand there's stunning amounts of capital already sitting there. I hope this is temporary. But you would think this would be the type of thing we would be struggling saying, we really want non-carbon emitting baseload power in this country, except for the fact of the matter is, and it's reality. Photovoltaic, wind, they write a lot of checks to the Democrats. It's a dark thing I say, but the fact of the matter is I can walk you through policy after policy after policy here where it seems to be chasing. I mean, look at H.R. 1 and the other things that this place has passed, which had nothing, ultimately nothing to do with access to voting. It had to do with building a model that elects Democrats. I mean, financing Democrat campaigns with 6-to-1 money, industrializing ballot harvesting because they have networks to do that. I mean, it's just, but once again, we virtue signal, we say pretty words, and then just hope that the public never finds out what's actually underlying in the real piece of legislation. And back to what I said before, congratulations, Democrats. You burnt 23% more coal last year. Yes, I'm from Arizona. We're one of the photovoltaic, I mean, you know, it's a holy grail where we are. Power actually almost goes to zero for 2, 3, 4 hours in the afternoon because we produce so much. But let's get the policies right. We need storage. There's some breakthroughs in storage now. I have a fascination with the rust iron battery. It doesn't work in a car because it's really big, really heavy, but it works at in a utility scale. But will the left take responsibility that they say one thing and the proof they burnt 23% more coal last year? They made greenhouse gases worse. Pretty rhetoric isn't good math. And the movement of natural gas. So the folks that say, oh, we got to stop pipelines. Have you seen what the pipelines actually look like in the United States? They're everywhere. So the brain trust here raises lots of money, does lots of campaigns. We're going to cancel something like Keystone so they can put the oil on rail cars? Or maybe shove it out to the west coast of Canada so it can be shipped to Asia? Because heaven knows when they crack it, refine it, they do it in a really clean, well-regulated, EPA-controlled facilities, right? Had nothing to do what was good for the environment. Had to do what was good for raising money. And now the Brain Trust gets to deal with the mess they've created policy-wise. So now we get to see great stories that we're out visiting Venezuela. We're out visiting other countries that functionally are either, I accept the humiliation. Let's take the humiliation. But if my brothers and sisters over here are truly committed to their green agenda, aren't they just horrified that the decision and policy sets they've set up have actually made the environment worse, and now we're actually going to go to countries that actually do it in a filthy fashion? Huge global warming impacts on the way they pull their hydrocarbons, and that's actually who we're reaching out to ask for their help. Of course, I think the real reality, the reason they do this is because they have an idea what's about to hit them this election cycle. Because they've made working men and women's lives, the hardworking men and women's lives in this country, more miserable. And they're pedaling as fast as they can to find a way to back off the damage they've done. So let's also see the efficiencies. Remember, we're going to have an administration with no drama. We're going to bring professionalism back. Well, great. Passport backlog now at 2 million. VA claim backlog over 250,000. IRS returns backed up over 24 million. SSA hearings taking up functioning almost a year. Tell me something. And so back to my opening question. Give me something, anything, one thing that unified leftist control of this government has done to make people's lives better, to make the future of this country better. It's been like a misery factory. And then the next board I want to point out, and it's just one of dozens of examples, but it's for people out there who may be paying attention to understand what is said over there has nothing to do with what they actually do. So you remember the Build Back Better? You had the speaker and the president and their spokespeople. Well, if we spend all this money, if we engage in this policy, it will be good for inflation. And before I do the picture, Mr. Speaker, can you tell me my time?
The gentleman has 15 minutes.
How many?
15?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. So tucked into, now here's the great irony. So we found this tucked into their thousands and thousands of pages of Build Back Better. Because remember, on one hand, they're telling you, hey, we're going to make things more efficient. We're going to actually, it will help reduce inflation. Oh, except for the way that if you actually find out it's a bunch of pandering to the unions and they made it so you can't automate ports. Huh? So you're giving us speeches about how supply chains are the real responsibility for inflation, and Build Back Better is supposed to help inflation, except for you've done the very things that will make it so just the opposite happens. You've made it so I can't automate ports legally anymore. So all this money, your largesse you're going to throw out will go to green stuff at ports, but you can't make them more efficient. You lied to the American people. And how many of my brothers and sisters on the left here even knew these sorts of little landmines were tucked into? I mean, they had the unionization of all the government employees in my state if they want the largesse money for family and medical leave. Yet they had to do it through a collective bargaining agreement. The legislation was pandering to those who financed their campaigns, and it would make people's lives more miserable. I mean, think of that. Inside their Build Back Better was you can't automate ports. You can't make this stuff up. And then you start to realize, why do we have so many unfilled jobs? Something went horribly off the rails here. When we functionally, and I need to update this chart because apparently the number has actually even worse, but I have a fixation on demographic issues. I've done lots of presentations here on the floor because demographics are actually the primary driver of our U.S. sovereign debt, and Democrat policies continue to make the policy sets around that worse. So we have 1.5 million more of our brothers and sisters who've said, quit, I'm out of here, I'm taking early retirement, I leave, than we expected. Instead of encouraging our brothers and sisters to stay in the economy because we've got to step up productivity, because if we don't step up productivity, we can't start to knock down inflation. Remember, what is inflation? It's too many dollars chasing too few goods. There's a couple ways you attack inflation. You can squeeze down the money supply, and you saw that happen with interest rates starting to go up. Or you could also do what Reagan did in 1981. People forget this. Paul Volcker's jacking up interest rates and jacking up interest rates. Congress, a Democrat Congress at that time, also did a tax cut, a tax reform to try to make business more productive so they would make more stuff. Because remember, too many dollars chasing too few goods and services. Make more goods and services. And then when you're driving people out of the workforce, how do you make more goods and services? Get the policy sets right. So you say you care about inflation, you care about it crushing working men and women, and then you do the very things that continue in a society to make it worse. And when we get through this period of misery, we still have the thing that wipes us out as a society, wipes us out, leads us to decades of misery, and that is the current calculation basically says in 29 years, My new math says we get to be about 212, 210% of debt to GDP. That's publicly held debt. Remember, last year we were borrowing functionally $47,000 a second. I know most of this place just cares about surviving the next election. I mean, look at the legislation that keeps being offered. But is there at all a moral responsibility here to understand this destroys your kids, this destroys your grandkids, this destroys the future generations? We will be handing the next couple of generations a much poorer, they will live poor country than we inherited. This is $112 trillion of publicly borrowed money adjusted for inflation. And this isn't my math, this is CBO's math from a year ago. This is before the crazy spending of last year. So, Mr. Speaker, when I came to the mic, I shared with you I was a bit cranky and I'd had a lot of coffee. I don't believe Democrats are evil. Misguided, yes. But I believe many of them are my friends. They have good hearts. But you gotta stop the policies that hurt people. You gotta stop hurting people. And you gotta stop making the nation poor. And there's a number of us with ideas that aren't even traditionally Republican that we could embrace. I mean, curing diabetes is one of them. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's neither. It's just moral. Maybe once in a while let a Republican have an amendment or an open debate, because there is a path. There is a path where we can make our future better, but you gotta stop the bloodletting. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go back and have some decaf. I yield back.
The chair would remind members to direct all remarks to the chair. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start tonight to talk about America in crisis, and it's crisis after crisis. The American people can hardly get their feet underneath them. You see, after riots, the next thing that came was COVID, and then elections, and now more COVID, mandates, masks, more COVID, and now potentially the thoughts of war. But there's a lot more happening on top of that. We are in a real crisis in America, especially with American energy. You see, right now, the #1 call I receive in my office from my constituents, and it's mainly the only thing they're calling about, is the price of gas. The price of gas, the average right now, is $4.32. People calling in my office are saying they can hardly afford to fill up their tank. They're not sure if they're going to be able to fill up their tank to take their kids to school, to be able to go to the grocery store and afford the high cost of food now, and they're just not sure where this is going. They also call and they say they don't understand why the Biden administration and why Congress, why our federal government isn't doing anything to help Americans be able to pay for gas at the pump. You see, it wasn't too long ago that we were energy independent in America. There was a different mindset in charge. There was a mindset of putting our country first, our tax dollars first, and putting Americans first, and considering ramping up energy in America and growing energy in America instead of declining and killing energy in America. But now that seems to be the way of our government. It's hurting Americans, and people cannot afford it. This should not be a political issue. This is an issue for every single person that drives a car and truck. Now, it seems to be the goal is to make every single American drive an electric vehicle. And if that's the goal, there's a big problem here. It's not up to the government, the United States government, to force people to buy an electric vehicle. It should be up to the United States government to do things like take care of our national security, secure our border, help oil companies produce more oil to increase energy independence, increase natural gas production, continue to build more nuclear to grow energy in America. But that doesn't seem to be the way. No, we're looking at the third straight week in a row of over $100 a barrel in oil. Currently, it's at $112.12. This is a disaster. In March of 2020, President Trump directed the Department of Energy to purchase 30 million barrels to begin filling our strategic preserves. But President Biden announced in his State of the Union that he would once again tap the strategic preserves and release 30 million barrels of oil in a desperate attempt to reduce gas prices here at home. Now Biden is considering releasing even more. This follows an SPR release of 50 million barrels of oil in November of 2021. Which did nothing to prevent the spike in gas prices. And no, it's not what's happening in Ukraine. This was happening before Ukraine. The SPR is supposed to be used for national security emergencies and major weather events. These are our emergency oil supplies. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. It seems to be the continuing plan to reduce America into being dependent on foreign countries. You see, the biggest problem started on day one when the Keystone XL pipeline was completely stopped. That would have supplied 830,000 barrels of oil from Canada to U.S. refineries. That would have helped Americans once that was finished. But no, that was an executive order by President Biden to suspend it, to suspend all oil and gas leasing on federal lands and waters. That was a continued America Last energy plan. While a federal judge ruled the leasing bans to be illegal, the Biden administration has issued 0 new leases on federal lands. That's not helping Americans. Now, another issue that happened in May of 2021, President Biden removed sanctions against Nord Stream 2, which were previously put in place by former President Trump. In February 2022, President Biden reversed course and reimposed the Trump sanctions, noting the overwhelming incentive to move away from Russian gas. President Biden's far-left socialist agenda, Build Back Better, was an effort to cripple domestic energy by increasing oil and gas production payments to 20%. Increasing bonding and surety requirements to more than 15 times their current levels, imposing a new severance tax, and establishing new annual fees of $10,000 per mile for offshore pipelines. President Biden's fiscal year 22 budget requests explicitly opposed funding the construction or maintenance of projects that would lower the cost of gas, diesel, or energy derived from fossil fuels. Biden's Department of Energy has slow-walked liquefied natural gas exports that could reduce Europe's dependence on Russia. These are all the things that have led to the increase of the price of gas at the pump that are hurting my constituents in my district in Northwest Georgia. This is hurting Americans. None of these things have helped us. Now, here's what we have to consider. We also have bigger problems. The Consumer Price Index, which is a key inflation index, hit a 40-year high in February. The CPI increased to 7.9% over the past 12 months, and this is inflation that happened before Russia invaded Ukraine. You can't blame Putin for that one. This is all happening right here at home. Let's talk about inflation and how it's hurting Americans. Here's one thing that everyone can understand. Used cars and trucks are up 41.2%. 41.2% is unbelievable. And if you've been on vacation lately, you know these are up 12.7%, but it looks to be 2022 is going to be worse. The problem for Americans is it's not that anyone is increasing their wages. They're actually being hurt by all of these economic forces that are hitting American families hard. Now, don't forget, the same people that were big Democrat voters, which are those people suffering with big student loans, these are people that are working their jobs, trying to pay their student loans, trying to afford their car payments. They can't afford gas at the pump, and no one seems to be helping them. Inflation is a tax on everyone, and no one is exempt. And that is what people are complaining about here in America, not what the people that run around Washington think. It's a lot different when you talk to people on the ground. Now, another thing people are very upset about is what's happening at our border. We have a true border crisis, and it's time to start caring about it. Now, listen, it's an insult to all border communities because President Biden visited Texas but continued to refuse to visit the southern border or other surrounding communities that his failed open border policies have endangered. So the real issue is, while President Biden is more interested in working with Iran, Russia, China to go re-enter an Iran nuclear deal, he doesn't seem to care about what's happening at the border. According to Customs and Border Patrol data, there were 153,941 migrant encounters at our southern border in January. That is a 96% increase from the previous year. This was the second worst January on record. Of the 153,941 illegal immigrants encountered at the border, the Biden administration released 62,573 of them into the United States. This new data comes at a time when ICE deportations are down 70% from 2020, the fewest number of deportations in 5 years. This equates to an average of just 100 deportations a day, even as Border Patrol agents encountered up to 7,000 illegal immigrants daily. But only 100 get deported? Why? You have to ask why. Since Biden took office, over 2 million illegal immigrants have been apprehended at our southern border. Biden has still not visited the border, even during this historic crisis. It doesn't seem that President Biden even cares. Border officials have estimated that nearly 400,000 illegal immigrants have escaped into the United States without being caught under President Biden. But we don't even know if that's the right number. That's just an estimate. Out of 104,171 migrants issued notices to report by ICE between the end of March and the end of August 2021, 47,705 failed to report. They just don't bother showing up. There were 10,763 arrests of migrants with criminal convictions in fiscal year 2021. That's up 2,438 from fiscal year 2020. And that's up 4,269 in fiscal year 2019. But here's the real issue. Fentanyl is flowing across our borders. Seizures of fentanyl increased by 134% in fiscal year 2021 under President Biden's watch. Now fentanyl is the #1 reported reason of death, cause of death for young people ages 18 to 45. What are we doing in our country when this deadly drug is flowing across our wide open border that our president doesn't even seem to care about, that no one is interested in closing the border, securing the border? How are we failing Americans and failing young people where fentanyl that comes over from China is so easily flowing across the border? This is a disaster. It's a complete disaster. Now, what I find absolutely mind-boggling is how here in Congress, we passed a $1.5 trillion omnibus bill last week that was 2,741 pages, and we didn't even have 24 hours to read it. That is a complete failure to the American people and the American tax dollars, who are the ones paying the $1.5 trillion for the omnibus bill. How, there's not a company, there's not a small business in the private sector that operates this way, but our federal government is reckless and out of control, and the American people are feeling the consequences. You just have to ask the question, why? Why does Congress work this way? Because it's just not working. It's not working for the American people. Now, this week, we're addressed by President Zelensky and the crisis that the Ukrainian people are going through. It was heartbreaking to hear the stories he told, the video that he showed, the tragedies that we are hearing about over and over. But we also aren't given enough information. Last week, Congress approved $13.6 billion to go to Ukraine. Now, this is after years and years of sending billions of dollars in aid to Ukraine and funding all kinds of things in Ukraine. Who does Congress work for? I think that's the greatest question. What is the purpose of this institution where we take American taxpayers' dollars and send it to countries all over the world? We send money to all kinds of foreign countries and fund all kinds of things. Now, one of the most fascinating stories that went on and on across the internet and in news companies, you heard it on TV and saw it on social media everywhere, was this big discussion about biolabs. Now, I thought it was pretty fascinating. A lot of people were interested in it, but we were all told, no, you can't talk about biolabs because that's fake news. That the United States doesn't fund biolabs in Ukraine. The United States wouldn't do that. Well, come to find out, in fact, it's true. The same news companies and the same sources telling us that it's not true that the United States funds biolabs. You could also look up their older news stories just from years ago where, in fact, they were talking about the United States funding biolabs. So the misinformation going on is real, and the American people deserve to know what they're paying for. This comes on the heels of after 2 years, and this is just so tragic that not only the United States, but the entire world has been dealing with COVID-19. Now, it has been a true tragedy what's happened with COVID. Over 968,000 Americans have died. That's according to the New York Times today. Over 6 million people have died worldwide. That's according to the New York Times today. For the last 2 years, Americans have dealt with the consequences of U.S. funding these labs and funding the gain-of-function research. Now, it's something that we really have to recognize and we have to talk about, but our government did fund the gain-of-function research. We know that to be true through EcoHealth Alliance. The gain-of-function research is what allowed a virus that's transmitted between bats to be turned into a virus, like a Dr. Frankenstein virus, that can be transmitted between humans. We have to ask the question, why would the United States government engage in funding something as horrific as that? How is that science? And it's a good thing to ask these questions. Now, here's what else is interesting. Just today, Dr. Fauci, who happened to be the one to help fund the gain-of-function research, decided to come out and say that mask mandates should be brought back. And this is at a time where we're finally getting rid of mask mandates. And he's also recommending a 4th COVID vaccine shot. Now, I don't know about you guys, but many of us were vaccinated as kids against polio. We had our MMR, and I have never seen the CDC coming out saying, oh, you've got to get your 2nd polio shot, you got to get your 3rd, you got to get your 4th, and this may continue to keep going. I think the question we all should ask is, when does it stop, and when are enough vaccines enough? But we don't have that question. Because now Congress is discussing and debating a future COVID bill and an emergency bill. This is a future COVID bill to fund future variants and future vaccines. And not only future vaccines for the United States, but future vaccines for the entire world, because somehow the United States is responsible for vaccinating the world against future COVID variants that we haven't even seen yet. And somehow Congress thinks that we should do emergency funding at possibly up to $22 billion to study, prepare for future COVID variants and future COVID vaccines and as many things that we need to do. But yet we aren't seeing them. So how is that necessary to have emergency funding at $22 billion to fund something that we don't know is going to happen and shouldn't happen and would never have happened without the U.S.-funded gain-of-function research to the Wuhan lab? I think these are questions worth asking. Now, another thing I'd like to point out is President Trump had asked Congress for $22 billion to build a wall down at the southern border. Imagine if Congress had found it important or recognized the important need to go ahead and fund $22 billion back in 2017 or 2018, that wall would have been built. And I can tell you right now, I don't think we would be seeing and hearing about the numbers of illegal immigrants coming across our border and deadly fentanyl coming across like this. Imagine if Congress had taken seriously border security under President Trump and funded that $22 billion then, that now Congress is considering funding for future COVID that we don't even have yet. These are good questions to ask. This is the kind of question that the regular American people ask, not the ones that live here in the Washington, D.C. bubble. They're very disconnected here with real America. Now, this is the thing that I just find so amazing. As we consider funding future COVID and future COVID vaccines, we have people at home that are sick and tired of their children being masked in school. They do not want to be forced to take a vaccine that they feel they should have the ability to decide about their own health if they want to take it or not. We are still trying to get back on track with not having to wear masks on airplanes, not having to send our kids to school to be masked, and not have to be shut down anymore. We have not recovered yet from the COVID crisis of the past 2 years. But no, we have to consider more future COVID variants, and future vaccines, and vaccinating the world against future COVID everything. It never seems to stop. It's crisis after crisis. And unfortunately, a U.S.-funded gain-of-function research in a U.S.-funded lab in China gave birth to COVID-19 that has hurt the entire world. So here's what we need to discuss. We need to be asking the questions, what is happening in these U.S.-funded labs? And we need to be willing to talk about it. We also need to ask the questions about the VAERS statistics. What if there are vaccine injuries? What if there are vaccine deaths? It's okay to ask these questions because these may have affected people's lives. And that is important to do, right? But when we're talking about biolabs, we do know for a fact that the U.S. has funded the contracts not only to take over the labs, reconstruct them, but also build them. And this goes through grants, through private companies at millions and millions of dollars. Now, what if these biolabs are handling very dangerous pathogens that may lead to the deaths in people in the areas? There are reports of possibly deadly pathogens escaping these biolabs in places like Ukraine, Georgia, Kazakhstan, that is responsible for killing people. What if that's true? I think these are questions that we should ask because no American citizen wants to be held morally and ethically responsible, and the U.S. government should not be funding something that's killing people in a country that's not even our own, let alone here at home. These are worthy questions. And so for that reason, because it's become such an issue and because it upsets so many people that I talk to constantly, I have introduced a bill to stop taxpayer funding for bioweapons and eliminate these programs from the federal government, because no government should be creating bioweapons. That's evil and wrong. Now, the name of this bill is the Stopping the Spread of Taxpayer-Funded Bioweapon Act. Because what if strange outbreaks surrounding U.S.-funded biolabs are the result of these labs and the work that's taking place in them? What if these labs are creating viruses just like COVID-19? This is something that all of us should be against, and that's why it would be so important to pass this bill and make sure that our United States government is never funding anything deadly and never funding something like COVID-19. These are consequences that we cannot take, and we should not handle, and we should not ever consider. Now, as we go further, we have a lot of issues to consider. We have an economy that is definitely in trouble. We have hyperinflation, gas prices out of control. We're looking at what is going to happen in Ukraine with Russia, what is going to happen in the world with all these sanctions. There's some issues to consider. Now, our value of our dollar is extremely important. The value of our dollar affects our entire economy. If the value of our dollar were to go down suddenly, that would affect all Americans. And right now, we're in a critical time where Saudi Arabia is discussing with China, talking to them about possibly switching from the petrodollar to trading with China's currency. We have sanctioned Russia, and as Russia is looking at this, taking Ukraine, and they're invading Ukraine and killing people in Ukraine, Russia has turned to China. Just recently, Russia made a $117.5 billion deal with President Xi of China. That deal is to sell oil and gas to China. Now, with sanctions tightening on Putin and Russia, will we see Russia turn to China and switch to China's currency? So what if Russia and Saudi Arabia switch from the dollar to China's currency? And then think further. What happens if countries like Venezuela or Cuba or any other country turns to China's currency? If we go into a situation where we have two world competing currencies, the dollar is going to be hit very hard, and that is going to hurt America's economy. That's going to hurt every single one of us. And if we think we're suffering under high inflation right now and high gas prices, well, we haven't seen anything yet. This is a dangerous situation, and these are the things that I don't hear being talked about here in Congress very much. These are not the things that our leaders are considering when they are beating the drums of war, wanting to go in and go to war with nuclear Russia. These are not the things that are being considered for our children and for our country's future. But these are the most important things they should be considering. And unfortunately, they're not. Now, what we all should be doing is encouraging President Zelensky and President Putin to get to the negotiating table and stop people from being killed. That should be the most important thing we care about. And when sanctions are being put in place, we should be considering what are going to be the real human cost when we are stopping countries from trading very important products like grain and fertilizer and energy. Because it may be a punishment to those governments, but the real punishment is to the people in other countries and our own. So my question for our Congress, our United States Congress is, which country do we honestly serve, and which country do we honestly care about, and which people do we care about? Because this body right here is funded by the American people and their hard-earned tax dollars. And the American people and their hard-earned tax dollars should be the people we consider first. It's the United States of America we should consider first. It's the United States currency, the dollar, we should consider first. It's the United States economy we should consider first. Our small businesses and our big businesses and our border, that should matter. Now, Mr. Speaker, tonight I'll finish with this. I think it's important for the United States Congress to talk more, to slow down in our decisions, to read our bills. Every single one of us have the time to read them. And for every single one of us to vote in person, not by proxy and not not simply by saying yay or nay. So I thank you for this time, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.